Uh, Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. Welcome to our conference. We are happy to host you here. It has been very long since we last met in our previous conference. I can see that we have new guests and some old guests from the other conferences. Uh, I'll keep my speech short and I will straight away give the floor to our president, Professor Mehmet Seyfettin Erol, to formally begin the conference and start the opening ceremony. Mr. Erol, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sami. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, good morning to you all from Ankara, and thank you for accepting our invitation. We are very honored with your presence and are jubilant with your attendance. I would also like to thank my colleagues for realizing and making this conference a reality. As such, we are delighted to have a rich and varied list of panelists and are ecstatic about bringing together valuable insights from around the globe. As it is well known, the Cold War brought many frozen crises to the agenda, especially with geopolitical conflicts after 9/11. We witness all together that this crisis, which mainly occur in Asian geography, turn into an international problem, unease and security concern if they cannot be prevented. The fact that the problem of a structural nature is open to cyclical fluctuations and interventions. And in this context, the possibility of confronting us as one of the potential addresses of the big game is significant in terms of revealing the dimensions of further expansion and deepening of the problems in question. The domino effect and multidimensionality caused by these problems will undoubtedly mean a loss for all humanity. The Kashmir issue, one of the two issues as old as the founding date of the United Nations, is still an issue that continues to keep its place on the agenda of the entire world and wait for a solution. Although the problem is between the two countries, the possibility of nuclear war threat, in the 1909 Kargil War has also shown the regional global impact dimension of the issue to the entire world. The Kargil War, on the other hand, is also important in terms of causing a detente process, even for a brief time, between Pakistan and India. In July 2001, as a result of this detente process, the leaders' summit held in the city of Agra, where the Taj Mahal temple is found, is an important indicator of this. Of course, it wouldn't be a very correct approach to describe the reason that brought the leaders to the Taj Mahal only as the search to prevent a possible nuclear war between the two countries. In Taj Mahal, the fact that a cooperation environment based on common historical past, values, and interests will be built in the face of the new geopolitics in the region for both states showed itself in that peace environment, even for an abbreviated time. Therefore, the mentioned summit went down in history as a development that shouldn't be ignored in terms of revealing a search for cooperation and a will for peace, as well as a threat perception for the parties. Yes, there is still a chance for diplomacy in solving the Kashmir problem, and further strengthening of this chance is in the interest of whole region and the world, especially the two countries. In this context, the solution of the problems between states and the track to diplomacy have become more important today. As Ankara Center for Crisis and Policy Research, ANCASEP, the international conference to be held today with your great contribution and participation is of great importance in this respect. The constructive dialogue approach to put forward at today's international conference, where academic, analytical, civil, and peaceful solution proposals and a roadmap are expected, will undoubtedly strengthen the atmosphere of peace and cooperation in Asia. And in this context, Kashmir will not be a problem, but an address for cooperation. So the station will make a great contribution to peace. I believe that the papers that will be presented here will undoubtedly enrich the international relations literature, as well as prepare the ground for the formation of an academic and intellectual accumulation in regard to building a new peace process in Kashmir issue. I would like to complete my speech by expressing this belief and rightful honor and happiness of being with you, and would like to express my gratitude to valuable participants, listeners, and press members who follow our program. I wish you all a fruitful and constructive debates. It is my pleasure to welcome you all and formally open the conference. Thanks a lot for your participations.
Thank you, Professor Mehmet, for your jubilant opening speech. And now we'll continue with Mr. Eldar Tulyakov, the Executive Director of the Development Strategy Center from Uzbekistan, to deliver his opening remarks. Sir, you have the floor.
Hello, everyone. I hope you can hear me. Dear distinguished participants of the high-level international conference, ladies and gentlemen, your excellencies, welcome to the conference. I want to start my speech by expressing special gratitude to the organizers of this wonderful international conference, especially Professor Dr. Mehmet Saifuddin Erol, for the initiative and for inviting us all. We're pleased to be part of this event, and I should also thank all of the participants for their contributions as well. We believe that in general, under current geopolitical developments and conditions, for countries of Central and South Asia, it is essential to maintain balanced cooperation and deepen inter-regional connectivity by addressing economic and security challenges to benefit regional and global stability. That's why the issue we are planning to discuss today is very essential. The primary condition for the development of inter-regional prospects between Central and South Asia is the promotion of stability and security in the territory of entire regions, including Afghanistan and Kashmir issues. As some experts note, any dialogue on peace in the region is unlikely to yield results unless there is a serious engagement with the Kashmir crisis, which is equally a key to regional stability. In this regard, Uzbekistan's position is driven by exclusively peaceful means and diplomatic mechanisms of settling all contradictions and conflict. These are in the interest of both neighboring countries and the world community at large. The reason for such an approach is that from a geopolitical point of view, Kashmir is important and constitute one of the
Evet, ben toplantıdayım, dinleyirim.
Context. Many experts also point out the strategic prospects that India's access to Central Asia can create if Kashmir's problem is resolved. Experts also note that Kashmir also plays a crucial role in the Belt and Road Initiative because it will be a part of the widely discussed China-Pakistan economic corridor. Moreover, what is essential is that Kashmir is located between three nuclear powers, India, Pakistan, and China, which also increases its geopolitical status. We believe the time has come for the peaceful resolution of the long-lasting and interrelated two conflicts in Kashmir and Afghanistan. Peace in entire South Asia is vital for India, Pakistan, Afghanistan, as well as Uzbekistan. Therefore, Uzbekistan's policy of Central Asia, South Asia connectivity implies, among other things, contribution to the eradication of roots of terrorism in the vast geographical space and creation of reliable contributions for unprecedented economic cooperation of countries of these two regions. Despite the complex geopolitical processes in the world today, such as the global pandemic and followed economic crisis, Uzbekistan is actively pursuing an open and pragmatic foreign policy by ensuring social, economic stability in the country and a friendly and peaceful environment in the region and beyond. Uzbekistan's foreign political principles establish that Uzbekistan stands to solve all contradictions and conflicts exclusively by peaceful means. Thus, the country is adhering to non-alignment with military political blocs, preventing the deployment of foreign military bases and facilities on its territory, and the participation of the country's military personnel in peacekeeping operations and military conflicts abroad. Therefore, reforms of the latest years demonstrate that Uzbekistan is open to dialogue and is interested in expanding cooperation with all partners in the name of peace, progress, and prosperity. As such, since coming to power, the president of Uzbekistan, Shavkat Mirziyoyev, prioritized strengthening regional connectivity and international cooperation. The development of cooperation with neighboring countries and neighboring regions has been prioritized in the foreign policy of New Uzbekistan. Strengthening cooperation with the countries of South Asia region is also important as the region has unique potential and opportunities for Uzbekistan and Central Asia in terms of economy, trade, investment, transport, logistics, and other directions. Therefore, the latest address of the president of Uzbekistan to the parliament and the state program for this year pays special attention to the South Asia countries in the spirit of eternal friendship, good neighborliness, strategic partnership, and mutual trust that should be developed between Central and South Asian countries. For that purpose, you might well know that a high-level international conference on Central and South Asia regional connectivity, challenges and opportunities has been recently organized in Tashkent on July 14th and 16th. The international conference was hosted by President Mirziyoyev and attended by the President of the Islamic Republic of Afghanistan, Ashraf Ghani, Prime Minister of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan, Imran Khan, EU High Representative for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy, Joseph Borrell, foreign ministers of Central and South Asian states, United States Homeland Security Advisor Elizabeth Sherwood, the United States Special Representative for Afghanistan and Pakistan, Zalmay Khalilzad, and delegations of about 30 international organizations, as well as distinguished scholars for more than 40 countries participated. At the opening of the conference, the president of Uzbekistan highlighted the historical closeness of the Central and South Asian regions, the growing mutual trust and interest, strengthening peace and friendship, trust and good neighborly relations with neighboring countries, expanding mutually beneficial cooperation, constructive policy. He stressed that it meets the common interests of all countries in South Asia. In his speech, President Mirziyoyev also put forward more than a dozen essential initiatives to strengthen and further develop ties between Central and South Asia. As noted in the joint statement of the Ministries of Foreign Affairs, it is necessary to have regional stability and security to implement initiatives proposed at the Tashkent conference successfully. Accordingly, peace and stability in Afghanistan and also in Kashmir are essential. Also, Uzbekistan maintains and develops active multilateral relations with the main actors in the Kashmir issue, India, Pakistan, China, and others. We see that Uzbekistan has significantly increased its bilateral and multilateral political and diplomatic activity with these countries in recent years. Besides existing multilateral platforms of cooperation like the UN, Non-Aligned Movement, Shanghai Cooperation Organization, and others, the new diplomatic dialogues such as India, Central Asia, quadripartite platform for consultations with representatives of Uzbekistan, USA, Afghanistan, and Pakistan, which was established within the Tashkent International Conference, and also different meetings, virtual summits at the highest level, Uzbekistan, India in December 2020, and Uzbekistan, Pakistan in April 2021, have a great potential to enhance inter-regional cooperation between countries of Central and South Asia, which ultimately should serve for peaceful settlement of disputed issues. Therefore, we believe that based on the experience both in Uzbekistan and in Central Asian countries, South Asian countries, and including the negotiating mediation roles of the countries participating in this event and who are active in this event, we believe that the peaceful resolution of the Kashmir issue should be reached soon. And we hope that this conference, International Conference of Experts, will serve to initiate proposals, suggestions on the peaceful settlement of the issue. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Tsulyakov, for your inspiring speech. And now we'll move forward with Dr. Aynullah Madakli from Azerbaijan to deliver his opening remarks.
Dear colleagues, Assalamu alaikum. You listen me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
First of all, I would like to express my deep gratitude to my friends, colleagues from Turkey, Pakistan, and Central Asia countries. And especially thanks to Mr. Mehmet Oral for organizing such important conference dedicated to Kashmir issue. I would like to inform you, I was ambassador of Azerbaijan to Pakistan 2002-2010. And of course, I have too many memories, friends, colleagues, which I appreciated very much. Now my subject is historical roots of the Kashmir issue. Dear colleagues, the establishment of two independent states, India and Pakistan, on the Indian subcontinent in August 1947 was a matter of historical necessity and should be considered one of the most important events of the 20th century after World War II. The subcontinent, which for hundreds of years had been predominantly under Muslim, especially Turkish rule, became a British colony in the mid-19th century. But the struggle of the Indians and Muslims here to establish their own independent states, and at the same time, the new geopolitical situation which arose after the Second World War, compelled Britain to take these realities into account. But unfortunately, the fate of Kashmir has not been decided, and a serious problem for the future has been laid. Around the beginning of the current era, alongside northern Afghanistan, known as Indo-Parthia, the Kabul Valley, parts of Punjab, Turkestan, Kashmir also was part of Kushan Empire. The first state structures appeared here in the 7th century current era, and this area was ruled by different dynasties. In 666, the Eftalip Turks had occupied large areas in this region, including Kashmir. The Turkic dynasty ruled this area about 183 years, and they are known as Turki Shahis. They replaced by Hindu Shahis. According to Al-Biruni, the so-called Hindu Shahi rulers are not local Hindus, but they belong to the allied tribe of the Huns. The Hindu Shahi rule continued in Kashmir for nearly 2 centuries. In 962, Abu Mansur Sebuktekin, Turkish commander Samanids, established himself as a nominal sultan in Ghazna, began expansion into northern Punjab. He had acquired a number of forts from the Hindu Shahis of Kashmir and extended his dominion. Kashmir became an independent Muslim sultanate in 1338 by gradual process without shedding any blood. Islam came here by the free choice of the loyalty. In 1586, the great Mughal Emperor Akbar conquered Kashmir and incorporated it into this great 16th century Turkish empire. And for 166 years, Kashmir was ruled by Turk Muslims. In 1739, Nadir Shah Afshar invaded India and subjugated the Mughal Empire. Kashmir also experienced the same fate. After the murder of Nadir Shah, Kashmir came under the rule of Ahmed Shah Abdal, one of his Nadir commanders, who founded the Durrani dynasty and established the Afghan state. When the British occupation of the region began, Kashmir was first under the rule of the Punjab ruler Sanjit Singh. And in 1949, approximately 100 years, Kashmir became a vassal principality of British India. In 1947, on the eve of partition, outside the administrative setup of British India, there were 100 states ruled by princes. Kashmir, Mysore, and Hyderabad were the large states. By the Indian Independence Act in 1947, the states were free to accede either to Pakistan or India or remain independent. At the time of the partition of India, the vast majority of Kashmir's population was Muslim, and Sunnis and Shiites lived mixed here. There was a natural logic in the unification of the region with Pakistan for geographical, religious, and cultural reasons. but the region's important water resources and the strategic position of the Kashmir Valley drew India to the region. Moreover, the then ruler of Kashmir was an ethnic Hindu. The Prime Minister of India, Jawaharlal Nehru, also was originally from Kashmir and wanted to annex Kashmir to India as a privileged state. Nehru promised the people of Kashmir and the whole world that the fate of Kashmir would not be decided by the accession, but by a free and impartial plebiscite of the people of Jammu and Kashmir. India has since reneged on this promise, and this is still beset Pakistan-India relations. As a result, there have been several military clashes between India and Pakistan. Tensions have been running high along the line of control in Kashmir for many years. And from time to time, the line of control became a long area fortified on both sides, where battle position, observation posts, soldier barracks were built, and soldiers stood face to face along the entire line. Sometimes a Pakistani soldier on one side of a ravine is so close to an Indian soldier on the other side that they can speak to each other. During several government visits to the region, I, as the ambassador of Azerbaijan to Pakistan, had the opportunity, together with diplomats and international observers, to go in military helicopters and then in special vehicles to see the posts in those areas and talk to soldiers. Of course, the line of control is not permanent, but it provides temporary peace. But the people who are divided in this way need to be in touch with their relatives. Thousands of Kashmiris, both Muslims and Hindus, have been killed in the clashes and millions have been displaced. So, dear colleagues, in Azerbaijan, we are very familiar with the problems and difficulties faced by Kashmiri people. As a result of Armenian aggression against our country, 20% of our lands have been under occupation for 30 years. We defeated the enemy in the patriotic war that began on September 27 last year and liberated all our lands. I would like to take this opportunity to express my deep gratitude for the political and moral support provided to us by brotherly Turkey and brotherly Pakistan in this just war of our country. As President of Azerbaijan, Ilham Aliyev stressed, the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict has already been resolved and has become history. We would like the Kashmir issue to be resolved as soon as possible peacefully in accordance with UN relations. Our country, Republic of Azerbaijan, always supported Pakistan's position regarding Kashmir issue, and this support, of course, will be continue in future. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Ambassador Ainullah, for your remarks, and we thank all those delivered their opening speeches. As Ankasam, we would also like to thank everyone once again for their participation. Before we begin with our sessions, I would like to remind just give a couple of information. First of all, we have 10 sessions in total. With the one already has begun, 8 thematic sessions where each participant will have, speaker will have 10 minutes to deliver their speeches. Sadly, due to time constraints, there will be no question and answers of any sort. This conference is now being live streamed on our YouTube, Twitter, and Facebook channel. If you would like to share it with your colleagues, they can watch the conference from our social media accounts. Finally, we would like to state that we wish you all a fruitful and constructive debates. And now I leave the floor to the moderator of the first session, Ambassador, and also the senior advisor to the president of ANKASA, Ambassador Aydın Nurhan. You have the floor.
Ladies, gentlemen, excellencies, dear friends, good day to all. Ours is the first session, and as we know, Kashmir issue is one of the oldest issues of our time, and it brings with it human suffering. And who is to blame? Rather than the blame game, who is responsible? Perhaps diplomats, generals, the media, business, politicians, academics. So all of us have some responsibility on our shoulders. What we do, whatever we do, affects innocent millions in the world. So our meetings like this should be a search for relieving human suffering. We came a long way from human creation. Today, we don't have slavery, at least officially. We go for women's rights, at least officially. We have social rights, at least officially. Whatever. So these are important things, but one thing to say is problems of the world, terrorism especially, seem to shift from the Middle East to Asia. So we have to be careful about that. It may have repercussions on Indian, Pakistani, and Chinese relations. With these in mind, what I would say is we would like to have a very efficient democratic meeting, but I will be a dictator as I'm ordered to be, supposed to be, on timing. My organizers tell me that 10 minutes is strict by all means. So I will keep my time. And the first word I would like to give is to Professor Nurdan Mirzaev, lecturer at the Academy of Public Administration of Kyrgyzstan. Ambassador Mirzaev, the floor is yours now.
Yeah, thank you very much. Do you listen? You listen me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, we hear you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and assalamu alaikum. First of all, allow me to thank the Ankara Center for Crisis and Policy Research for the invitation and the opportunity to speak such a representative and interesting in terms of topics, international conference. My appreciation and admiration is also goes to the organizing committee for the tremendous preparation of the work. As our first session is more of an overview, I would like to provide information on the origins, processes of the Kashmir issue and development of the situation in the region. As a remark, I would like also to say that I was an ambassador of Kyrgyz Republic to Islamic Republic of Pakistan in years of 2006 till 2009. The Kashmir issue is almost a record-breaking experience in the modern world. It originated in the fall of 1947. The confrontation between India and Pakistan in Kashmir began as an armed clash between two newly emerged states as a result of decolonization, and now it is one of the most dangerous smoldering conflict. In order to avoid political chaos after the withdrawal of British troops from India, the colonial administration decided to divide the former empire into two dominions on the basis of religious affiliation of the population, which became known as the Mountbatten Plan. The incorporation of the principality into India led to the first Indo-Pakistani War, as a result of which India occupied about 2/3 of the former principality, including it as a state with a special legal enshrined in Article 370 of the Indian Constitution. Pakistan created the province of Azad Kashmir on the part of Kashmir controlled by it. Due to the border incident in 1962, Kashmir problem began to affect the interests of about 40% of the world population. India justifies its rights to the entire territory of Kashmir by the fact that Maharaja Singh still managed to officially sign the Act of Accession to India. The strong side of the Pakistani position lies in the demand for a plebiscite in Kashmir, so that the final ownership in Kashmir determined by the will of the population. Since the end of the 1940s, the Kashmir issue has been on the agenda of the session of the UN General Assembly and has been repeatedly considered at the meeting of the UN Security Council. After the First War, the UN Security Council resolution number 47 provided for the phased withdrawal from Kashmir, first the Pakistani and then Indian armed formations, for further organization of voting by the government of India under the supervision of the Security Council Commission. However, the plebiscite didn't take place. Instead, in 1951, the Constitutional Assembly of the state of Jammu and Kashmir ratified the annexation of the former principality to India, including called in Indian terminology Kashmir occupied by Pakistan. From a legal point of view, the decision of the UN Security Council was not bringing on the parties of the conflict, since it was regulated by Chapter 6 of the UN Charter on the peaceful settlement of disputes, and not by Chapter 7, according to which the Security Council may require the interested parties to implement those temporary measures that it deems necessary or desirable. During the 75th session that took place in 2020, President of UN General Assembly has encouraged India and Pakistan to resolve the issue of Kashmir through peaceful means, and said that He supports dialogue and diplomacy, recalling the 1972 Simla agreement between two countries. The Simla agreement that rejects any third-party mediation on the Kashmir issue and states that the final status of Jammu and Kashmir is to be settled by peaceful means in accordance with the UN Charter. President of the UN General Assembly said that the position of the United Nations on Jammu and Kashmir is governed by the UN Charter and applicable Security Council resolutions. Pakistan invariably refers to the UN as the international arbiter of the Kashmir conflict. In turn of India, appealing to the Simla Declaration.
Excellency, 2 minutes left.
Okay, thank you very much. Of course, resolving these issues will require great persistence from the both sides, difficult compromises, intention, international engagement, and genuine creatively. On the 9th of June 2017, India and Pakistan turned from observer countries into the full-fledged members of Shanghai Cooperation Organization, for which peace and stability in the region is the main goal. In this connection, SCO is using its tools and permanently makes an attempts to ensure regional stability and peace, to temper the rivalry between the India and Pakistan, and to prevent the transformation to Kashmir into hotbed of international terrorism, and to prevent from escalating into the full-scale war with the use of nuclear weapons. However, only diplomatic efforts, both bilaterally and multilaterally, could resolve the Kashmir issue. Meanwhile, the military prefers to keep the powder dry. I thank you.
Thank you very much. That was a very good historical brief. And of course, what comes to mind is the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. It would be a little bit too far to stretch, but as we know, European Union is a stabilizing factor for the disputes within its member countries. I wonder if that organization could at least do a certain effort for the preventing the inflagration of the problem. And of course, we should consider, as you said, the parties are nuclear powers. So we always have to keep that in mind in our discussions. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Excellency. Now we have our second speaker, honorable speaker, Professor Babak Razwani of Amsterdam, Chair Ethno-Geopolitics, University of Amsterdam. Dr. Razwani, the floor is yours now.
Thank you very much. Can I share the screen?
Sure, sir. I'll give you the, just a minute, I'll give you the privilege to share a screen.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Now you can share your screen.
Not yet. No.
Just a second, then seems there's an issue.
No.
We kindly request a minute since we're trying to solve the problem. Seems from one side it's not working.
Mm-hmm. Okay, because I had some maps and these were useful to show. Nevertheless,
could you try now, sir?
Okay. Yes.
Okay.
I have it. Perfect. Do you see it?
Yeah. Yes, we see it.
Okay. Now,
Dr. Advani,
yes.
Like the referee in soccer, I stopped my watch. I gave you 2 more minutes.
Okay, you are a very good referee. F5, F5, F5. Yes, now it's working. Okay, I'm Babak Razwani from Association for the Study of Ethno-Geopolitics. We are, let's say, semi-academic, semi-research policy think tank in the Netherlands, and we include usually cultural factors into the high geopolitics. So for us, things like ethnicity and religion are important factors in the world politics. I try today to reframe the Kashmir conflict within the tools of, in this case, usually neoclassical geopolitics, in order to give us food for some thought. I try to be neutral and only say the facts. And if there are something which are, let's say, my own opinion, I will point to that. But during discussions, we can always discuss about the future perspective and more about the political background. I think that more people know the Kashmir conflict better than me. So it's for me, it's not to teach about the Kashmir conflict, because you know better than I do, but I want to apply some concepts of the study of ethno-geopolitics into the current conflict. Yes, back. Okay. For this issue, the position of Indian Muslims and notably Kashmiri Muslims in India are important, but for this analysis is also important the regional relationships, especially the Indian, Pakistani, and Chinese relationship. When we look at the map, India is almost perfectly protected by the Indian Ocean. There is only one region where historically India has experienced invasions, and that is the Northeast. Whether we go back to the time of Indo-European migrant settlers, when we go to the time of Islamic rulers and Central Asian rulers, and then, of course, the conflict with Pakistan. So the Northwest is the part of India which is sensitive for Indian territoriality. And China is a larger country, and it has good relationship with Pakistan. But I think every military person knows that making a war over Himalaya is actually not done. So in fact, China checkers India with the help of Pakistan. And in this case of Kashmir, it is somehow beneficial for the Pakistani view because China is a bit stronger than India. So what is geopolitics? We have two main types of geopolitics: geopolitics on the ground and geopolitics in the mind. If I begin with the geopolitics in the mind, labeling and names are effective to give an important, to give an example. Why do we talk about, for example, the European Union enlargement, but we are talking about Russian expansion in Eurasia? Because there is something normative, something laden inside this political commentary. When we read these political commentaries from different countries, we can see something about their understanding of the world. It is not only about geopolitics in big, but let's see, for example, about street criminality. Yes, some white policeman in America can call it combating the crime. Black American activists would say Black Lives Matter. You are discriminating us because of our black color. And some sociologists would put it inside the dynamics of societal poverty. But anyway, we are dealing with the same problem, but different people use different wording because they have different values. This is also the case in the case of Kashmir. For example, how Pakistan and Islamic countries talk about it is very different from how India and Western countries are talking about that. Nevertheless, the geographic on the ground. This is what we call the neoclassic geopolitics in the big. This is a geopolitic that considers geographic deterministic factors, but not physics deterministic factors, because physics means only land or weather or water. But geographic deterministic factors includes also the size of demography, the size of country, who are your neighbors, what is your level of education, how big is your army, and how advanced is your technology. So this is our main framework. Geography on the ground is, in my opinion, the best thing to understand something about the Kashmir issue. Then if we look at the typology of geopolitics, we see four types of geopolitics, actually three, but let's say four types. Neoclassical geopolitics. This is geopolitics began thinking in the European early 20th century. It sees either the state as a living organism, something which borns, grows, and dies, and living organisms need to feed themselves and need territory to live. That is territoriality. All living organisms need territory. So this is the way of thinking of neoclassical. Then we have a new type of neoclassical geopolitics, which instead of, in addition to the states, we have also other political actors. We have, let's say, popular movements. We have separatist regions, but we have also supranational entities like European Union, like United Nations, of course, like Shanghai Cooperation. So this type of geopolitics is called subversive geopolitics.
Professor, 2 minutes left.
Okay, geopolitique interne and externe from France. And our type of geopolitics is also this type of geopolitics. So for us, other actors are important, peoples are important. However, we have still a state-centered approach. Okay. So the state was an organism. It has its own territory to live, and there is a difference between the old-fashioned empire and the new states, and this has something to do with territorial control and jurisdiction. Look, in new types of the states, the borders are sharp. This is either mine or this is yours. We cannot share it. In older times, the center began, for example, from the imperial capital, and the power shades away. So we cannot deal with this type of empires anymore. All of the states, including Pakistan and India, are going toward these sharp borders. What for conclusion it has? Well, India is mainly a maritime power, and China is mainly a continental power. Yes, and India, it is very early to, I am now finishing, this is the last thing. It is now very early to say something about who is getting the hegemony from the United States. The model of Modelsky says it should be a large country, it should be in the camp of the temporary hegemon, so the camp of America, it would be India, not China, and it should have some advantages in modern technology. So India has ICT, but still, when we are looking at the whole picture, the number of partners of India is much smaller than China, and Chinese economy is much bigger than India. China is not typically a sea power, so its seas are always blocked by other countries. So how much China can project power is doubtful.
Thank you, Professor.
Yes, may I have the last word?
Okay.
Okay. It is difficult to say something about that, but we should be careful that not compare the situation of Uyghurs in China with Kashmir in India and Pakistan, because histories of the two conflicts differ. The methods of governance are differing. In both cases, we have to do with asymmetrical federation, but demographics is also different. In China, we have perhaps 2% of population are Muslim, but in India, 14.5% of population are Muslim, 100 millions of Muslim or 200 millions of Muslim. And in China, it is only 37 million Muslims. So internal dynamics for Muslims in China is less favorable than in India. But in international relationship, India and China are both large countries. And this means that they are relatively immune to international pressure. So I stop here and we can discuss about the perspectives in scenarios.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you.
Yes, dear friends, I didn't want to cut the professor. He had a very good preparation for our meeting. What he said was China checks India through Pakistan, or at least would like to.
Yeah.
The two important factors affecting the Kashmir issue. One is wording, the words used by the sides to support their theses. Geography was another important factor. Geopolitical impact was important. State as an organism needs land, yes, but in the 21st century, expanding your geography, how much would that help for you to be a successful state? That's very debatable. And of course, the problems arise from as the professor said, the blurry borders of the empires versus the strict borders of nation states, which in fact were imposed on ethnicities and religious groups, and leaving half of them, many of them outside a certain border. So realistically, nation-state borders do not fit our ethnicities, religious groups, and it's an anomaly of history, and it's a matter of instability throughout the world. Nobody knows how it can be solved. And lastly, Uyghur issue, indeed, it is a different matter than Kashmir issue. Thank you, Professor.
Thank
you. Now we have Mr. Altaf Hussein Wani, Chair of Kashmir Institute of International Relations. Please, Mr. Wani.
Thank you. First of all, let me thank the Ankara Center for Crisis and Policy Studies for this conference. My friend, Mohammed Shukru Guzel, for inviting me to this conference. I think the historical background has been discussed by many of our senior experts and ambassadors who have worked in India and Pakistan. To me, as a Kashmiri, being the son of soil, I've been asked to speak on this Kashmir conflict, why, when, and how. So, as has been said, that after the partition of the British India, when the two sovereign states, India and Pakistan, came into existence, the princely states in India, they were given the choice either to join Pakistan or to India. This is what the partition plan says, or what the Indian Independence Act says. And in this Independence Act, what we see, three of the states, which was Junagadh, Hyderabad, and Kashmir. Kashmir had a Hindu ruler, but Muslim majority population, and Junagadh and Hyderabad, they had the larger Hindu population, but rulers were Muslims. Both the rulers, Muslim rulers, they acceded to Pakistan, but India, in a way, they encircled Hyderabad and then dethroned the Sultan of Hyderabad and took over the Hyderabad. And the same is what they did in Junagadh. They held a plebiscite and then said that, oh, people are with us. In case of Kashmir, when we see the history of Kashmir, the people of Kashmir had already decided and requested the Maharaja of Kashmir that he should accede to Pakistan because of the geographical connectivity and the religious ethnic connectivity with Pakistan. So we should accede to Pakistan. But looking at the history, we see that the Indian National Congress and they realized they had already made a plan, and Maharaja was taking its time not to decide whether to accede to India or Pakistan. Instead, he had a standstill agreement with Pakistan, and Pakistani flags were on the Secretariat in Srinagar. But Maharaja, in a way, they orchestrated some sort of conspiracy with the at that time with the Congress rulers that generated a very much suspicious among the Kashmiri Muslims that led to the rebellion against Maharaja, and Maharaja was on run. When we see the authority of Maharaja to accede to India, what India says in the United Nations or anywhere that Maharaja has acceded to India, this has not been proven because the Indian Independence Act, its Article 7, Part B says the sovereignty of the majesty over the Indian state lapses with it, and all treaties and agreements in force at the date of the passing the act between the majesty and the rulers of the state. So all those, because the state of Jammu and Kashmir was ruled by the Maharaja of Kashmir, because of an agreement between His Majesty, the rulers of the UK or that time Royal Majesty, and the Maharaja, that has lapsed. And also, when India took the case to the United Nations that Maharaja executed, India surrendered in a way its accession, what it said, and the United Nations Security Council said the people of Kashmir will decide their future through a free and fair plebiscite under the UN auspices. What we see thereafter, India agrees to it. UN appoints a commission on India and Pakistan. That commission also gives a framework of the plebiscite in this region. But after cementing its military occupation in Kashmir, India started calling Kashmir as its integral part. What one of the ambassadors said that in 1951, when the Constituent Assembly, so-called Constituent Assembly in Indian-occupied Kashmir, they asked that they ratified the agreement, the accession of Maharaja. At that time, UN Security Council again passed a resolution that none of the assemblies has a right to decide on behalf of the people of Kashmir. The leaders of India, Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, Mahatma Gandhi, each and everyone has at that time pointed out that it is the people of Kashmir, not the ruler of Kashmir, who will decide. It is the people of Kashmir, not the ruler of Kashmir. The same was the Lord Mountbatten in a letter to the Pakistan Governor General. He also said that it's the people of Kashmir, not the ruler of Kashmir, who will decide. But after that, India started talking about the integral part, Kashmir as its integral part. What we see, this conflict for the last 74 years has consumed hundreds and thousands of lives. It has seen the sufferings of Kashmir at an alarming level. And at this point of time, the indigenous population of people of Kashmir, that is coming to an existential threat. When we talk about the peaceful means, all the peaceful means that we have seen that India and Pakistan have so far had some 61 ministerial or high-level dialogues or talks on Kashmir, but we could not see they could move forward. UN Security Council has a role in it, but unfortunately that role has not been played properly till date. Though one thing which the UN has done so far, that they have not, they are time and again calling that our offices are very much open for any type of assistance in creating a peaceful environment, and the India and Pakistan should resolve the conflict of Kashmir peacefully. So nobody else, the peace for the people of Kashmir is important, more for the people of Kashmir than for anybody else, because they are suffering so much day in and day out. So I think that the current government in India has closed all the doors of peace after August 5th, 2019, when they took away the so-called autonomy of the territory, and then started changing the demography through all its means in order to make it a Muslim minority, and thereby assimilating or annexing the territory into India. So this has posed a greater threat now. No, there is no talking between India and Pakistan. We don't see any talks between India and Pakistan. Indian government has not opened its doors to even to talk to anybody. They are not ready to any third-party intervention. So this is creating more and more intense situation in this region, with China becoming the third active, now an active partner in this conflict. It has become more complex, and in coming to, as Mr. Vani was telling us, that China, with the help of Pakistan, is stopping the European or American intentions. So is our view is that it is the American, by supporting Indians, by pushing them, they are stopping the the influence of China in the region. So this can create a more complex situation in the region in the future. So I think such conference, which through such means we can influence the policymakers and especially the Indian policymakers who say that they have
1 minute left.
Yeah,
1 minute left.
Okay, so so it's important that we should call upon especially to the government of India, to the Indian government regime, to end all its human rights violations in Kashmir and create a peaceful atmosphere in order to talk and do away with what they have done on August 5th, to take it back and then start talking with Pakistan and the people of Kashmir in order to have a peaceful settlement of this dispute. Thank you.
We thank you, Mr. Rani. So, what I noted here was that from the beginning, it was the people who should have decided on the issue, people of Kashmir. UN Security Council has not been efficient in the problem. USA could have done something, but still doesn't do it. India recently has been playing with demography, I think. That's the talk of the day. There's not much talk between India and Pakistan nowadays. Third party help, that's an open question. Now the problem is, who has interest in continuation of this issue? Who has interest in ending this conflict, especially among the world powers? Does the US benefit from the continuation of this conflict between Pakistan, India, and China? Would they want it to continue? That's an important question. How about Russia? Where would Russia's interests lie? Does China really want to prolong this conflict between India and Pakistan to its own interests? These are valid questions that we may be asking. So we come to our last speaker, Professor Mehmet Şükrü Gürel from Geneva. He's an ANKASAM representative in Geneva. So Professor Gürel, the floor is yours now. You got 10 minutes.
Many thanks, dear Excellency Aydin Nurhan, and my surname is Güzel. Just a correction. My title of the speech is Right to Self-Determination and Right to Resort to Force. It's the first part. In 10 minutes time, I would like to manage. But the second part is a forgotten obligation of India and Pakistan originating from the UN Charter on Kashmir. There exists a forgotten obligation, but there are 4 or 5 things that is still not recognized till today in the world. I would like to mention one thing. This is important. The UN Security Council resolutions on Kashmir issue, it is accepted as in Chapter 6. No, it was accepted as under Chapter 6, but they are now under Chapter 7. All the UN Security Council resolutions on Kashmir are now binding. How it's binding? This is the definition of the problem of the Kashmir and the right to resort to force fight. Because, let's say, the right to self-determination in the UN Charter has nothing to do with Kashmir. The wording of the self-determination in Article 1 and Article 55 are subject to the peoples, are organized as states. And I have to say that the people who says that they are national liberation movements or they have got a right to resort to force are using, in fact, also in Nagorno-Karabakh and other parts of the world, the Civil and Political Convention, which is an obligation, and to define the regions as racist, and they use the wording of the right to self-determination. To use any right to resort to force, that means who has got a right to kill someone with weapons, depends, in the case of Kashmir, something different. But let me return back to you how we define the situation. The territorial dispute as defined by UN Security Council resolution is not a dispute on the territory. It's a dispute on the implementation of Article 73 of the UN Charter. When it is Article 73 of the UN Charter, it is decolonization. When it is decolonization, it's a Kogan's norm and gives ergonomist responsibility. And when we return back to the Vienna Convention on the Law of Treaties, when there is a conflict on a Kogan's norm, which is, and our OMS gives responsibility to UN Security Council as well, Article 4 of the Vienna Convention says that it doesn't go to that except for Kogan's norms. Now, all the UN Security Council resolutions on Kashmir issue are in Chapter 7, and they are all binding. And to right to resort to force, this is the important point, because there are exists a group of Kashmiri lawyers refuse, I do define them as peace spoilers, to use the decolonization process, which is in the UN Charter. But they go on remedial suggestions. This is a Kashmir team of lawyers. I do define them as peace spoilers. And for example, their distinguished Excellency Dr. Aynullah Modukli gives the example of Nagorno-Karabakh. The Armenian groups in the Nagorno-Karabakh also ask in the same logic of remedial suggestion. So in this sense, when we look at it, there is a problem. And to define the terrorism, there is something very important. Till 1994, the resolution of elimination of all kinds of terrorism, self-identified so-called national liberation movements has even right to kill civilians. After 1994, the problem comes into the position of who has got a right to kill people with the uniform. And the problem of defining the terrorism is today is based on one thing. That is, who has got a right to kill any person in a dispute with uniform. So we have to ask the question, can any person or any organization has a right to kill an Indian or a Pakistan soldier? This is the important question, because when we organize an international conference on a dispute, we have got the first responsibility to protect right to life. This includes the soldiers. And when we define the position as decolonization, what I mentioned before, the people acting with remedial suggestionist group, why they do not define, they don't want to define the position as decolonization. Their political roadmap is the continuation of this conflict, and they do know one thing. When UN Security Council gives a decision, this decision is binding, and they cannot create a national liberation movement. I can give an example, for example, from Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus is, in fact, established by TMT, a recognized national liberation movement before 1958, and then take to arms as a right to resort force after 1964. And they are recognized as a national liberation movement by the UN Security Council. This is the other. So what I say is that, by the way, this is the important point. These Kashmiri lawyers who are the remedial suggestionist movements are acting with the LTT. LTT made ethnic cleansing to the Muslims, and they refused to define them as a terrorist organization. By the way, I received many letters from the terrorist organization LTT inside the UN Geneva office. I've got a private war with them, so this is why I know them so well. So there is a dirty game here, and when we say that this is a decolonization case, nobody has a right to kill any Pakistan soldier or an Indian soldier. And there cannot be a national liberation movement in that sense. And I think my time is less. So let me tell something interesting. A forgotten obligation of India and Pakistan originating from the UN Charter. It's forgotten. Because when we say decolonization, this is a decolonization case. And I should also mention that India accepted that instrument of accession of the instrument of accession signed has no legal value. When a country spoke something in the UN Security Council, that is the Junadak case, when a controversial position was refused by India, and when they said that the instrument of accession has no legal value, it is the verdict of the people has the legal value, then India said that the instrument of accession has no value. Then we come to the position. What is the forgotten? instrument, obligation that India and Pakistan, until this time, nobody recognizes. There are 5 other things I will mention in the future. It is that, very simple. Implementation of Article 73, paragraph E of the UN Charter. Let's read the preamble. When it is the decolonization case, India has a decolonization case, Pakistan is created by decolonization. In the preamble, in the entrance, members of the United Nations which have or assume responsibilities for the administration of territories. This defines India and Pakistan with the binding UN Security Council resolutions after the Vienna Convention of Law of Treaties. They define, have from the past, assume responsibility for the administration of territories. This is the preamble of Article 73. Now, who are the Kashmiris in the UN Charter? Let's read the preamble, because this is a disputed territory because of an unfinished decolonization case. They have got the right, their interests of the inhabitants of these territories, that is the inhabitants of the Kashmir, that is the peoples of the Kashmir, are paramount and accepted as a sacred trust obligation to promote the utmost. And for this mechanism, paragraph E says that to transmit regularly to the Secretary General for information purposes subject to such limitations as security constitutional considerations. You see, constitutional considerations. Now, till this time, even India and Pakistan assume the responsibility. They do not fulfill their obligation originating from Article 73E. Now, when we look at this, the Indian revocation of Article 370 is null and void, not subject to what they had said in the past for Geneva. But they have to inform the Secretary General and the UN General Assembly. This organization, that is how this mechanism can be established. I think India and Pakistan can come and discuss, but not as a choice, as an obligation. And the UN Security Council has an obligation to implement this because there is no political choice on the implementation of the UN Charter.
1 minute left, sir.
So I thank you, but there are other things, 4 or 5 other things still not recognized till this time that are in my notes. So in the summary, all the UN Security Council resolutions are binding and they are under Chapter 7 because it's a Yugoslavian decolonization dispute. And Vienna Convention on the Law of Treaties said that it goes to the past. And implementation of Article 73E has an obligation for both India and Pakistan. And to kill anybody with uniform, either Pakistan soldier or Indian soldier, is under the definition of terrorism. Because when it is on the decolonization process, you do not easily define yourself. And neither India nor Pakistan, they are racist regime. I thank you, dear Excellency Aydın Nurhan.
Thank you, Professor. Hocam, teşekkürler, sağ olun. What I got here is first of all, I have to say, my comprehension speed is not very good. So what I could catch from what you said was that the obligation of India and Pakistan, that was important. Decolonization was the important wording. And disputed territory of unfinished colonization was another thing. Terror, what is the definition of terror? Killing uniformed people. That was an important thing. UN Security Council resolution number 7. Article 73, Vienna Convention you referred to. And what I would say is this, Hocam. This was a wonderful, very sophisticated, right to the point, legal look into the matter. We would like to have your paper perhaps on this and to read it silently to ourselves. Thank you very much. It was beyond my comprehension. So I'm very sorry to follow you. So we will continue now with the next session. I really would like to read your paper because this is, I think, very solid thing on our issue. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Ambassador Nurhan, for chairing the session. And we thank all the speakers in the session for their valuable remarks and comments. Due to time constraints, I'll now give the floor to the moderator of the second session, who is Associate Professor Oktay Bingöl. Professor, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, all. I am Oktay Bingöl from the RL University, head of the department there, International Relations Department. First of all, I thank all of you for attending and participating in this important conference here. And also I extend my appreciation to the chairperson of the Ankasam and all the staff there. That is a good initiative to take at this time. Actually, what I heard in the first session, but there was an interesting question. Maybe that was the important finding, conclusion from the first session. I think that Mr. Moderator asked that question, who does have the interest in the Kashmir issue? Yes, I think that is the most important part of the conflict like this. That is a perspective, that's a multi-layer, that is the conflict with the root causes, and that is a long-lasting the conflict. So the best way to find a solution for such a conflict, first of all, mapping the actors. Who are the actors in this conflict? That is my understanding, that's my belief. Yeah, in that session and the following session, we will discuss the claims, actions, and efforts of the actors in the conflict. Primary actors like the India and the Pakistan and the China maybe, and some secondary actors and the third party. That is the important, mapping the actors. So in our session, we have 5 distinguished participant panelists. And first of all, we have the Senator, Mr. Senator Mushahid Hussain from Pakistan. I think, he raised some interesting issue, I believe. And also we have Mr. Abdul Basit, a retired ambassador. Also he will discuss some critical, significant portion of the issue. We have the Dr. the Ejaz Akram, current professor of the religion and politics in the university in China. And also we have the Arshad Mahmoud, is an executive director and the co-founder of the Center for Peace and Development and Reform and the Columnist of Reform. And we have the Ahmed Qureshi, and he appears on the several the media outlets like the Al Arabiya, Al Jazeera, and TRT and the BBC. So I believe that these conflicts, this session will be very interesting to get some findings from it. So we have limited time. So each panel will have just 10 minutes, not the FD, 10 minutes. So we can start with Mr. Senator Mushahid Hussain. Now, the floor is yours.
Senator, your microphone is muted. Could you please turn it on?
Okay. Thank you very much. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Greetings from Islamabad and good afternoon to all the distinguished participants, and special thanks to Ankasam, the think tank from Turkey. And at the outset, I would like to express appreciation to President Erdogan, his government, and the people of Turkey for their consistent support to the just cause of Palestine and Kashmir. And Pakistan also joins in this solidarity. And recently, Turkey and Pakistan were together in the struggle of the Azerbaijan people to restore their territorial integrity and sovereignty over occupied territory by Armenia. It's a great pleasure to be here. And first of all, I'd like to just briefly narrate some of the facts regarding Kashmir, what we in the Pakistan Parliament have done in my capacity as chairman of the Senate Foreign Affairs Committee. Right now, I'm chairman of the Defense Committee, but we had organized on 20th of January this year, a special resolution in the Pakistan Senate seeking the release of one of the most heroic political prisoners in occupied Kashmir, Madam Asiya Andarabi, who is held up on trumped-up charges. Then we had a book launch for her husband. His name is Dr. Qasim Faktu. He is a political prisoner for the last 28 years in Indian jail. And we had a big book launch for him. And then on 27th of January, we called the Foreign Minister of Pakistan, and we had a special meeting on political prisoners in occupied Kashmir, and we also invited their families. And there, the Foreign Minister presented to me a dossier on Indian state terrorism, which extends not just to occupied Kashmir, but also its cross-border terrorism directed against Pakistan, where he mentioned that India has 87 training camps against Pakistan, 66 located in Afghanistan and 21 in India. And then on 23rd of June, we also had a joint resolution in the Pakistan Parliament, which I sponsored, also co-sponsored, because that was just a day before the conference being held in India on Kashmir by Mr. Modi's government. So the Pakistan Parliament is quite active, and I would like to assure you that we will continue our support to the just causes, whether it's Palestine, Kashmir, or Rohingya. And I am also convener of the Parliamentary Forum on Palestine, Kashmir, and Rohingya in the Pakistan Parliament. Just a few facts on Kashmir. Since we talk of the lockdown, which is the longest administrative lockdown in history since 5th of August 2019, I just want to narrate some of the facts. Since 5th of August 2019, when India illegally annexed occupied Kashmir, 15,000 people have been arrested. There have been over 400 extrajudicial killings. There are 900,000 Indian troops occupying Kashmir, which is the highest soldier-civilian ratio in modern warfare. The loss to the economy of Kashmir has been to the tune of $5.3 billion in the last 2.5 years. And 500,000 Kashmiris have lost their jobs, including a lot of them in tourism. And it has been the longest internet lockdown in history. It's almost tantamount to digital apartheid. For 213 days, there was no internet in occupied Kashmir. And the Indian government of Mr. Modi has issued 3.8 million new domiciles because, like Palestine, occupied Palestine, they are trying to change the demographic balance in occupied Kashmir. And most of the people who are coming in are outsiders and they are non-Muslims. So 3.8 million new domiciles have been issued. And in this regard, I would like to say that the international community is also rising to the occasion now. There have been protests and concerns from the United Nations and different parliamentarians. I'd like to mention that on 30th of June, 2021, the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres also expressed his concern on the International Day of the Child that India is using pellet guns. Pellet guns are used against animals during hunting. They are being used against the people of and children of occupied Kashmir. And about 1,100 have been blinded in occupied Kashmir children, and 39 children have been killed. And there are a lot of people who are also maimed because of this Indian atrocities. And then on 18th of March, Senator Menendez, who is the chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee of the United States Senate, he wrote a letter to the American government, especially the Secretary of Defense, General Austin, when he was going to Delhi, that they should raise the concerns about human rights, also not just in occupied Kashmir, but generally also, especially the anti-Muslim sentiment, which is being expressed by the government of Mr. Modi. And then only yesterday, 18 parliamentarians from the European Parliament have risen to the European Commission. They have written a letter, and they have also expressed that the policies of Mr. Modi are based on divisiveness, and they are based on bigotry and bias, especially directed against Muslims. and Islamophobia is an important component of the diplomacy. So this is in a very important context. And now we see that what is the way forward? One question was asked also by the previous moderator and also mentioned by Professor Aktoy Mengol that who are the main stakeholders who do not want a settlement? Well, the main stakeholders are the people of occupied Kashmir, people of Kashmir generally, and even the people who live in Pakistan parts of what we call Azad Kashmir or Free Kashmir. The 12 million Kashmiri people, they are the principal stakeholders. Pakistan and India have signed on to United Nations resolutions that seek the right of self-determination, from which India has reneged consistently since the last 60 years. And then after 5th of August, 2019, China now is also a direct stakeholder because part of Chinese territory was claimed by India after they annexed occupied Kashmir. They also talked of annexing parts of Pakistan and parts of China. So China has also, and China has a bordering region with Kashmir also, Aksai Chin. So China is a party. And the most important party also, apart from Kashmiris, are the international community, the United Nations, because United Nations resolutions are still valid. United Nations resolutions are still relevant because under that, those resolutions, they seek the right of self-determination. And the last such resolution of the United Nations, which mentions the issue of Kashmir and that Kashmiris should, the issue should be resolved peacefully in accordance with the wishes of the Kashmiri people, was passed on 6th of June, 1998, resolution number 1172. And that is and it was a unanimous resolution of the United Nations Security Council. So as recently as 23 years ago, soon after the nuclear tests of India and Pakistan, they said the core cause of conflict is Kashmir. So this is something which is very important to understand. Coming to the future, briefly, I'll sum up. Number one, we're talking of peace in Kabul, peace in Afghanistan. Peace in the region cannot be compartmentalized, cannot be segmented. Peace is indivisible. If we talk of Kashmir, we have to talk of peace in Kashmir also, resolution of Kashmir, and also peace in Afghanistan and Kabul also. And peace in the region has to be seen as an indivisible aspect because otherwise the conflict will continue because the Kashmiri people have rejected the Indian occupation and they are resisting the Indian repression. And the last meeting, which was convened by Prime Minister Modi on 24th of June in Delhi last month, even the pro-Indian Kashmiri leadership has rejected the Indian annexation decision of 5th of August 2019. So on that, there is an across-the-board consensus. Secondly, it's important to understand that the status quo in Kashmir is untenable. The status quo meaning that the decision to annex occupied Kashmir and to keep it under occupation. And it's a lesson of history. India is on the wrong side of history. If the Americans could not continue the occupation in Afghanistan, if the Russians before that could not continue, if the white supremacist system, apartheid, could not continue in South Africa, India is not immune from the course of history. And otherwise, this could even lead to further divisions in India between different provinces. Plus, there are 17 insurgencies and separatist movements in India, apart from the indigenous, popular, spontaneous, and widespread uprising of the Kashmiri people. So that, I think, is extremely important. And also, I think it's important to understand that we are at a crossroads in Asia. On the one side, there is a talk of a new Cold War, containment of China. The other side, there is the vision of connectivity and cooperation. Pakistan supports connectivity and cooperation. We are part of the Belt and Road Initiative. We are part of the Turkmenistan, Afghanistan, Pakistan, India pipeline. We are part still of the Iran-Pakistan pipeline, which was also including India in the past. So we hope that this connectivity, this transition to geoeconomics, that Pakistan as the hub can be connecting South Asia with Central Asia, with China, Iran, and Afghanistan, and of course also with Turkey, inshallah, that this should be the way forward rather than any connectivity or rather than any containment or Cold War. And finally, I'd like to say there's an inextricable linkage between the issues of Palestine and Kashmir. Both are issues left over from history. Both are issues of United Nations Security Council resolutions which are not implemented. Both are issues of Islamophobia and racism.
I am sorry, but remember that just remind that you have 1 minute.
Okay, and both are issues of Palestine and Kashmir. they are issues that are linked with peace and security in the Middle East and South Asia, respectively. And finally, both Palestine and Kashmir are issues of trying to change the demographic balance, convert a majority into a minority, both in Palestine and Kashmir. That is why both issues should be pursued with the same tenacity and commitment that we pursue principles of the United Nations Charter. And I thank all the participants for their interest in Kashmir and their support to the just cause of the Kashmiri people. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Senator. That's a very good presentation. And unfortunately, because of the time limitation, we will continue with Mr. Ambassador Abdul Basit. Now, dear Ambassador.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you very much for inviting me to be on this very distinguished panel. And I would like to express my gratitude to NCASM for organizing this international conference, and which is indeed very timely. I would just be making 3 points which I strongly feel that need to be underlined again and again in order to ensure that things are kept in their correct perspective. First, after having served in New Delhi as Pakistan's High Commissioner for over 3 years, even then, I had reached a conclusion that Pakistan and India relations will never normalize unless Jammu and Kashmir dispute is resolved. No matter how much we try, how much confidence building measures we take, the fact of the matter is that we have been taking 1 step forward and 2 steps back. And this has been the pattern. Since India has always avoided substantive, meaningful talks on the Jammu and Kashmir dispute, the 2 countries have not been able to resolve this issue amicably and in accordance with the aspirations of the people of Jammu and Kashmir. So unless the 2 countries sit across the table, and this time around India shows some seriousness of purpose, there is simply no possibility of having a durable, viable peace between the 2 countries. So that is point number 1. My second point is that India, despite having unleashed state terrorism in occupied Jammu and Kashmir, has not been able to win hearts and minds of the occupied Kashmiris. They have given huge sacrifices. Over 100,000 people have been murdered in occupied Jammu and Kashmir. Their economy has been ruined. So state terrorism continues. Draconian laws like ESPA, Disturbed Areas Act, Public Safety Act, all these, this terror has not been able to win the people of Jammu and Kashmir. And India and the Kashmiris are determined to continue with their legitimate struggle against the foreign occupation and now the annexation. So no matter what India does, how many billions of dollars it spends in occupied Jammu and Kashmir, it is highly, highly unlikely that India would ever be able to, or the people of Jammu and Kashmir would ever be able to come to terms with Indian occupation. So that is another point which I wanted to make. My third and last point is that unfortunately we have seen that governments across the world have not been able to put their money where their mouth is. It saddens people in Pakistan and also I'm sure in Turkey and particularly in occupied Kashmir that those Western liberal democracies who do not get tired of issuing sermons on human rights and on democracies, they have simply not been up to the task, unfortunately. We have seen that how the United Nations Security Council after 5th August 2009 kind of prevaricated on convening a formal session on Jammu and Kashmir. Similarly, The Human Rights Council in Geneva has not been able to hold any substantive discussion on the issue, despite the fact that the UN Human Rights Commissioner issued two reports, one in 2018 and the other in 2019, clearly detailing as to how human rights of the next people of Jammu and Kashmir are being suppressed. So Human Rights Council, UN Human Rights Council also failed to act in accordance with its own Human Rights Commissioner. Then, unfortunately, and it saddens, that the OIC itself, despite the fact that Pakistan and Turkey are founding members, even the OIC has not been able to convene a special session. It is also a matter of fact that there is massive support to the Kashmiri cause, but at the people's level. But the governments have failed to step up to the plate, and that is one area which really concerns me. That without governments really, coming forward and putting pressure on India, I doubt that India would ever would show flexibility on this long-standing dispute. It is also very clear that economic interests, commercial interests are trumping human rights in occupied Kashmir. This is a matter of concern, as well as I am concerned and the people of Pakistan are concerned. So we do expect that the international community will rise to the occasion and do the needful in order to put enough pressure on India so that a viable solution to this long-standing dispute is found, which is palatable, tenable, and which is acceptable to the people of Jammu and Kashmir, who are the primary stakeholders in this dispute. So, we can always talk. The West can always issue sermons, hoary statements related to Jammu and Kashmir. But so long as they do not really put tangible, concrete pressure on India, I doubt very much that India would ever be willing to resolve this issue. Though the people of Jammu and Kashmir are determined, they are resolved not to give in, not to give up their struggle. But the question remains as to how we can exert enough pressure on India so that India is forced to resolve this issue in accordance with the UN resolutions. So I would conclude by saying that the people of Jammu and Kashmir have given massive sacrifices. It is time for the international community to see their pain, to see how greatly they are suffering at the hands of state terrorism of India. And time is really now has come for the international community to look beyond their commercial, their vested interests. And unless, South Asia is living in a nuclear environment, and you never know, things can always ratchet up between Pakistan and India. And then much depends. This region, unfortunately, South Asia as a whole, has not been able to gain from the globalization dynamics, in the sense that intra-South Asia trade remains under 5%. There is no connectivity. There is no integration of economies. There is no interdependence because simply everything is hostage to Pakistan-India hostility, and this hostility cannot go away or fade away as long as the Jammu and Kashmir dispute is there. So my humble suggestion and we really appreciate, I must here add, Turkish support. President Erdogan was very clear in his address to the UN Security Council in 2019, and he was, I think, perhaps the only leader who very forcefully, both on Palestine and Kashmir, expressed the Turkish full Turkish support to these two causes. So in Pakistan, we greatly value Turkish support on this particular issue, as well as on Palestine, and we hope that Turkey and Pakistan can work together in order to in order to reach out to the world and create an environment, international environment, wherein it becomes difficult for the world community, for governments, in fact, to ignore what is happening in the next Jammu and Kashmir. Thank you very much.
Dear Ambassador, thank you very much for your presentation, very concise. Although it seems pessimistic, but it is quite realistic, I think. So that is I think the beginning of to find a solution for a conflict. Thank you very much again for your presentation. And we will continue with the dear Professor Ejaz Akram on the issue. Now, dear my colleague, platform is yours.
Thank you very much. My thanks to all the colleagues in Turkey who are organizing the conference, Anakcham and the government of Turkey for putting together this very important conference. In the next few minutes, I will offer to you a discourse which is split in two parts. One is my observations and anticipations and analysis. And in the second part, I will try to imagine a potential future for this region when it comes to the Kashmir conflict. First of all, there is no neutrality in this issue, issue of Kashmir. There is, if you are neutral, then you're really on the side of the aggressor, because there is one party that is aggressing. If this weren't so, we wouldn't be sitting here and having this conference. So as far as objectivity and subjectivity on this issue is concerned, I can only promise you a judicious analysis, but it will be a deeply subjective analysis emanating from our point of view in Pakistan. It will not spare the government of China and will not spare the government of Pakistan either. So this intersubjectivity of scholars may one day bring about objectivity. However, that being said was my first point. I move to my second point. That since there is no middle ground, it is because of the exclusiveness of Hindu fascism in India. Nobody can deny that RSS is a fascist ideology. And so because of this mindset, it leaves no choice for Pakistanis, at least, or other Muslims of the region or the global community to convince India, because they cannot be convinced on this. They know, or they feel that they know, that Kashmir is there, despite all of the evidence that has been presented to you by speakers just before me and in the first panel. Number three, Indians are practicing, Indian government, not all of India, of course, Indian people may not be on board, but a significant part of the Indian population is on board, those who belong to the RSS ideology. Pakistani elite is still practicing liberalism. And it's not even the entire political structure of Pakistan. On the other one hand, there is fascism, and Modi has just said day before yesterday and warned the Pakistani government and the people to vacate and liberate Gilgit-Baltistan because it belongs to them. How audacious and foolish and reckless this statement is, it's apparent for everybody to see. But Pakistanis, on the other hand, are practicing the dove policy in front of the hawkish policies of the Indian government. And I think this will cost Pakistanis dearly if they don't change and assume a very assertive stance in complete defiance to the Western and the Israeli preferences in this region. So political system and media in Pakistan are compromised, which needs, our state needs to take attention of this and completely make a policy shift away from that if they want to help the occupied Kashmiris of India, and if they want to help the Azad Kashmir of Pakistan. Number 4, due to Indian government's intransigence, there is no chance of talks. India will only come to its senses if there are enough kinetic actions taken on ground which force them to come onto the table. Otherwise, they will not come onto the table. Ambassador Basit has already said that in his long experience being the High Commissioner in Delhi of Pakistan, that they will never come to table. They were never serious about talks. Unless they are punished in some way, they will not come to the talking table. Number 5, there is no chance of nuclear war in the short run. In the long run, maybe because of the Indian stupidity, Indian government's stupidity, there could be a risk of such a thing. But in the short run, there is no such chance in my own analysis and opinion, because the Indians are being guided by US policy preferences in this region. And that does not include nuclear holocaust just as yet. Number 6, India is on the verge of disintegration because of the Modi RSS fascism. It will lead the United States to push India to attack Pakistan in Kashmir because they want to scuttle the CPEC and the BRI process in the world. And no person, no country with sane leadership will do that. But in India, the world powers have found a leadership that is not sane by any stretch of imagination. And these extremists can be convinced to attack Pakistan in the Kashmir region because they have already failed in Afghanistan. They were supposed to attack the Taliban directly, bring their military, their forces inside Afghanistan and take kinetic actions. But on the other hand, what India preferred in Afghanistan was to do terrorism by proxy means. And so US is not happy about that because as their forces leave, they wanted the Indians to come into Afghanistan with troops and fight the Taliban. The Taliban have already defeated a 48-nation coalition with the biggest militaries, strongest technologies, and so forth, but they failed. So India is shivering and do not want to face the Taliban inside Afghanistan. So US now is going to go on track 2 of their policy and ask them now to strike Pakistan from Kashmir. Number 7, China is determined to protect its BRI and CPEC at all cost. The Indians know it, the Pakistanis know it, the whole world knows it. But that the Chinese will protect their path of development, and Pakistan is very crucial in that scheme of things. So they will push Pakistani government and the military. The Chinese will push the Pakistani government and the military to protect itself. The US is pushing the Pakistani state, Pakistani government and the military to self-destruct, to cut their own throat. And Pakistan and China in this whole thing are, I think, likely to prevail. And I think that the pressure that the Pakistani government and our state is under is likely to get alleviated by the Chinese policies in the region, in which they knock some sense into our elite to change course than to keep following this self-destructive path, which is keep on placating, keep on being lovey-dovey to the Indians, do not say a thing against them, and so forth. So this has changed a little bit in the recent times, and I think you will see in days to come, it will change more. That was the first 7 observations that and anticipations that I presented to you. Now I come to trying to imagine a future as to what might happen. All people who have a sagacious and a serious view of history know that injustice cannot prevail for very long. Very, very big powers have come in history and have gone and have crumbled right in front of our eyes. But for some reason, this sinking Titanic of the West upon which India is riding, this logic defies. They think that we will defy the logic and we will become triumphant through fraud, manipulation, terrorism. We will become triumphant and we will keep on suppressing the forces of justice forever. So very poor understanding of history and statecraft is being practiced by that side. If you look at Pakistan, why it was created, and after it was created, Afghanistan and Pakistan are really definitely the same region, culturally, geographically, ethnically, lots of similarities. Afghanistan is landlocked, constantly needs the land of Pakistan to access sea, trade, and so forth. Every Pashtun inside Pakistan has a Punjabi who is his business partner. Every Punjabi family or Pashtun family has intermarriage amongst each other. So Pakistan really, if you want to break Pakistan, the enemies of Pakistan, and if they draw a wedge between the Pashtun-Punjabi alliance, the military implodes, the ISI will implode, and the country will implode. That's the secret of the glue that holds Pakistan together, is that these two predominant communities are very close with each other. One is more Central Asian in character, and the other inherits very long Indian history. Across the border from the Pakistani Pashtun side are the Afghan Pashtuns, who are a majority in that country. And across the border from the Pakistani side of Punjab are the East Punjabis, who are predominantly Sikhs, who are not happy with India. So the nucleus which lies inside Pakistan, the Pashtun-Punjabi alliance, spills over in Afghanistan, and there their friends are the Afghan resistance against foreign occupation, whom you also call Taliban. And across the border from the Western Punjab of Pakistan, you have the Eastern Punjab, who are the Sikh community, who are sick with India, and they lament and they repent that they sided with India. Their treacherous leadership actually sided with India, and now they're unhappy about that. They would rather have a visa-free entry in Pakistan. They would rather have Khalistan, their own country, which would buffer between Pakistan and India. So on the western side of Pakistan, you have these men with beards and turbans who are making a lot of headway in deoccupying Afghanistan. On the eastern side of Pakistan, you have these men with beards and turbans who are ever closer to Pakistan and would love to militarize their resistance, as it happened in 1980s during the time of General Zia. The Sikh resistance was militarized. So this is a cross. I call it the Pak cross, the Pakistan, Afghanistan, Kashmir, Khalistan cross. The east-west segment of this cross comes from Mazar-e-Sharif, Kabul, Jalalabad, Peshawar, Islamabad, Lahore, and goes from Amritsar beyond. The
Mr. Akram,
north-south...
please, just 1 minute. You have 1 minute, Mr. Akram. Sorry about that.
Yes, that's okay. I will wrap up. Last comment. The north segment of this cross comes from China and cuts the east-west segment and goes to Gwadar, from Kashgar to Gwadar. On this cross, all of the trade will take place in the future, and the security has to be granted first. The disintegration of India is likely to solidify this cross, in which the people from the Sikh community, whatever type of dispensation they produce, and the people from Afghanistan, the Pashtuns and the non-Pashtuns all together, and Central Asian will also come through Gwadar, and that the north-south corridor will assure that this east-west segment is also liberated. That will happen at some point in future, and the Indians should worry about that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I believe that we may agree most of your observation, but in the following session, I think your the one observation is that India just need kinetic action. It will be further elaborated, further discussed. I think that was the interesting point. We will see. Thank you very much again for this. And we will continue with the Ershad Mahmoud, with this presentation. I give the floor.
Thank you very much. at the outset, I thank you for organizing this timely conference on Kashmir, particularly a few days before the 5th August, which reminds us the day when India revoked Article 370 and 35A, fabricated the Indian held Jammu and Kashmir state, and downgraded it into a union territory. The Indian held Jammu and Kashmir has witnessed an unprecedented constitutional, political, and socio-economic engineering during the last 2 years. The 5th August action is considered a watershed movement in the history of Kashmir and also an existential threat to the people of Jammu and Kashmir. Kashmiri, cutting across the political divide, felt betrayed and constantly humiliated by the authorities, particularly after the 5th August 2019. It is a matter of fact that during last 2 years, BJP has expedited the implementation of its ideological and civilizational agenda towards Kashmir. New Delhi has silently enforced a process of political, constitutional, cultural, and economic disempowerment, which ultimately will turn Kashmir into a Hindu majority state. For example, no Indian citizens are eligible to purchase land and property after having domicile. A demographic change, installation of a Hindu chief minister in a Muslim majority state isn't a far-fetched fear. Recently, as Mishal Sir told you, Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi held an all-party meeting with the unionist leaders of Indian-held Kashmir. The core purpose of this meeting was to spread the narrative of normalization across the world. Secondly, he sought support to implement the demilitation exercise without making any reconciliatory gesture or announcing fresh confidence-building measures. It is widely believed that the insistence on the delimitations of the assembly constituencies is meant to increase non-Muslim seats in the assembly so that a Hindu chief minister can be installed. New Delhi was expecting that the direct rule over Indian-held Kashmir would open up new economic and political opportunities for the local people, and prevailing Kashmir conflict-centric narrative and identity would gradually vanish. Contrary to this, the people of Ladakh and even Jammu are echoing Kashmiri's demand for the restoration of full statehood. A sizable number of the Hindus and Buddhist leaders and civil society activists also insisting on the revival of the Article 370 and 35A, as they consider it a mean to protect the local inhabitants' identity, job security, and also land rights. The BJP's iron fist approach also caused massive economic losses due to the lockdown, history's longest ever e-curfew, the suspension of the internet, and political turmoil followed by the COVID-19 pandemic. The business, during last 2 years, the business activities remained closed for 11 months, which caused a loss worth approximately 70,000 crores to the local business community. The resumption of the ceasefire along the line of control in February 2021 has generated hope that concrete steps may follow to ensure stability inside Kashmir by reducing curbs on the political activities, releasing Kashmiri prisoners, and halting military operations, which lead to the massive human rights violation, but no positive forward movement was recorded. Pakistan authorities made several positive gestures to restart the dialogue process. Even Army Chief General Qamar Javed Bajwa went to extra mile and offered India to bury the past and start a new chapter of bilateral relationships. Unfortunately, no reciprocal gesture was shown from New Delhi. Neither human rights conditions were improved in Kashmir, nor detained Kashmiri leaders were released or other prisoners. Consequently, the window of opportunity is no longer exist. We got back to square one. Before I conclude, I would like to make a few points for the consideration. It is time to realize that no unilateral solution to the Jammu and Kashmir is possible, nor is present status quo maintainable. Resumption of the dialogue and involvement of all Kashmiri stakeholders in the dialogue process is imperative to find a lasting solution. The last 2 years' experience shown that the people of Kashmir seek peace and support the normalization of India-Pakistan relations, but with dignity, and are not willing to compromise on their fundamental position, which is based on the right to choose their destiny in a free and impartial manner. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, dear Ershad Mahmoud. I can agree that there will be no unilateral solution. Yes, you are right. Of course, you are right. You know, India is part of this process, so there is no unilateral solution, as you suggest. Now we will continue with Ahmed Qurashi. Sorry about my pronunciation, but Ahmed, yes, dear Ahmed, platform is yours.
Yes, thank you very much, Professor Akshay. It's an honor to be here with this very distinguished panel. And I'll just be very quick with a few points. I think the speakers before me covered much of the conflict, so I'll just focus on a quick 3 or 4 points. And I'd like to begin by saying that, first of all, the resurgence and the return of the attention to the Kashmir conflict and return of the Kashmir conflict to the international stage is really a win for the values of freedom and justice. And it's an amazing story of how a conflict that was sidelined for most of the Cold War made a return to the international stage in the year 2016. It's a story worth analyzing how that happened. It's a long one. I will not cover it, but I'll move forward to say that it was great to watch the United Nations in the year 2016 break its, I would say, almost half a century of silence in 2016 and come out and bring Kashmir in a way to the list of very urgent international conflicts that require immediate attention from the international community. It was really very important. It was also very heartening and very positive to see the United Nations document the entire body of human rights violations in Indian occupied Kashmir in 2 reports that were referred to by the speakers earlier. This is very important. Why? Because much of the sidelining of Kashmir conflict during the Cold War meant also disappearance from the international human rights discourse of some very, very serious human rights violations that happened in Kashmir that really deserved international attention. And luckily, the United Nations, the Human Rights Council, the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, for the first time included these very serious human rights violations that often Kashmiris complained did not get enough international attention. It was good to see the UN put them in 2 international documents that are permanently now part of the international record on how India treated Kashmiri people, this impressive and amazing nation under Indian control for 6 or 7 decades now. So these are very important developments. Another one, of course, is the fact that especially after 2016 and in these 5 years, we've seen the body of work that the international media has produced in terms of coverage on what's happening in Kashmir is tremendous, is amazing. I would even venture out to say as a journalist, probably this is what we've seen, the media work and coverage on Kashmir in these last years internationally from all media outlets. I would specifically also mention the media in Turkey and elsewhere worldwide, really. The coverage on human rights violations, on how the Kashmiris are living is immense, is tremendous. And it gives me a lot of satisfaction as a human rights defender, also as a journalist and an activist, to say that Kashmir is no longer a forgotten conflict and cannot be pushed aside the way, unfortunately, several governments, various governments in India tried to do over the past 7 decades. So all of these are really tremendous and positive developments that need to be highlighted. And that it's also heartening to see that a country like India, a huge country with tremendous web of and network of international relations, might have succeeded for some time in deferring or delaying international attention and focus, especially the international media's focus at Kashmir, might have succeeded in delaying it for some time. But even a country with so much to offer in terms of a quid pro quo in exchange for sidelining this conflict, was not able really to do it and did not succeed. And here we are discussing Kashmir on this distinguished forum and other international forums. So it's all of these things really are very positive developments. And this brings me really to my last point, a couple of points very quickly. One is that the Kashmiris and also Pakistan, we are not the enemies of India. And we did not choose to be enemies of India. And even now, Kashmiris and even Pakistan, and I'm not speaking on behalf, of course, of Pakistan, but if you, in my conversations with all sorts of Pakistani as well, it's very obvious that neither Pakistan nor Kashmiris are enemies of India. Even now, they would choose to coexist peacefully in this region and share in the prosperity that could come from conflict resolution. Unfortunately, the choice and the onus really rests with India as the larger country in the region that should actually show magnanimity to move forward toward conflict resolution. And that is my concluding point, conflict resolution, how to translate. We have a challenge right now. It's great to see all of this progress in the last 5 years, the international focus in Kashmir, but how to translate this focus on human rights violations into conflict resolution. It is conflict resolution where there's stagnation right now, where we are unable to move forward. Unfortunately, Indian diplomacy, with all of its history, unfortunately, a country of that size is unable to put forward creative diplomacy to resolve this conflict, which actually harms India before anyone else. Kashmiris, of course, have suffered, the region has suffered, but it is India that is actually paying the price for sustaining this conflict. So it's time really to move toward conflict resolution. We've covered human rights violations enough. It's documented now internationally. We need to move forward toward conflict resolution. We need to push forward for that. And it's a huge challenge for India. It's also a huge challenge for Pakistan. Pakistan has paid a huge price of sustaining this conflict as well, done tremendously, gone into wars. It's time to move forward towards conflict resolution. Requires creative diplomacy. It's a challenge for diplomats. It's a challenge also for politicians. Let's see how we can move forward in that. But let's push for conflict resolution. Enough of talking about human rights violations, which are already documented. How we can do that is another subject. Maybe we can tackle it later. I'm sure we don't have time on this forum right now to delve into options and how can we move forward towards conflict resolution. And in conclusion, I thank very much Ankara Center for Crises and Political Research, Professor Mehmet Saifuddin Rol, and also Professor Mehmet Shukru Guzel also for the invitation. And thank you very much.
Okay, dear Ahmed, thank you very much. I like your creative diplomacy. Yeah, that is good. We need that one for the kinetic action. I mean, the creative diplomacy, I think, is the key, one of the key for the resolution of that issue. So thank you very much for this. I think in this session, all the panelists contributed a lot. We with this good presentation, very complete, very comprehensive, very concise. So time is okay, Jan, dear Sami. I think our time is okay. So we will continue with our session. Thank you very much again, dear panelists, for your contribution. Thank you very much for all of these. Sami.
Thank you, Professor Bingo. Yes, we are strictly on time, and that's a good thing. We thank you for your moderation, and we thank all the speakers again in the session for their valuable comments. We here as the organizing team have been listening from the morning with great delight that we are getting different perspectives, which helps the issue. Without further ado, now I'll leave the floor to the next moderator, to Professor Jalaluddin Sanjarimar, who is the Senior Advisor of Al-Qassam. Mr. Imar, you have the floor. But I would like to just state that Mr. Rakesh Sharma is not present. He has some medical issues. He won't be able to attend. And we are trying to reach to Mr. Shabir Chaudhary. We could begin with the other speakers at the moment.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sami. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now in time. One speaker is failing, so that we have a little bit more time to speak. Normally, if we had 4 speakers, roughly 12 minutes we have available. But now, the time, one speaker, very important speaker, I would say, Dr. Rakesh Sharma. I wish the best for his health. That means we have 3 speakers. Dr. Shabir Chaudhary, are you there?
Professor Imar, we are trying to reach to him. We contacted him in the morning. He said he will be attending, but currently he's not in the room. We could continue with the next speaker. Yeah.
Okay. The next speaker is Jamil Maksud. Is he there? Mr. Jamil Maksud?
Yes, he's here. Mr. Jamil, your microphone is muted.
Yes. Mr. Jamil Maksud is Secretary General for the Committee on Foreign Affairs of the United Kashmir People's National Party. And the other speaker, Dr. Shabir Chaudhary, is the president of the Foreign Affairs Committee. I hope he will join us also. Then in that case, we can start with Jamil Maksud. I think you have a little bit more time as 10 minutes, because you can speak 15 minutes if you wish. Please, you have the floor, Mr. Maksud.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm thankful to the President of Ankara Center for Crisis and Policy Studies for having me here today at this seminar to discuss various aspects of Jammu and Kashmir. I would like to express my point of view straightforward and as per historical events unfolded in the state of Jammu and Kashmir and its neighborhood. The state of Jammu and Kashmir was officially founded on 16th day of March 1846 under the Treaty of Amritsar between Maharaja Gulab Singh and the British East India Company. The Treaty of Amritsar was concluded on 16th March, was the continuation of the Treaty of Lahore of 9th March 1846. We need to differentiate between Kashmir and state of Jammu and Kashmir. Mr. Chairman and distinguished guests, the state of Jammu and Kashmir was gradually evolving in its contemporary political and constitutional epoch, particularly during the reign of Maharaja Rambir Singh from 1856. By the end of 1860s, he has also annexed Gilgit and small states like Hunza and Nagar. During his reign, a modern judicial system was established, civil and criminal laws were also enacted and consolidated into Rambir Penal Code, RPC, which had great impact on the society and polity of the erstwhile state in the later years. He has also founded separate departments for the foreign affairs, home affairs, civil affairs, and army. He founded a silk factory in the state and promoted trade. The famous shawl industry has flourished much during his reign, which provided employment and minimum income to the state subjects. Begar or forced labor was abolished and child marriages were also outlawed during his reign. Under greatest reforms, 1-degree college each at Jammu province of Wales, Jammu Prince of Wales College, established in 1907, and Srinagar Sri Pratap College, established in 1905, and Amar Singh Technical Institute at the later 1914, and Sri Pratap Technical School at the former 1924 were maintained to meet the demands for higher education. By 1938, Sri Pratap College achieved the distinction of being the second largest college affiliated to the Punjab University. Modern hospitals for both male and female were also established at Srinagar and Jammu. In other towns and important villages, medical dispensaries under the charge of qualified doctors were opened. This establishment went a long way in improving the health of the people. Smallpox used to take a very heavy toll of life in the valley. Vaccination on an extensive scale was introduced in 1894, to prevent the disease. He was the ruler who opposed British to appoint resident officer in Kashmir. He resisted that there is no such clause in the Treaty of Amritsar. Upon his death on 12th September 1885, Governor General and Lord Ripon appointed Pratap Singh to succeed Maharaja Rambir Singh. In return, a British resident officer was appointed in Jammu and Kashmir. After the death of Pratap Singh, Maharaja Hari Singh ascended the throne in 1925. In Jammu Kashmir, during the reign of Maharaja Hari Singh, the historical state subject rule was introduced on 20th of March 1927. Under that law, the land rights of the people were protected. Different sections of the state have been taking its credit, but the real perspective is that Maharaja Hari Singh was aware of the situation which was evolving in Palestine with regard to that land. That law has had historical impact on political and socio-cultural and ethno-lingual diversity of the erstwhile state of Jammu and Kashmir. Maharaja Hari Singh continued till 1961 as only title. He brought a number of reforms in various fields for the development of the people of the princely state of Jammu and Kashmir. Social reforms, legal reforms, educational reforms, economical reforms, and agrarian reforms, etc. These reforms put far-reaching impact on the administration and common man in the development of the society. At many occasions, he had to reiterate that justice is his religion and he is bound to dispense it without any prejudice of caste, color, ethnic, racial, or social or religious orientation of the people of the state. Mr. Chairman and esteemed panelists, the partition of British India and the state of Jammu and Kashmir. Jammu Kashmir was one of the largest princely states outside of British India. Article 7B of the Indian Independence Act states that all such agreements with Indian states lapses. That's why the Governor General of Pakistan agreed on standstill agreement with the ruler of Jammu and Kashmir on 12th of August 1947. A fundamental principle was also agreed between All India Congress and All India Muslim League about the future status of all the princely states. It was agreed that the rulers of the state shall have all the legal authority to decide about the future status of their states. But unfortunately, that agreement did not last long, and Pakistan started a military expedition in Jammu and Kashmir under Operation Gulmarg in Jammu and Kashmir and Operation Datta Khair in Gilgit-Baltistan. The tribesmen were equipped, trained, and transported by the Pakistani military, invaded in Jammu and Kashmir on 22nd of October 1947. Those who entered into our state started indiscriminate killing of innocent people. The Muzaffarabad town was razed to the ground and thousands of non-Muslims were killed in Mirpur, in Punch, in Bagh areas, and most of the young girls were kidnapped and later sold to the brothels of Peshawar in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, then northwestern frontier province of Pakistan. The tribal invaders who have had the backing of the Pakistani military reached Baramulla and left a story of death and destruction. Master Abdulaziz, a local leader in Muzaffarabad, and Maqbul Sherwani in Baramulla were killed sans mercy by those savages. During this devastated situation, the Maharaja of Jammu and Kashmir, Mr. Hari Singh, requested India to save his state against incursion. The Treaty of Accession was signed between the Governor General of India, Lord Mountbatten of Burma, and Maharaja Hari Singh on 26th of October 1947. The Indian forces soon landed in Srinagar and started pushing back those who were busy in loot, rape, and destroying of the property. Even in Baramulla, Christian Missionary Hospital was burned and the nurses were raped and killed, including Muslim women were not spared of their savagery in Baramulla town. Under those unfavorable circumstances, the question of Jammu and Kashmir was taken to the United Nations Security Council on 1st of January 1948 by the Government of India complaint against Pakistan. In its response to the counter-complaint, Pakistan initially denied any of her involvement in the events that were unfolding in Jammu and Kashmir. The historical documents, cables, and telegrams between all the actors shows that it was all orchestrated by the British officers and their aides in Pakistan. The United Nations Security Council adopted its first resolution on 17 January 1948, the second on 20th of January 1948, third on 21st of April 1948. In the previously adopted UNSC resolutions, it was unanimously stressed on both India and Pakistan to stop further hostilities under their jurisdiction in Jammu and Kashmir. On 3rd June 1948, the UN Security Council has noted, once again cited previous resolution adopted by the Council, directives, Article 2 directs the United Nations Commission for India and Pakistan to proceed without delay to the areas of dispute with a view to accomplishing in priority the duties assigned to it by the Resolution 47/1948. Due to the time constraint, I would skip reading all those resolutions. However, they will be made part of my written statement afterwards. The United Nations Commission for India and Pakistan, UNCIP, has concluded truce agreement on 13th of August 1948. All the three parts of the truce agreement are worth reading, and that can be clearly felt that Pakistan has so mischievously delayed on acting upon those stipulations imposed on her by the UNCIP, United Nations Commission for India, Pakistan. In the proposal, Part 2A, 2 and 3 states that as the presence of troops of Pakistan in the territory of the state of Jammu and Kashmir constitute a material change in the situation, since it was represented by the government of Pakistan before the Security Council, the government of Pakistan agrees to withdraw its troops from the state. Number 2, the government of Pakistan will use its best endeavor to secure the withdrawal from the state of Jammu and Kashmir of tribesmen and Pakistani nationals not normally resident therein, who have entered the state for the purpose of fighting. Number 3, pending a final solution, the territory evacuated by the Pakistani troops will be administered by the local authorities under the surveillance of the Commission. And in part 3, the free expression of the people is guaranteed. Ironically, the proxy war that was launched soon after the creation of Pakistan never ended. Few years later, another covert operation known as Operation Gibraltar was launched to create unrest in Jammu and Kashmir. On 2nd March 1963, Pakistan signed a border agreement with China and surrendered Shaksgam Valley to China. Legally, Pakistan has no such locus to alter the regional geography, but the Cold War has provided Islamabad that opportunity to take whatever measures they wish. Article 6 of the Sino-Pakistan Agreement states that the two parties have agreed that after the settlement of the Kashmir dispute between Pakistan and India, the sovereign authority concerned will reopen negotiations with the government of the People's Republic of China on the boundary as described in Article 2 of the present agreement, so as to sign a formal boundary treaty to replace the present agreement. It is also imperative to note that the people of the state of Jammu and Kashmir refused to cooperate with those who entered into the territory and caught them red-handed. The result was 1965 war between Pakistan and India. At the intervention of USA and United Soviet Socialist Republic, a truce agreement was agreed between Pakistan and India on 11th January 1966. It was agreed upon that both states shall return to their previous positions and would resume talks to resolve bilateral issues. The Operation Gibraltar and Operation Grand Slam once again thwarted cordiality of the peaceful resolution between both the neighboring states. The policy
Mr. Maksud, you have spoken 10 minutes. You have 5 minutes more.
Okay.
Can you organize it, please?
Okay. I'm going to skip some more details. So, in order to conclude my speech, and later on I will submit my written statement.
Okay.
So I would like to read some. The Human Rights Commission of Pakistan in its 2021 annual report has exposed Pakistani policies in Azad Kashmir and Gilgit-Baltistan, recognized the fact that both peripheries have been camouflaged from the outer world, where the concept of fundamental human rights and political freedoms is far beyond understanding of the civilized world. In its introductory remarks, the HRCP says that the AJK Legislative Assembly enacted the AJK Human Rights Commission Act 2020 to constitute a commission designated to document the human rights situation in the region. The commission's structure remains questionable and it has not yet begun functioning. Number 2, no formal data is available to gauge the intensity of human rights violation in Azad Jammu and Kashmir under the administration of Pakistan, as the region has no designated human rights groups or individuals to monitor and record violations. Numerous human rights violations took place during this year, including suppression of the right of freedom to expression and assembly and access to infrastructure and internet. The AJK government deregistered 424 civil society organizations working in the region. Another year passed without local body polls being held in Azad Jammu and Kashmir. The local body elections were held in 1991. So these were the last 30 years, there were no local bodies elections. The student unions are not functioning. They were banned in 1979 under the regime of Ziaul Haq. And so they were not allowed to function back. That's why the students have no choice to become the tool of pro-Pakistani political groups in Pakistani administrated Kashmir. Respected delegates and Mr. Chairman, the elections of the local legislative assembly has always been rigged and manipulated by the secret agencies of Pakistan and by the land officers deputed from Islamabad to the region since 1947. The most recent elections held on 25th of July this year were the worst of all kinds and have broken all the records of political and electoral engineering. Mr. Ali Amin Gandapur, the Minister of Kashmir Affairs, has been openly distributing money and has been making proclamations that his government in Islamabad shall repay to the people for every vote they shall entrust in the favor of his political party, the ruling Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf, mean Pakistan Justice Party, that is everything but without justice. Similar announcement has also been made by the Prime Minister Imran Khan during his address to the elections campaign in various constituencies in Pakistan administered to Kashmir. Irony of the situation is that the people vote, but Islamabad decide who will be the top public office holder as the Prime Minister, President, or the member of the cabinet. Dear
Mr.
Mr.
Maksud,
Chairman,
your time is over.
the last minute, I need only 1 minute, sir.
Yes.
Our party has been constantly demanding that fundamental freedoms and human rights must be ensured in both peripheries in so-called Azad Kashmir and Gilgit-Baltistan under Pakistan since 1947, but so far no measures are taken by the government of Pakistan. We oppose to culture of proxy wars and covert operations in our state. We do oppose extremist elements like Lashkar-e-Taiba, Jaish-e-Mohammed, Hizbul Mujahideen, and others who perform acts of terrorism with the help of deep state in Pakistan. We are also pro-people and pro-democracy political party that believes in the universality of the human rights and to respect the religious, cultural, lingual, ethnic, or racial identities of the people within Jammu and Kashmir and outside. We believe that the ethno-lingual and ethno-religious diversity is one of the biggest strengths of the erstwhile state of Jammu and Kashmir. The people of different groups have been living in peace, harmony, and love. It will be only possible that the entire state be reunited and its sovereignty be granted by the international as well as regional powers. Without attaining that goal, the dream of peace, stability, and regional integrity would remain unaccomplished. I thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Maksud. You have used the time and you have explained us how this conflict has been developed historically and how the ways to solve this conflict are also possible after your opinion. In the written form, you will send the details and then we will see. But interesting would be also how is your party is staying to this question. But I think Mr. Shabir, Dr. Shabir Chowdhury, if he is available, probably he will speak about that matter. I don't know. Is he available?
If he is not, then I will be happily to respond on any question raised by you, sir.
Yes, I think important will be here also the position of your party, United Kashmir People's Party, how you are thinking that this conflict will be solved. I think shortly that is important.
Yes, sir. First of all, we want a peaceful environment between India and Pakistan. So the peace, the trade, the culture, and the people-to-people contact must be resumed. And so the people of all parts of Jammu and Kashmir, which are divided between India and Pakistan, 2 parts are under Pakistan and 1 part is under India. So they should be allowed to interact with each other socially, culturally, politically, and also the legal fraternity, the journalist fraternity, the doctors, the students, and the political leaders should be allowed to visit without any hurdle, so that they could find a common grounds to resolve this conflict. This is the one point. The second point is, if India and Pakistan would remain on hostile position, there will be no resolution, and the people of Jammu and Kashmir will be the biggest sufferers in this conflict. So we want India and Pakistan to revolve to review on their trade agreement, on their cultural ties, and on other bilateral relations that must be improved, so that a culture of trust should be bridged, and mistrust should be vanished away, so that they could sit together and the people of Jammu and Kashmir be provided. The different actors, the political parties should also be provided an opportunity to interact with each other in a free and fair environment, so that they could come to a point. This is the second thing. The third thing is, under the administration of Pakistan, we have a interim constitution which was adopted on 1974. It is known as the interim constitution. So it's Article 7, sub-article 3. It says, no person or political party shall be allowed to take part in activities which are prejudicial or detrimental to the ideology of state accession with Pakistan. So practically, we are not allowed to speak, to write, to propagate, to talk, anything apart from that we want our state accession with Pakistan. So we cannot talk about the accession with India. We are not allowed to talk about unification of the entire state. We cannot talk about the letter and spirit of the self-determination. We cannot talk about our independent, a separate entity or state or whatever could be the future status. The only thing which left for us is that by hook or by crook, we have to support Pakistan, that we want Jammu Kashmir accession with Pakistan. So all these discriminatory laws should be abolished from the law so that people can get involved into democratic process. And this is also said by the United Nations Human Rights Commissioner report on 14th of June 2018 and 2019. It was said by the European Parliament report resolution adopted on 24th of May 2007. It was reported by the Human Rights Watch report in 2006, the title with friends like this. So there are several resolutions, several reports that indicates that how Pakistan has crushed the dissenting voices under its administration and did not allow them to function democratically, peacefully, and freely.
Mr. Maksud, there is one point. The Indian government has decided to make a change in their constitution related to Jammu Kashmir. Is it not a problem for the solution of this conflict?
It is also a problem because we did not endorse those constitutional encroachments. We call India to rethink and revisit their decision which they have taken in 2019 and give the Jammu and Kashmir special status back, which was guaranteed in 1951.
Yes, you are defending.
Yes,
you are defending these ideas.
Yes. Obviously and very openly, we are not hesitant and to defending the right of autonomy and the right of self-governance of the people of Jammu and Kashmir in all parts, not only in Srinagar, but the same the people of Pakistani administered Kashmir in the two regions, they have the same right, that their right of self-governance and autonomy should be respected and restored.
Yes. Thank you very much. That was very important contribution.
Thank you very much, sir.
There was, just a moment, I have seen something there. Mr. Babek, I think, was there. He wanted to make a comment. Mr. Babek, if I have read this correctly, if you want to make a comment to this point, please.
Unmute. Hello, I'm Babek Rezvani from Amsterdam. I want to say something. When we say trying to look at it objectively, it is correct. It is always subjective, but we try to point to the facts and not to our own political view. There is something that I told, that the states, no matter whether they have legal rights or not, are reluctant to lose territory. So the line of control between India and Pakistan, it has become a fact, and day by day it's becoming stronger. This is not the same situation as Nagorno-Karabakh. In Nagorno-Karabakh, Russia, let's say the biggest imperial power, and the country south of that, Iran, never accepted Karabakh being part of Armenia. So from the beginning, it was illegal, and Armenia itself also did not say officially that Karabakh was part of it. Abkhazia, South Ossetia are not recognized. Kosovo is the only exception that international community has accepted. and Crimea is just put in silence because Russia is very strong. And this is one thing, the size and the might.
Can you come to an end, because we have a very limited time. Please, one sentence, and then we have to go to the other speaker.
There is another thing, declaration of national self-determination of indigenous people in 2007. It forbids separatism.
Yes.
So if the Kashmiris are indigenous people, this document forbids any changes in the
status.
Yes.
Like it was before. Like Indian government has done this change. It is against it. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Babek, for your contribution. Okay, our next speaker, if Dr. Shabir Chowdhury is not available, then we have a journalist, Iftikhar Gilani. Is he available?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, you are a very experienced journalist at international stage also, not only in India and Pakistan, also in Turkish news agency you are active. Your observations and your contributions are very valuable. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and good morning and good afternoon, depends on which region our audience and you are. Thanks to Ankasam for giving me an opportunity to be here with this August gathering of speakers and audience. There are many learned people here to deal with the issue of Jammu and Kashmir at very great length and propose solutions. I confine myself to an issue that is at hand and is being debated and is at top of the mind right now. Can I share the screen? I have the... Okay.
Yes, Mr. Iftikhar, you have the privilege. You can share.
Okay. So I have this presentation that is which Mr. Irshad Mahmood quite just a while ago actually highlighted, is the delimitation of the assembly constituencies, which is at present being done, and whether it will lead to more disempowerment of the people on ground. Delimitation means the redrawing of the boundaries of the assembly constituencies. So this is the map of Jammu and Kashmir. You see this, how this it has been divided. His map of state has been divided and subdivided. The map shows how the state has changed its boundaries since 1947. How much it has shrunk. What is now left is this. This is now the only part of what is left is called now the Jammu and Kashmir, and it has two divisions: Jammu and Jammu and the Kashmir Valley. This Kashmir. Okay. This Kashmir division, which has 10 districts, and this Jammu division, it has also 10 districts. Here is the census of the 2000. This is the census of Jammu and Kashmir as per the 2011 census. That was the last census officially conducted. In India, the census is conducted after every 10 years, since it is now due in 2021, but was delayed due to various factors like COVID, etc. So this is you can just see that there is 68.31% Muslim population, 28.43 is the Hindus, 1.87 is the Buddhists, no more now, because Ladakh is now a separate union territory. So this is the Kashmir Valley. In the Kashmir Valley, in the 10 districts, Kashmir Valley has a 96.4% of the population, and has the largest also the population as well. It has on the 6.8 million population. And now the Jammu division, which has a 5.3 million, and it has a 62% Hindu population and a 33% Muslim population. But Jammu division itself has three regions. This is the Jammu Travi region, which is bordering the Punjab, and it is the Hindu majority. Then there is the Pir Panchal. It is 74.52% Muslim population, has a Muslim majority, and the Chenab Valley, it is also the Muslim majority, and geographically highly disadvantageous both these regions. This Jammu division is also itself not a very homogeneous. It has these Muslims are 33%, Dalits, the lower caste Hindus 20%, the Brahmins 23%, Rajputs or Dogras, who have ruled actually Kashmir, are mere 12%. These other communities also. So Ladakh division, just for your reference, because it's now part of the whole of the Jammu and Kashmir now, which exists, has this population where the it is because deliberately because of this, there is a misconception that this Ladakh was a Buddhist majority region. It was not Buddhist majority region as per the census conducted in 2011. Muslims here were Buddhists were just 39% and the Muslims were 46%. So there has been the misconception going all around in many of the academic papers as well. This is based on this population and distribution of Jammu and Kashmir, because Kashmir Valley had a 1.4 million more population than the Jammu. So this was the distribution of seats in the previous assembly. Out of 87 seats, 46 seats were for the Kashmir Valley and 37 for the Jammu region. This is all over the international practice because the seats are distributed as per the population. But in March, this Jammu and Kashmir Area Organization Act, which took place what happened? This adopted the Indian Parliament in August 2019, provided a new legislature with 90 seats. So on March 6, 2002, Government of India appointed a delimitation commission that would redraw borders for the Jammu and Kashmir. For Jammu and Kashmir, it was not only for the Jammu and Kashmir; it was for some other states as well. If you can see it here, it was for Assam, Arunachal Pradesh, Manipur, Nagaland. This commission was formed under the Justice Ranjana Desai. But when the term of this commission was extended again in 2021, and in this commission, all these northeastern states, they were removed from its reference that Assam, Arunachal Pradesh, Manipur, Nagaland, they were omitted, and only Jammu and Kashmir was kept in its purview. So it definitely drew some apprehensions. There is something in store for the Jammu and Kashmir, because in other states in Assam, the elections were also conducted without going into the exercise of the delimitation. So on June 24th, this meeting of the 9 mainstream of the pro-India political parties was conducted by the Prime Minister Modi in New Delhi. So in that meeting, actually, the demand of these leaders was that they wanted a return of statehood, they wanted restoration of the assembly as well as the autonomy. They wanted putting stop on the demographic changes. They went of abrogation of the local citizenship law. They wanted restoration and election to regional assembly and setting up of a political structure. But what the Home Minister Amit Shah in his presentation in this meeting, he clearly actually drew a roadmap, and this roadmap was that they will undertake an exercise of delimitation or redrawing of borders of assembly constituencies. Then they will conduct elections as per new demarcations, then allowing a new assembly to adopt a resolution to request New Delhi to return statehood. And this is the catch point here. They want new assembly to actually adopt a resolution and then demand the statehood. When the statehood was taken away from the Jammu and Kashmir, it didn't ask for the previous assembly to actually pass a resolution and ask for the removal of the statehood. It was taken arbitrarily and unilaterally. And once exercise is completed, Indian Home Ministry will draft and then present a legislation to the Parliament, and Jammu and Kashmir parties were asked to participate in the delimitation exercise. And the National Conference was the only party, was one of the major party of the region which has now agreed to attend this delimitation exercise. What happened in this deliberation? One of these meetings, when the meetings took place, one of these meetings, this ex officio member of the BJP, he gave a presentation. He said the area, not population, should be made the criteria for the new assembly constituencies in a bid to increase seats for the Hindu majority Jammu region. What it implies now, this area of Jammu and Kashmir division is 15,946 square kilometers, and Jammu division definitely has more area. It has 26,293 square kilometers. Ladakh is now a separate union territory, and it had a more area. It had 59,146 square kilometers of the area. So if you see that average population per assembly segment in Jammu and Kashmir, the last assembly was this 149 was for Kashmir and 145 for average was for Jammu. And you see the Muslim representation even in the last assembly was just 66.66%, like the 58 members were Muslims. Again, this should have been 68.31% should have been the representation. And Hindu community representation, the last assembly was 31%, and it should have been was 27. Should have, as against their numbers 28.43%. So it was again already they had a more representation of Muslims in Kashmir. They had a very less representation even in the last assembly. And the formula of making population as a criteria for demarcating election cost does not exist anywhere in the India. Even if you go by the other Indian states, Uttar Pradesh has 80 members of parliament, but it has a less area than the Madhya Pradesh, which has more area. I have put it here. If you can, all of you can see it. If all of you can see it. If this area can be made a criteria, then the National Capital Territory of Delhi can never have 7 parliamentary seats in the parliament, because it has a very small area. It has just a 211 square kilometers of area. So definitely the population everywhere in the world is a criteria for defining the political the boundaries of the constituencies. So despite actually Kashmir Valley having the more population, it has same districts at same number of 10 districts as Jammu division has. Here both divisions have same number of district. Because of this, the same both regions have the same number of district development councils. So recently I mentioned this because recently the elections took place in the district development council elections, and it was said that BJP got a lot more seats. It got a lot more seats because of it has increased the district development councils in the Jammu region. It has Kashmir division in terms of population deserved the more district councils and the more districts in this sense. So therefore, in the light of this district development council, there is a likelihood of that there will be distribution of 45 seats each for Jammu as well as for the Kashmir Valley division. It looks that this formula is being evolved. So there is a proposal to reserve 18 seats for the scheduled castes, Dalits, lower caste Hindus and scheduled tribes, and they will be equally distributed in between the regions. So there is a fear that this exercise will decrease the number of Muslims in the assembly, because from the reserved seats, no Muslim, particularly from Kashmir, will be able to contest. So it is actually the time tested. Actually, it is not actually you can't blame for this. It is being practiced elsewhere in India as well. Wherever the seats are reserved for the lower caste Hindus, they mostly give them those seats where there is a possibility of Muslims getting elected. So I mentioned here some of these seats which one of the official Justice Rajendra Sachar committee had put it out, and they had actually recommended also to the government that these seats should be de-reserved so that the Muslims can get more elected to the assemblies, because there is it has been by it is not only for this Modi government which has done it, but this formula is not new and has been applied by the current, not only by the current government but previous so-called secular governments also, to keep Muslim representation in Indian Assembly, Indian Parliament, and the assemblies of various Indian states under control. So this formula is being now actually applied to Jammu and Kashmir as well. So there is already a reduced number of Muslims in the state bureaucracy. It's all the figures, the government figures, which I have got from the Jammu and Kashmir government. It is that out of 24 secretaries, there are just 5 are Muslims. Out of 58 top serving officers, only 12 are Muslims. Like I mentioned that there are 68% Muslims. There are just 17% Muslims in the bureaucracy. In the second tier civilian bureaucracy, there are just 42.06% Muslims. And the police services, out of 66 police officers, just 7 are Muslims. And in second tier of police, it's already figures are here to see for all of you to see, 43.54%. So this, in view of this lower number of Muslims in the state bureaucracy, already now the new scheme of this demarking assembly constituencies and reserving seats will further decrease Muslim representation, particularly from Kashmir, in the political structures, thereby will complete the disempowerment. So there was only this political structure where the Muslims used to feel a kind of a empowerment, because they used to have a, even by the name, the chief minister used to be a Muslim. So by name, at least they had a kind of some kind of a sense of empowerment. So genuine peace is never possible genuine peace is possible only by empowering people. Only peace of a graveyard is possible by disempowering people. The pushing peoples back the wall is a recipe for a disaster. While this, I quote here, the John Home was an architect of the Northern Ireland peace process. He said that even a small fraction of a dissatisfied population can be a perpetual security threat. So therefore, I think for the sake of peace, it's imperative to remove this disaffection and evolve a people-centric approach to settle the issue of Jammu and Kashmir forever, to the lasting peace of South Asia. I actually again appeal here for everybody that we should not engage in the blame games, or as the moderator in the Mr. Aydin in the morning also said that said in the morning, create false narratives or the create false false ideas to attack each other, as you information lab quite recently actually gave in a very detailed, and blame each other and go for counter blamings. It is better that all of us sit together and find a way to ameliorate sufferings of the people of Jammu and Kashmir, people of Jammu and Kashmir across the dividing line. There can't be a unilateral or the forced solution. Time again, Kashmiris have conveyed it quite loud and clear. I thank you. Here I stop my presentation. If
Thank
I
you.
can just...
Thank you, Mr. Iftikhar Gilani. You have enlightened the problem from a very important point, because the distribution of the population after their religious belief is important. In that case, the representation should be also after their weights in the population. And I think this change in India, which has been made, as you have mentioned, didn't take that in consideration. That is, I think, a very important point. To solve the problem in Jammu Kashmir, the presentation of the people is very important after their weights. And that means the change of the government of India in 2019 seems not to contribute to the solution of the peaceful development in Kashmir. Am I right?
Exactly.
Yes, I think that is the weak point that has to be reconsidered again, I think. And also in other parts of India, it is not in the same way solved, as you have mentioned. That's also very important. Thank you. This was very important contribution. And I think probably the solution is reconsideration of the formula which has been made 2019 by Indian government has to be reconsidered. I think that is the result of this speech, I can say. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think we have the time over. I think we have two speakers that they have failed, Dr. Rakesh Sharma and Dr. Shabir Chowdhury. But I think you two, Iftikhar Gilani and Jamil Maqsood, you have signed the problem. What is the main problem in Jammu Kashmir and how it can be solved in future? I think the conflict solution is the main goal, what we have here. And Pakistan and India, they will solve it together, of course, with the contribution of the other world. I mean, including Turkey and other neighbors, China and United Nations, of course. Thank you. Thank you very much.
You are most welcome, sir.
We have also now the time over. The next session can start. I think we have finished in right time. Sami Bey, you can overtake it and give it to the next section.
Thank you, Professor Ömer, for your moderation, and we thank the speakers for their valuable comments. I will hand out the session to the next moderator, to Assistant Professor Ali Bilgin Varlık. But I would like to give a small note that Riyazul Khalil and Dr. Mohammed Junaid will not be participating in the session because due to health issues. Sadly, the COVID issue is affecting everyone seems today. They will not be here, so we could give the speakers a bit more time, around 15 minutes each speaker. Mr. Ali Bilgin, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone from Istanbul. Right now, according to Istanbul time, we are at 12:40 exactly on the time. And before starting, I would like to forward my deepest gratitude to all the participants and particularly to Ankasam, which gave us the opportunity to go through an issue which which time has already up. And we have, according to the schedule, we have 6 speakers, or 6 distinguished speakers, or only 2 is not able to participate to us. If they will be available at the time, it will be great for me also to listen to their comments on too. Before starting, I do not want to take time, even though we have approximately 15 minutes for each speakers. But since the issue is quite heavy and even 15 minutes cannot be enough, but I deeply ask from every speaker to be content with the time, not to exceed 12 minutes. Okay, this is our red line. And the other point, which is the purpose of this meeting, is that I believe this is a great opportunity to develop harmony and empathy, and to understand the issue rather than coercive, convincing attitudes or settings. And I also believe that it is really this time is up to solve these kind of regional problems. I would like to note that we are experiencing in a world of post-after hegemony era, which that intra-regional solutions could be more easily be performed rather than the previous after hegemony or bipolar political world order. So I think this session will also contribute for the solution and to develop empathy and at least accord and understanding for that. That's what I expect from the speakers to take this sentence. Okay. Mir Adnan Rahman from faculty, he is a faculty member of University of Azad Jammu and Kashmir. Sir, are you here, Mir Adnan Rahman?
Yeah, I'm here.
And we are, the floor is yours, and your screen is quite great, good screen, particularly from a very hot place, Istanbul right now. I would like to be, if I were you, I wish I were you.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. I'm thankful to Ankara Center for Crisis and Policy Studies for realizing the significance of the protracted conflict of Jammu and Kashmir for the regional security and prosperity in South Asia, and organizing such a great international conference on different aspects of conflict of Jammu and Kashmir. I'm also grateful to the organizers of the conference for providing me opportunity to share my thoughts on the topic, role of UN on the conflict of Kashmir, a paradigm shift from active mediation to passive engagement. The conflict of Jammu and Kashmir is a long-standing conflict that has jeopardized the peace, prosperity, and development of this region. The nuclear powers, India, China, and Pakistan, are directly related with this conflict, and the escalations at line of control between India and Pakistan and at line of actual control between China and India are very common. And this tug of war between the belligerents might lead to a worst human crisis and dilemma affecting the lives and peace of the entire South Asia. Jammu and Kashmir was one of the 565 50 states of India, and on the independence of through Indian Independence Act of 1947, the British India was divided into dominions of India and Pakistan, and all the princely states joined either India or Pakistan, except 3 princely states of Hyderabad, Junagadh, and Jammu and Kashmir. India militarily occupied Hyderabad and Junagadh and also sent her forces to Jammu and Kashmir on October 27, 1947, in the garb of controversial instrument of accession signed by Maharaja with India. However, before this controversial instrument of accession, the local Muslims of Jammu and Kashmir revolted against Maharaja of Jammu and Kashmir and liberated a part of the erstwhile state of Jammu and Kashmir, which is called as Azad Jammu and Kashmir. Azad stands for free, free Jammu and Kashmir. When India sent her troops to Jammu and Kashmir, a war broke out between Indian forces and local people fighting against Maharaja, and later on that war converted into a full-fledged war between India and Pakistan known as First Kashmir War. So as a result of this war, Azad Jammu and Kashmir and Gilgit-Baltistan came under the administrative control of Pakistan, and the remaining part India against the wishes and aspirations of the people of Jammu and Kashmir. That part is called Indian occupied Jammu and Kashmir and has been the highest militarized zone of the world due to the presence of almost 9 lakhs Indian occupational forces who have been committing incremental genocide, killing, rapes, tortures, and many other war crimes and crimes against humanity within the legal umbrella of the immoral draconian laws. So during the first Kashmir war between India and Pakistan in 1947, India took the issue to United Nations Security Council under Article 35 of UN Charter on January 1, 1948. The state of Pakistan also responded with a reply to UNSC on January 15, 1948, and then UNSC passed around 18 resolutions on Jammu and Kashmir from 1948 to 1967. So UNSC also established United Nations Commission for India and Pakistan in 1948 through a resolution of United Nations Security Council for the peaceful settlement of the conflict of Kashmir through meaningful engagement with both the parties to the conflict. But UNCIP failed to conduct plebiscite in Jammu and Kashmir due to the difference of opinion between India and Pakistan on the modus operandi and terms and conditions of the withdrawal of forces on both sides of the line of control. So United Nations Security Council also passed two resolutions on Jammu and Kashmir through United Nations Commission for India and Pakistan. So however, the UN mediation on Jammu and Kashmir was successful to convince both India and Pakistan to enter into a ceasefire agreement and also to agree on the permanent deployment of United Nations military observer groups in India and Pakistan, UNMOG IP, to monitor the ceasefire line and report the ceasefire violation to United Nations Security Council for implementation of the ceasefire agreement in its true letter and spirit to maintain peace and security in South Asia. The ceasefire line, now called as LOC, Line of Control since 1971, and UNMOG IP are still present in the erstwhile state of Jammu and Kashmir, and conflict of Jammu and Kashmir is still an unfinished agenda of UN since 1948. The UN failed to resolve the conflict of Kashmir, which has been the long-standing humanitarian crisis and has caused 3 full-fledged wars and thousands of instances of skirmishes on line of control between India and Pakistan, border skirmishes between China and India on line of actual control, and killings and rape, including many other forms of war crimes and human rights violations in Indian occupied Jammu and Kashmir by Indian occupation forces. So if we analyze the role of the UN vis-a-vis the conflict of Jammu and Kashmir, we can see active mediation of the UN Security Council and around 20 resolutions of the United Nations Security Council and United Nations Commission on India and Pakistan on Jammu and Kashmir between 1948 to 1967. So during this period, UN made active mediation and established United Nations Commission for India and Pakistan, and also sent missions and mediators to peacefully mediate the conflict of Jammu and Kashmir between India and Pakistan. But all the efforts were fruitless, and in spite of resolutions of UNSC, mediators, and involvement of India and Pakistan, no consensus could be attained between the two countries by the UN mediators. However, UN changed the response to the conflict of Jammu and Kashmir after 1967, and we have not seen any significant and effective effort or specific resolution of the UNSC on the conflict of Jammu and Kashmir from 1967 till date 2021. So during this period, one can find statements of General Secretary of United Nations, UNSC closed-door meetings, 2 reports by UN Human Rights Commission, and few statements condemning the human rights violations of India in Indian occupied Kashmir. But the role of UN during this period remained mostly passive. That is why I term the role of UN in first term from 1948 to 1967 as active mediation, and role from 1967 to 2021 as passive engagement. So during the period of active mediation of the UN on Jammu and Kashmir, there were different stages of the mediation. First of all, we had UN Commission for India and Pakistan, and then we have McNaughton proposals, and then came the Dixon mission, and then there was a period for Gunnar Jerring of Sweden, who was the former president of UNSC. He also made some efforts. And then there was the efforts of the Frank Graham mediation. So Dr. Frank Graham mediation made more efforts, and after almost 6 mediatory efforts, he submitted his final and last report on Jammu and Kashmir in 1967, which almost concluded all the efforts of the UN and also highlighted the main causes of the deadlock between India and Pakistan and failure of the mediatory efforts of UN. So during this period, UN representatives and mediators were negotiating with India and Pakistan on 12 proposals with 2 UNCIP resolutions as reference frame. But both the governments were agreed on 8 proposals and had reservations on the 4 proposals only. So now questions arises that what are the causes of this paradigm shift in the response of the United Nations and why UN adopted a passive engagement approach on the conflict of Jammu and Kashmir in post-1967 scenario. So first of all, UN Commission and subsequently all the mediators tried their best to reach an agreement with India and Pakistan as per 2 UNCIP resolutions, but it became a deadlock between both the states. Number 2, Shimla Agreement 1972 between India and Pakistan, after which India unilaterally announced that this agreement has superseded the UN resolutions, and now India and Pakistan will bilaterally resolve this issue through peaceful means of settlement. This interpretation of India was baseless and India against the spirit of UN Charter and even the Shimla Agreement itself. But it actually affected the response of the UN as well, because India unilaterally rejected the UN resolutions. Then delays, hostile atmosphere, wars, skirmishes, frustration, and rejections of suggestions are also the reasons for the failure of the implementation of the UNCIP resolutions on Jammu and Kashmir. Then India declared Indian occupation Jammu and Kashmir as its constitutional and integral part through a Jammu and Kashmir Constitution, Article 370 of the Constitution of India. So this unilateral act of India was also a reason for disturbing the positive atmosphere necessary during the mediation process between India, Pakistan, and UN. Then there has been a bilateral negotiation process between India and Pakistan through various bilateral agreements and peace processes, which has also affected the role of the UN on Jammu and Kashmir. We had 4-point formula, Musharraf. We have rounds of negotiation between India and Pakistan, which were mostly bilateral and without any representation of the people of Jammu and Kashmir. Then the rapidly changing global and regional geopolitical and economic realities have also transformed the shift of the UN from active mediation to the passive engagement on Jammu and Kashmir. Then under Article 33 of UN Charter, India resorted mediation, conciliation, negotiation, and proposals for arbitration. But all efforts were failed and nothing could break the deadlock. However, it's ironical and very surprising that after the failure and continuous deadlock, UN did not go for alternative ways to settle this dispute to maintain peace and harmony in the region. Then change in the ground realities in Indian occupied Jammu and Kashmir and armed insurgency against Indian occupation in 1989, that also has brought the perspective and nature of the conflict of Jammu and Kashmir. Then very interestingly, the event of 9/11 had also changed the perception of the world towards right to self-determination due to the significance of the right of territorial integrity. And people have started giving less importance to the right to self-determination. So that could also be taken as one of the reasons of not giving so much importance to the local liberation movement of the people of Jammu and Kashmir for right to self-determination. Then economic interests of the world, in fact that India is one of the biggest economies of the world, is also a biggest hindrance. And then provision of veto powers to 5 big states has also influenced the role of UN, which has actually influenced the response of the UN towards Jammu and Kashmir. So I personally think that, after this paradigm shift of the UN from active mediation to the passive engagement, we need to look at the conflict of Jammu and Kashmir from a new perspective, from a new legal perspective, from a change perspective. And that perspective can be to have some kind of new resolutions on Jammu and Kashmir, or we need to have some other kind of process through which people of Jammu and Kashmir can be given their right to self-determination. But in present scenario, because of the stubborn response and attitude of the India, it seems very difficult to get the right to self-determination for the people of Jammu and Kashmir under the present legal framework of the UN. So thank you very much. I think I have completed my presentation well in time. Am I?
Just in time. Perfect. Not only thanks for being that you are precise in time, but also for your quite comprehensive comments, which also includes historical development and from the international law perspective, international system perspective, that was quite a productive and quite a fruitful presentation. Many thanks for that.
My pleasure. Thank you very much.
Well, not to occupy the speaker's time, I prefer not to introduce the speakers, and speakers can use this time starting by introducing themselves. The second speaker, participant, Muhbin Ahmed El Shah, if I'm not wrong. If I don't, Muhbin Ahmed Shah, if I didn't pronounce wrong.
Thank you for pronouncing it rightly. My name, Dr. Mubin Ahmed Shah. So I basically am now an activist, civil society activist, because previously I used to be president of the Kashmir Chamber of Commerce from 2006 to 2009, and I was also ex-president of the Jammu and Kashmir Joint Chamber of Commerce from 2012 to 2014. And unfortunately, I was one of the very few people who was speaking today who was arrested by the Indian government in August 5th, 2019. And I was interned in an Agra jail, about 1,500 kilometers away from Kashmir. And it was only because of the intervention of the US Senate and all that I was released. And I am a person in exile presently and fighting for the rights of Kashmiris. I've heard all the speakers, and they have given complete perspective of the history, the claims, the actions of the different governments, the different people. And I am trying to present the main stakeholder or the main persons who have been affected by this conflict, and that is the people of Kashmir. And to all the participants, particularly the people who are putting Pakistan and India on the same pedestal of human rights violations. All those human rights violations, whatever is happening. And they are basically based, that can be all avoided by a people-centric approach, and that is the right of self-determination. Nobody who is participating today can oppose that thing, that people should be asked what they want. And that was what basically the UN Security Council had resolved, that the people of Kashmir should be asked what they want, whether they want to join Pakistan, whether they join India, at that time, at the UN Security Council resolution. Yes, there is an element of in Kashmir also, and in Azad Kashmir also, that who want independent Kashmir. And, we are thankful to the present Prime Minister of Pakistan, who has given that option also now. And it is also within the Constitution of Pakistan to give that. So all of us, I think, are that the solving of this problem is through the right of self-determination. And that is very, very important. And this is the one thing I would like to stress as the model of settlement of Kashmir. There is another aspect to it, that is now the geoeconomics of the area. Being a chamber president and being a president of the joint chamber. During at that time, from 2006, I have been advocating a different model, which I will speak about later. But the first point I would like to speak of the right of self-determination. Now, why is this being blocked? It is basically, Mr. Adnan, the speaker before me, spoke about the UN role and what it has done, what it has not done, and it is clear that there are certain other reasons for not implementing this thing. I recall my meeting, in New York with John F. Kennedy's niece. She is heading a human rights organization, and she had to come to India, and she refused to come to Kashmir because she said that, India will not be happy with it. But then I told her that, your uncle has been mainly responsible for what we are today. He said, how? He said, because John F. Kennedy forced the Pakistan government at that time to go for negotiations with Pakistan, Ayub Khan, because in that time, 1962, war between China and Pakistan, it is documented, it is well known that the Chinese at that time offered Pakistan that you should attack India at the same time. And John F. Kennedy was the person who told Ayub Khan and forced him in a way that not to go for it. We will see to it that it's solved. And then the Bhutto sovereignty talks happened and negotiations happened bilaterally. And they are still continuing, and they continued right up to date to August 5th, 2019. Those were all, the way of the government of India to go on delaying the whole thing, rather than the implementation of the UN Security Council resolution. So at this time, previously, unfortunately, Kashmir has been caught in the Cold War between America and Russia at that time. Today, we unfortunately are facing a situation where it is between China and America. It is obligate on the UN Security Council P5 countries to implement the UN Security Council resolutions, because that is the only way to know what people of Kashmir want. And this is a democratic way. If they are on one side, all these countries are saying regarding the democratic values, then this is the only way of democracy. India is purported to be the biggest democracy in the world, and what we have seen in Kashmir, it is no law. It is a false democracy. It is no way of democratic country. We have seen it, and now slowly the world is also realizing it, particularly under Mr. Modi. And the thing is that number one, that the implementation of the UN resolutions of right of self-determination. And if there has to be a negotiation, which, for example, we, as per the public statements of the Prime Minister Imran Khan, or they are ready to do it, because if the government of India withdraws its order, which it did on August 5th, 2019. And for us, for me, Kashmiri, who's in exile, importance is not of 370, importance is of 35A. So that no demographic change can happen in Kashmir. And that is the one thing that before the negotiations happen, of any sort, between Pakistan and India, this 35A should be brought back. Any demographic change should be not considered at all, as if it has never happened. And the time-bound negotiations should happen with guaranteed by a group of countries like US, China, and Russia, or any two of them. This is what is happening now in the case of Afghanistan, in the case of Taliban. You see, they had negotiations. They had negotiated how to do it, how to settle it. Hopefully, the world may, see a negotiated settlement of an all-inclusive government or whatever it is for the betterment of the Afghan people. And this is what we, as Kashmiris, desire also, that, everybody should be there. Even if the NPP representative who was just, speaking in front of me, before me, and, he cannot object to this. He cannot object to anything like this, that, people are asked what they want and guaranteed by international powers, because there is no belief on India. It committed itself, Nehru committed itself. He openly, publicly, that, we will be given that right. Kashmiris will be asked, and slowly took out all the laws, starting from 1947, and made it a hollow 370, which we as Kashmiris know that it was hollow, except for the 35A. That is why we as civil society activists, before 2019, we had gone to all the districts in Kashmir as well as in Jammu part, telling the people that what is going to be the consequence. And this is happening today. And then there should be the roadmap of implementation of Kashmiri right of self-determination. The negotiations should be, you see, the unfortunate part up to now, by Pakistan, to tell you very frankly, and I have been speaking before also on some, these Zoom type of meetings, it has been that they have not stuck to that right of self-determination. That is the only point wherein they should negotiate on India. And naturally, the things which need to be done for that. And to give a representation to the Kashmiris, the Hurriyat, according to us, is the only representation of Kashmir to be present in these talks so that the things can be implemented properly and without any problems. So this is very, very important for us. The world, if this meeting, for which I thank the Ankara Center for Crisis and Policy Studies, that to invite me to speak on this. We are all the stakeholders. There are a lot of stakeholders, but Kashmiri is the basic stakeholder for all this. And I would also touch, the biggest, what is the biggest human right violation? It is the refusal of giving of right of self-determination. It is the biggest. You can see the UN Charter. The first thing is right of, self-determination. It is one of the main human rights violations India is doing. And nobody is asking any questions to them. Why? As already told by speakers, economics and all these things, but things are changing. Things are changing. After this COVID thing, economics, India economy is not that what it was. And India and the world is also realizing because what is happening in Kashmir and what have they done in India itself also. And as we all people should know that, Universal of Declaration of Human Rights, UDHR, has been, on 10th December 1948, it was, made. And India has been under multiple articles of the 30 articles of the UNHCR, Article 3, Article 5, Article 13, Article 18, Article 19, Article 20 and 21. I don't want to go into those details because that will take a lot of time. I will send it in my written paper on it. And this all, it all comes under this thing that, it is basically because of the Indian hegemony in the region. And now that hegemony is being now challenged by China. You can see, everybody can see that, when it comes to Pakistan, they show their muscle. But when it comes to China, no. So this is the right time. And that is why I love this, the slogan, the conference, that time is up. Time is up for India. Certainly there is time is up for India. Now going to the geoeconomics part, because I was a votary of geoeconomics before I was arrested. I was advocating a different model, keeping in view that there were happening negotiations, and their negotiations which were happening were based on, we had this LOC trade across the LOC, which is actually the ceasefire line. And I was president of the chamber. And, first in the Kashmir Chamber of Commerce, as far as back as 2006, we had, written to the Prime Minister of India that, we want you to declare the Kashmir, the Pakistan, the Indian occupied Kashmir. I now title it Indian occupied. In those days, I used to use the word Indian administered Kashmir, because today it is occupied. It is an occupying force. And Indian administered and occupied Kashmir to a free economic zone. While when I was a joint chamber president, because in that the Azad Kashmir Chamber of Commerce was also there, the other Jammu Chamber was also there. Then we passed a resolution also that the whole Jammu and Kashmir should be declared as a free economic zone. And that was because, now I have written on it also that CPEC, which has gone through Gilgit-Baltistan, it gives us way to go on to that CPEC and become a part of that route. And through this, if they declare both the parts of free economic zone, there is a possibility of a settlement of a different type. That is, once that is done, the whole area, all laws will go back, and then within a period of 4 or 5 years, within a period of 4 or 5 years.
Could you please conclude your...
Yeah, sure, sir. And within a 4 or 5 years, the sovereignty issue would be decided. That was before 2019. And this was the geo-economic part. And now in Pakistan is now doing geo-economics. And, I don't know if there will be an opportunity to, put forward that type of model also. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. Sorry for interrupting. This is the last thing I would like to do, but I know the issue is quite sensitive, and but we have shortage of time. Particularly, I would like to thank you that your fruitful comments was contributed with your own experiences and the experiences which is taken from the region and from the life itself is quite precious from our point of view. You elaborated all the aspects of the situation and particularly emphasizing on the international help to solve this problem, and particularly the dynamics of self-determination is another contributing or a way for the solution. But I believe the most valuable portion of your comments was its characteristics to which gives us the opportunity to develop, to promote empathy, and to understand from your point of view the sensitivities of the issue. This was quite, I believe, helpful for the solution of the issue. And I, like most of the people, nearly all of the people, this is the time for solving the problem, which is not only a regional but also from the global perspective. The solution of this problem could give confidence to the other regions to solve their problems too. So, but regional dynamics should not be excluded, I believe. International sport is quintessential, but the regional dynamics should also be taken into consideration, I believe. Many thanks. And now turning to Dr. Asif Makbuldar.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
We thank you too. You contributed to this session.
So let me give a brief introduction. I'm Dr. Asif Makbuldar. I'm basically an anesthesiologist, a medical doctor living in exile post-2019, 5th August post-2019. I have multiple affairs on my multiple police raids at my place just for speaking out for Kashmir. So the position is that even on this date, I cannot reveal my exact location of residence. So because the government of India is loving me too much, they are coming after me every right, left, and center. So before I come to my speech, I'd like to make, because I've been listening to this program for almost all day, I'd like to make some couple of comments to put the record straight. Maharaja Ranjit Singh and his progeny, like Maharaja Hari Singh, was nothing but a cruel occupier. No ifs and buts. He's the one, the Maharaja Hari Singh is the one who orchestrated the killing of 500,000 Muslims in Jammu in 1947. Where else has it happened that 500,000 Muslims were killed in less than 20 days? It happened in Jammu and Kashmir, in Jammu province. Stands another important thing which has come into that debate. Standstill agreement was never violated by Pakistan. It was always violated by Maharaja Hari Singh in combination with RSS, in combination with India when they started the huge massacre in Jammu region in 1947. Another important thing which I want to state here is reducing the Kashmir issue to delimitation or disempowerment is nothing but juggling of words to help the Indian occupation of Kashmir. In short, the story of Kashmir is about right to self-determination of the indigenous people of Jammu and Kashmir. These so-called pro-India political leaders who are supposed to be talking to the government of India are nothing but Indian collaborators in Kashmir. They are war criminals who have blood of innocent Kashmiris on their hand, and in uncivilized organizations, in civilized society, these people will go to gallows by any means. So let me come to the main part of the speech. From exile, the way forward. Turning challenges into opportunities. Here is my way forward on Kashmir. I'll try to discuss it on three phases. The people, the role of people on ground zero, that is the people living in Kashmir, talking about illegally Indian occupied Jammu and Kashmir. Number one is the revival of the Hurriyat Conference leadership. Our legacy is all parties Hurriyat Conference, but India's onslaught on Kashmiris has suppressed any voices that identify with APHC. The APHC is our goalpost of freedom from Indian military occupation. The first step is to bring to fore role of all parties Hurriyat Conference. Second, develop a mechanism for institutional building for Kashmiri resistance. This should be done bringing into fold people from across the society. Since India has made it a point not to allow Kashmiris to strengthen themselves, the institutional building can be done from outside Kashmir. Baitul Mal, construction of Baitul Mals, health services through NGOs, vibrant international and local and international vibrant legal aid system, and multiple media institutions from across the world should be the priority to contribute. Coming to the second point, role of state of Pakistan. Reiteration of the Quaid-e-Azam's statement that Kashmir is a jugular vein in all forums, be it domestic or international laced with focus on right to self-determination. Increase conversation with true representatives of Kashmiris, that is all parties Hurriyat Conference. Use of legal, constitutional, and UN designated mechanisms on Kashmir. Make Kashmir agenda point in every bilateral conversations with the rest of the countries. Bring to fore role of all parties Hurriyat Conference that at OIC. Facilitate Kashmiris living in exile in stabilizing their lives. Right now, post 5th August 2019, there are a number of Kashmiris who have been haunted by Indian intelligence services throughout the world about their political standing regarding the Kashmir issue. Any conversation with India must not happen without the Kashmiris on table. Hard option, that is the military option. There is an adage in Kashmir which says, only an army kicks out an army. This sums up what we are up to in Kashmir. The Hindutva entourage of Indian army has lifted all wheels and took the gloves off to do the ethnic cleansing of Kashmiri Muslims. The facade that so-called secular Congress had put on its killing policies have been rendered bare by the present fascist regime. And they mince no words about it. They have taken a leaf out of the Israel's genocidal book to implement it word by word in Kashmir. They have actually done it in Jammu in 1947. They know exactly how they reduced a Muslim majority Jammu to Muslim minority area by killing around 500,000 Muslims and forcing other 500,000 to migrate. But as the Quran says, they play and They plan and plot, and Allah also plans and plots, and Allah is the best of the planners. What India is forgetting because of our dose of ultra-nationalistic pride coupled with religious bigotry, the fact that Kashmir has been and continues to be a powder keg to the subcontinent, which when fiddled will burn all its surroundings. But we do not want that to happen here. How that can be achieved? The answer is through balance of power. Traditionally, the competing powers have always remained away from war by acknowledging the enemy's ability to strike back. Unfortunately, what we see, the unabated killings, mass arrests, and sweeping unilateral decisions to change the demography of the land is the direct result of that imbalance of power. The fascist India knows that they shall face no resistance from Pakistan, which is the primary member to the Kashmir dispute, and therefore consider doing anything in Kashmir as a walk in the park. A nation that calls Kashmir as its jugular vein have to devise a plan for it other than releasing songs and maps that are not...
Excuse me for interrupting. Here, this platform is quite a free platform, and we respect all the ideas, as long as they are absent from convicting the other side on crimes. So what I ask from you, kindly ask from you, while interpreting your ideas, please abstain from accusing the other side. So the main purpose is for interrupting you, quite unfortunately, is not to disturb you, is not because that I do not respect your ideas. It is only because the format of this meeting, and we are looking forward to find a way for solution. Okay, if you could a little bit soften your comments, if I may.
Absolutely okay. It's absolutely okay. The platform is yours. So I'm only putting my ideas, which is here. So I'll try.
We respect your ideas, but the tone should not be so harsh. I believe. Okay.
To be honest, I have been changing my places for last 2.5 years from country to country. And this is how it is. I'm sorry for putting, this is Kashmir. I'm sorry for...
Yeah, I can understand that issue, but we have to be politically correct on those. You are free to interpret your ideas, but in the way what I ask from you. Okay, you have additional, I occupied your time. I do not want to be disrespectful to you. You have additional 3 minutes, okay?
Thank you very much. I'll try to finish in 3. History bears witness to the fact that Sardar Abdul Qayyum Khan of Punch, with the support of Pakistani brethren, rebelled against the tyrant Maharaja of the day and won freedom for his people in land, which is now known as Azad Jammu and Kashmir. It's also a fact that had Pakistan given a thought and devised a plan for its jugular vein, the history would have been different. However, as they say, the clock can't be turned back. We have a case here where a fascist regime is hell-bent to destroy the entire Muslim population right at the doorstep of a nation which calls itself the political Qibla of Muslims. We can draw conclusions from this fact that Indian Muslims who feel proud of being Indians are killed and butchered in broad daylight for being Muslims. What treatment shall Kashmiri Muslims receive from these bloodthirsty beasts who know the Kashmiri heart beats for Pakistan? And we are proud about it. A stable and strong Pakistan is the long wish of Kashmiris. Only then can the civil and military leadership of Pakistan take a step towards the final resolution of Kashmir. The civil and military leadership had to go hand in hand to see a settled Kashmir. India, by committing war crimes in Kashmir, is digging its own grave here, as the Kashmir population shall rebel at the time of its own choice. They are waiting and watching, and Justice Park shall ignite their passion passions, which will mark a new beginning of our resistance movement. That time is not far, except if the primary party to the dispute play an active role in the resolution. Number third, and the last point, is the role of Kashmiri diaspora. Kashmiri diaspora has to forge unity of purpose, that is freedom from Indian military occupation, and increased conversation with the people on ground zero, and increased conversation and visits to and from Islamabad, strengthening mechanisms to create opportunities for best available education and professions for Kashmiris, making Kashmir a talking point at every forum possible. Postscript. It is once in at least 100 years that a Muslim country like Azerbaijan, far lesser in population and resources than Pakistan, liberated its occupied territories from Armenia. It must serve as an example for strengthening military response to ever-increasing aggression of India to halt settler colonialism in occupied Kashmir. Taliban in neighboring Afghanistan is a prime example as how armed resistance can bring down to knees world's superpower. Thank you very much, and I'm sorry again if I hurt the sentiments, but this is exactly how Kashmir is about. These are passions. I'm again sorry if I hurt the sentiments, but this is the crude reality of the Kashmir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Asif Makbuleddar. Many thanks for your understanding. Here, the international problems are like birds, needs to fly, and there is always two wings for it. And from your presentation, we deeply understand the one wing of this bird. But in order to fly this bird, we need the other wing too. So if I may, I would remind you one thing. Throughout the history of the Europeans, French and the Germans fought with each other for 100 years. They killed each other, they massacred each other. Right now, they have a co-military corps, a bilateral military corps in that region. So if they can manage with their hard sentence, I believe Asian people, Pakistan and India can solve their problems, because it's not a 400-year problem. We are lucky on that. But those who had been experienced before should not be forgotten. I totally agree with you on that. Our bitter memories should be kept in mind, not to prevent us, but to help us to see the future, for a bright future, for a prosperous future. So mitigation is something like that. Every side has its idea, which is totally correct from its point of view. But which in your presentation, which was quite precious from my point of view, your profession, your occupation as a doctor, as a surgeon, you saw the issue and you directly apply to the situation. But in the political arena, we should also be diplomacy. The ways and means of diplomacy would be helpful rather than using the surgery's knife, I believe. Many thanks for your understanding. Right now, we are at our last but not the least speaker. He is a member of Central Islam and Global Affairs, Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University, Dr. Mehrajuddin Bahat. Are you here, Dr.?
Yeah, I'm here.
Mehraj? Okay.
Thanks
Dr.
a lot for...
Mehraj, we are looking forward to listening you, and the floor is yours.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for, I'm really thankful to Ankasam for providing me this opportunity to speak on Kashmir today. Well, not going into the historical genealogy of the conflict, which I believe is so far covered by other speakers, I will try to offer certain examples and examine everyday Kashmiri experiences of existing and dying within the context of Indian expansionist project and the underlying apparatuses employed by the Hindutva state to colonize the Muslim other, the other which is Kashmiris. So I intend to introduce Nadira Shalhab's terms we used in her book on Palestine called as the politics of fair and the security theology in the Indian settler colonial logic of elimination and erasure in Kashmir, the violent acts committed against Kashmiris in the name of security necessities and consider how such necessities demand further surveillance over Kashmiri bodies and in order to maintain and sometimes reproduce the Indian political economy of fair. So with this introduction, I ask you if I have a permission to share my screen, please. Yeah. Okay.
Yes,
thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. So this is my presentation all about. I'll talk about three aspects vis-a-vis Kashmir. One is security theology, another is surveillance, and the third is the politics of fair, a case study of Kashmir. So talking about Kashmir, as other speakers have talked about the historical genealogy of the conflict and what has happened, especially post abrogation of Article 370, which gave Kashmiris the special status, I intend to look at the structural framework which is used by the Indian state in Kashmir vis-a-vis these three terms: security theology, surveillance, and the politics of fair. So we all know that Indian state has been known for violations and killings and incarcerations in Kashmir, and Kashmiri population being silenced, violated, killed, dispossessed, and disempowered. But what ultimately it focuses on is the assault on the body and agencies of Kashmiris. And when I talk about Kashmir, I look at Kashmir from a India and Indian state from a civilization project. And I believe that it is incumbent for us to understand that Indian position and the Hindu civilizational project comes with the idea of Akhand Bharat, which believes, as mentioned by Ramada, who is the BJP National Secretary of the ruling party, he said that RSS and the BJP believes that one day India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh, which have for historical reasons separated only 60 years ago, will again, through popular goodwill, come together and Akhand Bharat will be created. So they believe in this greater India, and Kashmir is part of that political imaginary. And to achieve that goal, there are certain structures which are used, and I will use Michel Foucault's idea of discipline and punish, where a particular population is punished so that they can be disciplined and they can be taught a lesson. One lesson is the framework of securitization. And securitization is a medium, is a framework which is used in Kashmir to contain the Kashmiri population and contain the political dissent in the valley. There has been reports, and you all might be aware that Kashmir is known as the highest militarized zone on the face of the earth, but there is a structural framework, there is a structural theory, there is a structural apparatus working behind that securitization. And that happens through various frameworks, that happens through various modes. One mode is arrests and preventive detentions. And there are at least 15,000 people who have been booked under a draconian law called as Public Safety Act. And not only Public Safety Act, but there is also continuous political intimidation. There are continuous political arrests of activists, of human rights, of journalists in Kashmir. And not only that, there is also framing in false cases. You will see many examples of Kashmiris who have been imprisoned in Kashmir, outside Kashmir, for even more than a decade, and they have been framed in false cases. And not only that, there is also another touch to this securitization narrative, which is narrative violence and labeling, where all the apparatuses of media, of Bollywood, of movies, they make sure that they define Kashmiris as exotic and as uncivilized, as fundamentalist, and as others, so that they can be civilized. So these apparatuses are used through the framework of securitizations to discipline Kashmiris, as Michel Foucault would call. And you will see, these are few cuttings of newspapers where you will see that a guy has been recently released after 2 years of wrongful imprisonment. There is another guy who has been acquitted from jail after 23 years of wrongful imprisonment. And in past 2 years, you have government reports which argue that there have been 15,000 arrests. So there is a structure to this engagement of Indian state with Kashmiris. And with securitization, there comes another apparatus which is used in Kashmir called as surveillance. Now we talk about Pegasus these days. Kashmiris are always the perennial suspects, with or without Pegasus. And there are people in security agencies, and there are interviews, if you read them in papers, which talk about there is a demographic and psychographic profiling of Kashmiris, as well as flowcharts of individuals in Kashmir about their circle, who they meet, how they meet, ideas. And not only that, you will see a paper written by Vasudhara Sarnate, who is the coordinator research at the Hindu Center, which is a famous center of a famous newspaper in India. He quotes, and he says, and I'm quoting, he's saying that we were tapping 1 million phones in Kashmir alone by 2014. So surveillance, mass surveillance in Kashmir is not something new. It has been there since ages and since decades. And not only that, you will also see another report quoted here, where you will see that only in 2 years, you will see that 1,000 crore has been only allocated to defense studies, to defense strategies, to contain the dissent in the valley, and to surveil the population in Kashmir. And what does that surveillance and what does that security theology does is to further alienate, is to further otherize the Kashmiri population. And that is why you will see there is a huge spike in the post-traumatic disorder in Kashmir. There is a huge paranoia in Kashmir, and other aspects of the conflict are not hidden from the world. So you will again see these examples from the papers, from the news cuttings, where you will see that there is a continuous surveillance on Kashmiri bodies, on students, on activists whose accounts are disabled, whose social media accounts are disabled, who have been asked to come to police stations to give a written consent that they are not going to be politically active. So these are few examples again from the newspapers where you'll see that Kashmiris are under continuous surveillance. And not only that, there is another apparatus which is used in Kashmir called as the politics of fear. So the security theology and the surveillance is added on by the third aspect of this structural apparatus to contain the dissent in the valley, that is through the politics of fear, where you will see that Indian state make sure that it sets examples in Kashmir and turn Kashmiris as killable others. And there are a few examples here. For example, one being the use of pellet guns. So you will see there have been at least 24 people killed so far through these pellet guns, and there are at least more than 200 people who have been blinded by these pellet guns only in 2 years' time. Not only that, in past few years, there is another pattern which is used to create this politics of fear, that is blowing off public properties. And just only in last 18 months, 710 houses have been blown off by the Indian security forces in Kashmir. And there is a report quoted in Al Jazeera where the security personnel speaks on the condition of anonymity, that they accepted that thefts, even not only blowing the properties, but thefts happen, and they are defended by calling it war booty in Kashmir. So there is a pattern to this three-way structural framework where you contain dissent in the valley, and there has always been this pattern where we need to understand that how a particular community is being disempowered, is being dispossessed. And not only that, you will see in past few months, one journalist being in the panel, they have been continuously intimidated, questioned, and attacked. And not only journalists, but activists, but academics, and even employees who work for the government. And just recently, last month, the Indian government came up with this performer where government employees are supposed to declare all their properties to the government, so that necessary actions can be taken against them. And one more thing which has recently been added to this list is that now
the Indian government has decided that any political dissent shown by the government employees, they'll be thrown out of the service without giving any notice. So again, substantiating with this presentation and this last slide, the earlier slide with the examples from the newspapers, where you will see that property is being blown, there is unprecedented use of pellet guns, there is intimidation, and then there is also a human shield. So now Kashmiris are used as human shield against the armed quote unquote rebels or people who take up arms against the Indian state. So you will see that Kashmiris are again used in elections, in such situations, in politically charged situations as human shields, like it has happened in past time. See a pattern to what has been happening in Kashmir. It is not happening in vacuum. There is a pattern, there is a structure, there is a framework which is used and which is levied in Kashmir. So using these three examples, just because the time is not really in my favor, so I just use these three examples in a most minimum way possible to share with all of you a pattern which underlies what happens in Kashmir and what does it ultimately lead to, what is coming for Kashmiris, or what are the major implications of what has been happening in Kashmir. One is the furtherance of Hindutva as a state policy, and Kashmir as part of a political imaginary of Akhand Bharat, of the greater Indian nation. Second is an unprecedented repression which has become more and more visible in past 2 years in Kashmir. Third, there is no respect for legal commitments in Kashmir, no respect for agreements, and no respect for the pressure from international community. And that is why the Indian state has always been authoritarian, expansionist, and quite violent. And what does it do to Kashmiris is that it dispossesses Kashmiris. There is now a demographic change. Now there is a talk of settler colonial project being now inflicted on Kashmiris. And then there is also a religious and cultural disintegration which is happening in Kashmir, vis-a-vis now the economic coercion, which Dr. Mubin Shah can know better than me, and then lack of democracy as well in Kashmir. And at the end of the day, there is no political say for Kashmiris. There is no scope for political dissent, whether that is democratic or non-democratic. So with this, I end my presentation by saying that there is a pattern to this security theology, surveillance, and politics in Kashmir, and it ultimately dispossesses Kashmiris. And it is high time for the international community to stand up for Kashmir and to stand up for the genuine and the rightful right of Kashmiris. Thanks a lot.
Many thanks. Thank you very much indeed. Many thanks for your comprehensive briefing on the, which is a case study on the basic freedoms and basic human rights violations concerning Kashmir, which took place according to your assessment. This gave us, this also underlined the previous speaker's sentence. Dr. Asif Makbuldar's, these two comments were complementary with each other, and as a case study, it gave us the idea how the situation is sensitive. I prefer not to use the term severe, but how the situation in this area is quite sensitive. As far as I understand here, what we need is the measures for building up confidence. First, confidence for the people in the region in Kashmir, and to enlarge their freedoms and give them the opportunity to have the same and equal rights with all the people, their inherent rights, and also confidence building measures should be applied in the region, as far as I understand. We have nearly 25 minutes to conclude this session, because the other session is on the way. I would suggest to the speakers to take up the microphone for additional 5 minutes for their last comments, starting from the beginning, and these 5 minutes comments, after these 5 minutes or 5 or 3 minutes comments, if they have, if they don't have additional thing to say, I'll turn the microphone to the audience to take their comments. Yes, many thanks again for your case study, which is quite important. Case studies and experiences from the region are more important than theoretical explanations, I believe. As an academician, I can say that. Okay. Mr. Mir Adnan Rahman, are you here? Mir Adnan Rahman, are you with us?
Mr. Bilgin, I think he left because he sent me a message that he has an urgent thing and has to leave the room. We could extend it we could extend the session for 10 more minutes, and then we can move on to the other session.
Okay, then Dr. Mubin Ahmed Shah, are you here?
Yes, I am here.
Sir, we have additional 10 minutes, and we would be glad to get your additional comments. But if possible, concentrate on what can be done for the building of confidence and for the solution of the problem, because the other speakers intensely concentrated on what the problem is, and they really gave us a good idea what it is and what should be. What is the question? Please solve this quite challenging issue before everybody can solve it.
Actually, the problem is basically India, after the Modi regime, has sort of made certain changes which completely, completely close the doors for any sort of talks with them until they go back and change it back. So that is number one. Because what we have seen publicly also that, Pakistan is demanding that also. And that is good for Kashmiris also, because in the sense that without that happening, there cannot be no negotiation between India and Pakistan. And number one. Number two, by unilateral action, they have finished the Simla Accord also, according to us. Because Simla Accord was bilateral, no unilateral action will be taken by any country for whatever it is, whatever its value was in the Simla Accord. So now what happens? Basically, it is the superpowers who have to determine and do certain things. For example, we have in history and recent history also that UN Security Council resolutions were implemented by the superpowers without even getting a consensus of it, in a way. In our case, the superpowers are there and they have their interests in the region. China on one side, Pakistan, Russia on the other side, and America on the other side. And America has the main role at this point of time because it has good relations with with India at this point of time, rather than in any other country out of these three superpowers. So Russia is also there, but in America has the main role to play, and they are in a position to determine and see that whether Kashmir can be settled. And this is what we have been seeing from the very beginning, that the negotiations also were started on the behest of America in 1962, and today they are in a position to play a role to start and we as Kashmiris will certainly feel that, until unless it is not guaranteed by these superpowers, unilateral action will be taken all the time, particularly by India, because it's a bigger power than Pakistan, and it has its hegemony in the region, which has been now challenged by China. So this is the basic facts on the ground, and this is where we need to sort of realize that this is the only hope that it can happen. And we are, as a person, I am encouraged also by the new card, the new card which America has made with Afghanistan, Pakistan, and some other and Central Asian, I think, a Central Asian country, and which could give a realization that economics is going to be a very important part in the region. And the connectivity will be only through Pakistan in the center, and as well as through Kashmir. So this is where the possibility is there. And we hope for better sense will prevail, particularly in India, because that is the main stumbling block in implementing the UN Security Council resolution. Whatever anybody will say, we have seen it. We have seen it happen right from 1947. Yes, there is a possibility. People may say that UN Security Council resolution has that the forces need to be removed of Pakistan, but at the same time, then there were subsequent discussions, and at that time the number of forces reduced. They agreed, then India did not. Basically. So this all basically was at that time when in the 1950s the Soviet Union became on the Indian side. India completely refused to do anything. Now they're hoping that America is on their side and they will not implement any UN Security Council resolution. So this is where Kashmiris are caught in a bind, and this is where we stand today. And I hope, either it is through the economics or the UN Security Council resolution is the main thing, because that is right. And we have hope, because whoever it is, whether it is, the gentleman who spoke before me, that, we want a United States of Kashmir or whatever it is. But, that is not possible unless Pakistan also agrees to it. And Pakistan, Imran Khan has given a democratic way of doing it, whether, and we are hoping that he will implement it, whatever it is. Then finally, it is the people who have to decide. And that any Democrat will not oppose, whatever it is. And, no Democrat in the world should oppose it for varied reasons, personal reasons or other reasons. So this is what is my feeling about it. This is what, as an activist also, I feel this is the way on the outcome.
If there are two activists in a session, that means that there is a great problem. But this time the solution and conclusion came from the activists. I deeply respect your comments, and I totally agree that unless international community show a sincere sentence to solve this problem, and unless parties, India and Pakistan, are convinced to negotiate with each other, there is no hope for that. I totally agree with that. I hope, and also the economic incentives, economic advantages are going to help to solve the problem. This was my ideas, my personal ideas, even though I'm not an expert on this region, but I work on, I regret to say expert for myself, but as a strategist and analyst, these were the solutions on my mind. And another thing which I could add, to bring up a new generation from all sides, which could evaluate the past on a more mature way, rather than also it's quite sensitive issue, but from generation to generation, if they can manage to build up an understanding of self-confidence and reliance and empathy, the concert can be established, I believe. Many thanks for all the participants, very productive contribution to this session. Right now, we are ready to conclude this session. I personally thank you all. If I had made a mistake, please forgive me. This is the last wish I have. Okay, I conclude this session. Many thanks again.
Thank you, Mr. Ali Bilgin Varlık, for your moderation. And we thank again the speakers of the sessions for their values and for their speeches. Without further ado, I now leave the floor to the next moderator, who is also, again, one of our senior advisors at our institution, Professor Cem Karadeli. You have the floor.
Thank you kindly. Now, since the morning, I've been listening to very interesting, very developed and very illuminating speeches on this conference, and I'm very grateful to be here and listen from the really good people, really well-learned and involved people on the issue of Jammu and Kashmir. And therefore, this session that I'm moderating, I hope will be making further contributions. I'm sure it will make further contributions to the subject and to the conference, because we have very important, very distinguished guests. First of all, let me introduce myself. I'm Professor Cem Karadeli from Ufuk University in Ankara, Turkey, and I've been a senior advisor at ANKASAM for a while now, and I'm very happy to see such important meetings being held by ANKASAM. So, as I understand, we had 6 presenters today in our session, but Sardar Ali Shevkat Kashmiri, chairman of the United Kashmir People's National Party, could not make it because of some health complications. So he cannot be with us today due to his health problems. And so I wish him and every other person on earth a better future without COVID or any other viruses threatening us. And also, I'd like to see myself when I speak and my speakers instead of the ANKASAM logo. That would be very nice. Thank you. Anyway, so we are to begin with, instead of, thank you, Sardar Ali Shevkat Kashmiri, who cannot be with us, with Professor Atar Zia, who is an assistant professor of anthropology and gender studies at the Center for Asian Studies in the University of Northern Colorado. So may I please ask Dr. Zia to present her paper, her contribution now.
Mr. Jam, there seems to be an issue since that the conference schedule was changed. Mr. Saeed Mohammed would be speaking in this session.
Okay. Yes, sure. Right then. We have Dr. Syed Mohammed Saeed Asl, who graduated from Urmia University Faculty of Social Science and who had his PhD in Ghazi University International Relations Department with a thesis titled The Effect and Use of Shia Sect Factor in Iran's Foreign Policy, a Geopolitical Evaluation. He has published articles in Turkish, Persian, and English languages in different journals. He has also presented several papers in international conferences in different countries. So, Dr. Saeed Mohammed Saeed Asl, if you please.
Yes, Doctor, I'm here. 1 minute.
Sure. Okay, lovely. We can see you.
Okay. Kashmir has important.
Sorry, I can't hear you at all. Can anyone else?
You can't hear me?
Now it's okay. Please.
Okay. As you know, Kashmir has important geopolitical location, also to its geopolitical factors. It's affecting the two countries' relations. The main problem.
I'm sorry, I have to interrupt, but I can't hear you at all. You are just coming as a whisper, so please make your microphone close to you and make sure that your computer sound level is up at 100. Now, that works very well.
Can you hear me now?
Very well, thank you.
Oh, okay.
Okay, and also because we are down to 4 people, we can actually give you up to 15 minutes. So please.
Oh, thank you. As you know, Kashmir has important geopolitical location, also due to its geopolitical factors. It's affecting the two countries' relation, Pakistan and India. Now, before discussing the main problem and topic, I want to talk about the geopolitical and geopolitical conflicts there. The Swedish political geographer Roderick Kane first used the term of geopolitics at the end of 19th century. Since its formal inception, geopolitics has enjoyed a contested and controversial intellectual history. Kane's definition of geopolitics as the science which conceives of a state as the geographical organism. Basically, geopolitics seeks to explain how geographical factors such as land, population, strategic location, and natural resources affect the relation of countries and their efforts to gain power and domination over others. As an example, conflict argues geopolitics is the word that conjures up images. For him, in one sense, the word provokes war, empire, and diplomacy ideas. Geopolitics is the practice of state controlling and competing for territory. The word of geopolitics points to the interface between two distinct ontological realms and scientific disciplines, geography and politics. Now let's talk about the geopolitical conflicts. Geopolitical construction and inter-representation are found not only in conflicts at the national or international level. In the context of...
Sorry, Dr. Oz, can you just slow down a bit, because I and everyone else are also taking notes from your speech, so on a normal tone instead of, because we have time now, so we can just carry on.
Thank you. In the context of conflicts on a community boundaries or regional land use planning, for example, the construction of a strategic geographical imagination can be seen as the consciously one-sided interpretation of local or regional geographies. Most conflicts and disputes are formed due to a combination of these factors. The researcher and scholar have also introduced ethnicity as another element of tension and conflicts, particularly in internal conflicts. However, a number of scholars, such as O'Loughlin, argue the economic factors are the most common causes of tension and conflict. Now I'm going to talk about the geopolitical factors which are impacting of Kashmir conflicts. In my view, there are 5 important and major factors which are emphasizing in these conflicts. There are ethnicity and religion factors, territorial sovereignty and natural resource, boundary security, and balance in geopolitical policies. The first important factor is ethnicity and religious factors. As you know, these factors play an important role in international arena, also in relation of countries. It can have important role causes it can damage or improve countries' relation. Geopolitics has an analytical flexibility that follows it naturally to recognize and incorporation ethnicity as important factor influencing political attitude and behavior. Religious meaning and concern have had a prominent role in wide variety of political conflicts in recent decades. Despite the value of compassion and reconciliation inherent in many of the world's religions as a cultural system have played a significant role in human warfare. At the most basic level, many ancient and tribal religions have identified particular deities with war, and adherent have often taken divine action to be a crucial force in specific conflicts. Pakistan's and Kashmir's are bounded by Islamic ideology. Majority of population in Kashmir is Muslim, having an ideological bond means living by a same code of conduct. This means celebrating same events, permitting the same food, living by same code of conducts. India, on the other hand, claims the secular but predominance of Hindutva. Creed is not hidden for anyone. Even the proclaimed secular political parties like India National Congress are under influence of Hindutva ideology. On a regional scale, tension between India and Pakistan have contained and our religious dimension since independence by the rising influence of Hindu and Muslim fundamentalists in the region. Another factors which affecting the conflicts is natural resource. The literature of resource and conflict is vast and varied. It has been pointed out that the resources have been used in the past and will be used in the future as tools or target of war and strategic goals to be fight for. The 5 important rivers, same sand, located in the region, either originate from the mountain of Kashmir or pass through this land. These rivers play a significant role in India's agriculture and economy, and therefore control of the Kashmir as a means of effective use the exploitation of these rivers. Pakistan's heavy dependence of Kashmir region is one of the most important issues for Pakistan and its national security. To the topographic unity of Kashmir and Pakistan, the orientation of the valley of this region toward the Punjab plains has caused the Indus and Punjab rivers, on which about 80% of Pakistani's water resource depend to originate in Kashmir. From another factors which affecting the conflict, we can mention the territorial sovereignty. Territory is commonly understood as a portion of the Earth's surface claimed by or associated with a particular group or political ethnic entity. Conflicts over territory are almost constant in human history. Countries can have territorial claims of ownership over its neighbors to increase their power, or they can use territorial disputes as a tool to implement in their foreign policies. One of the most important crises in the South Asia region, which affect the quality and level of intra-region and trans-region relation, is the Kashmir crisis. It can be said that the most important strategic place that has created a tension between India and Pakistan in its most obvious form, and this tension dates back to before the formation of their government, has been formed in the Jammu and Kashmir conflicts area, so that territorial disputes between the religion has become most strong and durable. Border security. Borders have created many of modern states with less attention paid to the identity, blood relation, and shared culture of the people inhabiting the area. When border becomes a permanent source of conflict between neighboring states, as the quite perceptible in Kashmir, the cause and consequence in terms of wars, proxy war, are borne by the state concerned, but this contested landscape created largely unaccounted havoc in the lives of these living in the space. The India-Pakistan border is Kashmir are protected conflict region where political violence and constant claims have shaped in narrative since the 1940s. Balance in geopolitical policies. Countries of government have different behavior in relation to each other and with the aim of satisfying their demand and exercising their will. Their behavior is a function of their power. The process of competition or cooperation, which are the main element of international relations, depend on the talent and ability of the governments. Since national power and territorial control are the core of geopolitics, political unit that can exercise their capabilities more widely than others have always been the dominant countries in the history of international system. The Kashmir crisis, one of the most acute security crises in the world, has prevented in the formation of constructing government between India and Pakistan for more than half a century. And this had led two countries to seek recruitment both at the regional level and beyond. India is leaning toward the United States and Pakistan is moving toward China, creating a bipolar atmosphere in South Asia that other countries in the region are organizing around these two axes. The disputes between India and Pakistan over Kashmir has led to the formation of regional and international arrangements in South Asia. These arrangements are mostly Hindus-oriented or Pakistan-centered, as South Asia military, economic, political, and security issues are affected by India-Pakistan's relations. Dear ladies and gentlemen, as a result, my speech, I want to add the region of South Asia is a geopolitical importance due to its connection with the sea lines in the Indian Ocean and its location between the two regions of Persian Gulf and Southeast Asia, which is politically unstable and economically vital. The important point is that Kashmir is located in the geographical center of this region. So it's very clear that there are always been disputes over the exercise of power in this region. And at many moments, there is possibility of a full-scale war between India and Pakistan that will cause irreparable damage. Kashmir is the strategic importance to both India and Pakistan because India is one of the most populous countries in the world. The danger of inciting ethnic and religious nationalism and independence movement from India is a very serious threat to its territorial integrity. On the other hand, Pakistan has the same concern of considers its national and religious identity to be dependent on the annexion of Kashmir. It was an honor and pleasure for me. Thank you for your time. Yes.
Okay. Thanks to Dr. Syed Al, but I'd like to ask for some maybe expansion of your ideas on this. issue of geopolitical factors, really. If you could, one important thing is, obviously you mentioned territorial sovereignty and border security. And previously, I think it was Babakar Razwani, I'm not very sure who, I think it was him, who previously stated that ambiguous borders of the imperial eras was replaced by, let's say, sharp borders of today. You cannot really separate one country's ends at some place and the next one begins, and the borders are very accurate. So would you consider Kashmir to be a region which still lives in the past in ambiguous, uncertain borders rather than today's sharp, unchanging borders? What would you say to that? Your microphone is off, Said Mohammed.
As you know, the geopolitical factors, we have two important factors in geopolitics. The first is the human factor, the second is the physical factors. I think because physical factors in geopolitics is stable and we cannot change these factors with our idea. And Kashmir is a very physical, what can I say, has a very hard, our mountains geopolitical position. And especially Kashmir is a very different and important places. When we say, speak about the Kashmirs, we can need to speak about Russia, China, Afghanistan, even Iran. For this reason, I think the Kashmir situation won't change in the near future because all of these factors impact our has a relation with the Kashmir futures.
Okay, thank you kindly.
May I say also
Sure,
something?
sure, please.
Yes, my opinion, at least my view is that in the future, we may have some different type of state system, but until right now, we cannot perceive what it is because the international law is the law of the states and the states are not going to dissolve themselves. So until now, except the case of Kosovo, all the other cases of separatism were when the host country, the mother country consented, like East Timor. And there is another thing that we should see. China does very harsh things to its Muslims, and no one is telling something because also Muslim countries have good relationship with China. India is a big country of 1 billion people, and the size and the capacity of country makes that the other geopolitical actors are not very willing to say something against India. This is a big factor. Another thing is whether the international relation to which direction is going. 2007, we have declaration of indigenous, the right to national self-determination of indigenous peoples. And in that document is written that the indigenous peoples of one country have the right to national self-determination, but not the right to separatism. So it prohibited separatism, and the fact that now Russian Federation is the country which defends separatism on its borders means that the Western countries are less eager to allow separatism. And also say one thing more, in case of Kashmir, like in Eastern Timor or Southern Sudan, are some agreements which can be done with. But look at at our region in the Middle East, Iran and Turkey are middle large countries where there are some separatist groups in Kurdistan. But no other country says to Iran and Turkey that you should give your territory away. This was not the same case as with Serbia, because Serbia was a small country. They could put Serbia, they should oblige Serbia to give territory away. But in general, the states are not willing to give territory away, even though it is net drain, even though these are poor areas, because the other parts of the country may get the wish to separate themselves. This was just some few comments. Thank you.
Thank you kindly. So our next presentation will be from Dr. Umar Karim. And Dr. Umar Karim is a visiting fellow at the Royal United Services Institute and focuses on Pakistan's evolving political and security environment within its neighborhood. So, Dr. Karim.
Thank you so much. Thanks
yes, also,
to for...
sorry, before you begin, just because we are one person short, you can talk as much as 15 minutes. Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. I'm actually right now traveling, as maybe you guys can see, in a car. So I will try to switch off my camera, and I'll try to speak as much as I can. Thanks to Ankasam for inviting me for this very interesting and very relevant discussion and debate. I think I will, my speech will mostly revolve around the developments which happened 2 years ago in Jammu and Kashmir, particularly the Indian decision to revoke the special status of Indian occupied Kashmir. And while discussing this development, I'll try to bring in some of the calculations of the regional players, also international players, and as well as how it is impacting the historical context or the historical geopolitical power balance within the region. So I think I can start with saying that we can make a few. I can make a few general comments, which include that the steps taken by India in a manner they were surprising for Pakistan, and you can in a way relate this Indian step to what Pakistan did in 1990. In 1999 and 98 on the Kargil heights with India. Those developments were equally surprising, and for a moment they really put Indian military presence and Indian strategic position within northern Kashmir into a lot of trouble. But then eventually, because of short-sightedness of Pakistani planners, they got it back. The Indians had the edge eventually. Similarly, in this episode, we can see that the Indian state, for the first, not for the first time, but we can say that the Indian state was quite confident of its economic and security and political might. I thought that, oh, we are a superpower, so we can just simply dictate whatever we want. And now the facade or drama which has continued for, let's say, over 70 years of an autonomous Kashmir and we'll just rule by force. I think this was pretty much started in the 2000 from 2015 and the 16, and the martyrdom of Burhan Wani, of course, the way that also is handled by the Indian state. It was clear that Indian state is moving from a political to a security-oriented strategy towards Kashmir, and it was primarily done under the BJP government of Prime Minister Modi. Of course, it doesn't mean that the previous governments of the Congress party, Indian National Congress, they were like somewhat the Kashmiris. It's like they had different Kashmiris, but they were equally repressive. They were equally, you can say, discriminate. They had methods of discrimination of their own. So, and the difference is that they propped up a class of their own puppets within Kashmir, while the BJP government, at first they were fine with, and the Muftis, but then we'll just bulldoze everything. It started in 1998. Pakistan did this miscalculation. The same thing happened here because India's biggest miscalculation was that by these moves and by their rhetoric, they brought China into the geopolitical mix of Kashmir. They made sure that China is practically involved, and we have seen that the Chinese have done incursions into at least Indian claimed of the Ladakh region of the previously Indian occupied state of Kashmir. And then there were internal issues as well, because now a lot of people within Kashmir who might support the Indian state, they are quite concerned regarding the loss of their statehood. So on Indian side, this was a miscalculation, which they never thought that China would get involved in this manner, and this had implications for certain other things, like now the Chinese-Pakistani alliance, it strengthened even more on the political, on the economic, and on the military level. Of course, the China-Pakistan economic corridor, if before it was a mutual goodwill project, now it's very clearly marked strategic project between both countries. And of course, Pakistan gains from all this Chinese support and involvement within this theater. On the other hand, if we talk about Pakistan, how has Pakistan reacted, or what's the change in Pakistan? Let me be very clear. The Pakistani people, at least the current generation of the millennials, they were not really aware of whatever was done, or most of the very haunting atrocities that have been committed by the Indian forces, particularly in the 1990s, because most of them were actually born in 1990s. As a kid, I remember Kashmir was always on the news during the 1990s, but then in the 2000s, gradually it faded away. And in the early 2010 decade, there was very limited coverage of Kashmir, and you can say, the credit of the Congress government, they had pretty much sort of normalized their governance model within Kashmir, and there were like some debate within Pakistani liberal intelligentsia that maybe we should freeze the issue. Maybe the issue has actually come to its natural end or natural maturation, with every side just holding whatever it has, and people gradually coming to agree with it, or for them there is no more incentive in a continued and aggressive armed struggle, specifically Indian occupied Kashmir or Indian occupied side. But it's very interesting that every time when the Pakistani youth or a young generation of Pakistanis is becoming increasingly normalized towards India, Indian governments do such a thing, or they act in a way that the Pakistani youth, the Pakistani majority intelligentsia, they get a refresher course of what Indian mentality is, of what India is doing specifically in Kashmir, and what actually India wants as an end game with Pakistan. So there were some things which were very clear. That using its military force in Kashmir to crush, it doesn't even recognize them anymore autonomous entity within the Indian Union. So this was also a lot of Pakistanis for the first.
Dr. Karim, you're breaking up. We cannot hear you at the moment. Dr. Karim, can you hear us? Probably not. So I hope we can just get connected to him again, but at the moment it doesn't seem to be the case, and we've lost our connection to Dr. Umar Karim. So Dr. Umar Karim from Royal United Services Institute told us that the relations concerning Kashmir has been very important during the 1990s. And from the first instance on, Pakistan was surprised by India's actions in the region. And then came the New World Order, and China became sort of involved in the process with their involvement with participation with Pakistan. And then obviously he also mentioned that millennials from Pakistan are not now aware of what happened in the 1990s in Kashmir region, because generation who lived it, like us, in the during the Cold War era, have difficulty in explaining what was important and what was being done in that period in the world to the new generation who began with the new world order and the bipolar world. So our next guest, our next speaker is Gauhar Gailani. I hope he's with us. Is Gauhar Gailani here?
Mr. Jam, he was having internet connection issues, connectivity issues, so I guess he's not present.
Okay, and I can't see Vikram Singh on the list either. Is he around?
Yes, he's here.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Only thing is I've got changed my first name to Mediator.
Oh yeah, Mediator Vikram. Yeah, there you are. Because I was Okay, then. So we'll proceed with you, and then if Mr. Gilani can join us, it would be wonderful.
Yeah.
So Vikram Singh is a mediator, as you can see from the name mentioned here, who focuses on eliminating unnecessary legal expenses, as also need for litigation. He's focusing on taking preemptive action to prevent and avoid conflicts and disputes. And if such conflicts or disputes arise, then he focuses on resolving them in non-adversarial forms of alternative dispute resolution, which means by mediation and conciliation. So he worked at the Mediators and Conciliators Panel, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Government of India. Mr. Singh, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Professor.
Can speak up to 15 minutes.
15 minutes, if I get through 5 minutes, that's a lot. When I read the topic and it said time is up, I said, we cannot be so negative in our approach. We have to say that time is not up for mediation. So that is where it all started from. And I said the time is never up for mediation. So that's the whole concept. And according to me, everyone knows what mediation is, but I mean, just for a basic, that a third party assists parties to reach an amicable solution, but does not have the authority to impose a decision. That's how simple it is. So I'm just saying that we need to take mediation forward. Now, the only thing is, why hasn't that been an approach? So what I keep putting across is that we have to develop a culture of mediation. And that culture of mediation, if that is there in society in general, then we would be looking that as an option. So how do we do that? I mean, you spoke about millennials. I'm saying even go beyond before that. Let's look at the school children. I'm saying let's get that whole culture going between these two countries or anywhere in the world. That is the first thing that we should have been the one that we should be looking at. And that is all I could really put across. I mean, for me to say anything more, of course, there is more to say in terms of who the parties have to be. Now, that part of it is a debatable thing, whether there are more people than the countries involved directly, because if the world is affected by disputes which happen in one part of the world, are we looking at beyond that? I mean, these are discussions which can happen once that basic concept that is mediation an option. For me, that is the only option. But whether that, of course, we'll keep, discussing that as we go along. And for me, I would rather have this as an interactive kind of a session rather than me saying anything, because there is not much to say about mediation. Everyone knows what it is. So what I did was I actually have a symposium which I'm organizing in August and September, where it's called Mediation in Our Culture and Traditions. So the concept of mediation is part of every part of the world. So what I have now is about 70 speakers from 35 plus countries talking about their own country, about the culture of mediation. Let's take that forward. Let us put that across to people that this has been a way to resolve disputes, not today, for centuries. So if that part of it also resonates with people, that can be another way of getting mediation to the picture. So the whole idea being that we have lost out on something which was part of our lives, or it is still part of our lives in other areas. But when it comes to disputes like this, do we not even think about it, or are there other issues involved? I mean, you people are academicians of a different kind. You will debate this. You will also educate me as to what the reasons are for not going for it. But I'm just focusing on that being an option, and that should be the prime method of trying to resolve any dispute, and be it this dispute. I don't really have more to say. I mean, I would rather have people coming in, let's discuss this and talk about it. If someone has something to say, I would rather have that, Professor.
So that's about it.
Yeah, what else can you talk about? Because mediation is something part of us. I mean, to not even try it out or not do it, I just don't understand it. So I'm just thinking from you people would tell me what are the issues involved. Why is it not tried? I am a person who would, a mediator should not get entrenched into a dispute. So I would rather still keep myself away from the dispute as such. I would rather just talk about the process, and a process which is already known. Yes, Professor.
Okay, so may I ask you something about that? I mean, in terms of the process, we know that an arbiter or a mediator has to be someone who actually is trusted by both parties and who can reach out to both parties in any dispute or conflict. So how do you think the moderation, the arbitration can go? Would it be via another country, or let's say Russian Federation, or I don't know, Germany, France, whatever, or surely not Britain, considering the history of both countries with Britain, or should it be through United Nations? Do you have any idea or opinions on that?
Look, the way I look at mediation in general, wherever it is actually more of an individual-based thing. I'm telling you, even if it's country-based, they have to have trust in the people involved. It doesn't have to be a person; it can be persons. So it's more about it's being persons-oriented rather than countries or the UN having to say that so and so should mediate. I think that is where the issues always comes up. Someone telling you who should be a mediator anyway should not happen. That's never going to happen. But the only thing is that the distinguishing factor about arbitration and mediation, the fact that this person is not giving a decision for you. It is just a process being carried through. So what do you have to lose? That is what needs to be pushed across. That what is the worst that can happen? You won't settle it. You haven't settled it today. So how does it go against you at all? But the point is, who does the mediation? Whom do both the parties trust? And are there only two parties involved? That's another debate. I mean, that's another discussion. Are there? So that part of it also we might need to have. You might have to debate that separately. But that's how I look at it. So, Professor, you won't have too much for me to say except interactive. That's all.
Okay, so I understand you have said that the world is one family, right?
Yep.
So how can the family get involved? I tried to take something from you, but you return to your...
Look, I'll tell you where the family comes in. The family comes in first to be able to create that atmosphere. And I keep repeating this, that culture of mediation has to be prevalent throughout the world, which we've lost out on. And I was, of course, discussing this with someone today itself about the way societies have restructured themselves. So countries have restructured themselves. The fact is that no one really looks at someone else as someone who can assist me in resolving anything. I know best. So we have to go beyond that and to look at the larger view, the larger good. So when we start becoming a citizen of the world as individuals or as countries as part of the world, so we have to change the way we look at ourselves as countries, as people. If that is the approach, that's where the world comes in. You create an atmosphere for that. And this is for disputes anywhere. I mean, this is exactly where the culture would come in. So to create that, it's not, I mean, it sounds so simple, but the way an adversarial kind of an approach which has been created around us. So to say like, why would I go back to, I mean, in a conference like this to talk about the schools and children in schools, I'm just saying that let us, if it takes another 5 years, it's not an issue. I mean, the 5 years we can also, I mean, no, nothing should wait, but okay, supposing it does. But if we can start there and create that whole culture with them, they'll come out and they'll become those politicians and the diplomats and bureaucrats. Maybe we'll have to start from there. Maybe the whole mindset has to change from the grassroots upwards. So maybe we've gone wrong somewhere, we can change it. But that whole collaborative way of resolving disputes, maybe we've lost out on it. What is the reason to wait? Where did the court system come in, and how much has that got into our whole way of looking at dispute resolution? We'll have to, I mean, those are also factors.
Okay, thank you kindly. That was very illuminating indeed. Okay, so Behram Singh told us that mediation should be the only option ahead. to resolve not only this conflict, but any conflicts, any problems, any disputes. And so at the end of the day, maybe we can start with educating young from the very beginning, from schools, and then create a new approach, a worldview, maybe construct a worldview and make a new world conditions set, let's say, a set of conditions, new set of conditions, so that disputes can be resolved within the world family, sort of. So do we have Gohar Gailani yet?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. First of all, thank you very much for inviting me to this conference. I extend my, big thank you to all of you, and also my heartfelt, empathy and sympathies with what is currently going on in Turkey, the fire in the forest, and loss of animals and trees. So my sympathies, and I have been following the news. To begin with, with regards to this discussion, I think first let me introduce myself. I'm Gohar, and I'm an author and broadcast journalist by profession, but academic by temperament, and a cricketer by heart, and a poet also by heart. So that's this is a very important discussion with regards to what is the path ahead, and is there really time up for a resolution? And is Kashmir a forgotten conflict or a frozen conflict? Since because of my profession, I'm a storyteller, I'm a journalist, so I will stick to my area of expertise without getting into too much historical details, which have already been laid out by the previous speakers, and I don't want to repeat anything that has already been said. With regards to solutions, I think there have been many solutions which have also been tried in the past. One of the greatest poets of South Asia, Faiz Ahmad Faiz, he also had a Kashmir solution. There have been bilateral agreements between India and Pakistan. Most people talk about the Simla Agreement. And there were other attempts made, Lahore Declaration, Agra Summit, and the like. But we have seen that the solution has not been forthcoming with regards to this conflict between India and Pakistan. And now people are also talking about a third possible stakeholder in Beijing. The China angle is being talked about because of this conflict not being resolved. There are some questions that are to be asked. One is, has Kashmir always been part of the great game? And is it again a part of the great game as the geopolitical churn that is happening, that we are witnessing? So let me just take you through why dialogue is always better than a deadlock, and why in India and Pakistan, the talks at India-Pakistan level, and the talks also between the representatives of Jammu and Kashmir, all regions of Jammu and Kashmir, and between Delhi and Srinagar and Islamabad. Why these talks are important? Because it concerns the lives of both parts of Kashmir. Like we have examples from the history when East Berlin and West Berlin were there, and there was conflict, and people were divided by a line, by the Berlin Wall. So similarly, you can also draw parallels of the line of control, which is there, which was earlier referred to as ceasefire line. And then now we know it as the line of control since late 1940s, after the 1947 partition of the subcontinent. So the question is, can this conflict be resolved with dialogue? And if so, what are the possibilities? What is the path ahead? First of all, that is the recognition that there is a dispute at hand, that there is a conflict. If the parties involved do not consider this as a conflict and go ahead with their majoritarian discourse, or there is only the political power which aims at grabbing the territory, and through a smash and grab operation, or the territorial control, and then later exploitation of resources, and then the social control and the narrative control on the narratives on social media or the mainstream media, then we have a problem. Because if there is a mindset that does not recognize that there is a problem, that there is an elephant in the room, and we need to resolve this problem in a civilized manner, like civilized democracies do all around the globe. We have had examples in the recent past, and we can learn some lessons. Like there is the Northern Ireland conflict, where the Good Friday Agreement, I'm not saying that it resolved the conflict totally, but there were attempts being made, and there was willingness on part of the stakeholders, on part of the parties involved, that there can be some breakthrough. And there was a third party mediation in this case, the Northern Ireland's case. It was the American involvement. If I if I want to take you back a little, and there's a book by Harold Sheffer, who was an American diplomat, and he has written a book on Kashmir, which is called The Limits of Influence, which talks about the role of American presidents, series of American presidents with respect to Kashmir until the late 60s, and how America was involved in this conflict. As I said, if you go back to 1940s, when Germany was struggling under Adolf Hitler, and there was Benito Mussolini in Italy, and there was this European fascism on the one side and Russian communism on the other side, and also the capitalism on one side. And there, how the Jews, for example, suffered, the Holocaust happened. And are there lessons from our history in the last 100 years that we need to look at these, what happened to the conflicts, and what devastation the war, what devastation the conflicts can cause, and how it can increase the human suffering. So we saw how millions of Jews were massacred in Germany, in the Netherlands, in Poland, and other parts of the Europe. And what are the lessons for us? The problem with history is that if you do not learn lessons from history, you can actually allow it to repeat it. So that is the challenge. That do you want destruction? In the 1940s, Kashmir also saw its Holocaust moment when many, according to one estimate, the Spectator in London or the Times London, they estimated that 237,000 members of one community, in this case, the Muslim community, were targeted, exterminated, and killed. And then others were forced. And the demographics of the region, from being a Muslim majority region, changed into a Muslim minority region. So can this happen again? Are there dangers that this can happen again? Many Kashmiris actually feel that there is a challenge of existence. There is an existential threat. There's a demographic threat, and there are other challenges. So without going into too many details, I also want to point out that when the international community is interested, and there are sincere attempts being made, conflicts can actually be resolved. We have the examples of East Timor. We have the example of South Sudan. We have the example of Kosovo, Serbia. But in those cases, it is like, also, we all know how international relations work, how economic relations actually supersede, and how the political problems or the human sufferings take a backseat if there are direct economic links. And we know these countries are big. The countries that we are talking about are huge economic markets and potential markets where there is a lot of interest, for the West and other countries. They want to sell their Volkswagen, they want to sell their Rafale jets, and they want to sell their other stuff. And there's a lot of interest in terms of economic interest. So that's why some conflicts do get resolved and some conflicts remain unresolved. So why I don't know how much time I have, because I think I can go on for next 5 minutes or so. When we talk, I'm on the ground. When I talk to many Kashmiris, they have this. Sorry.
No, my mic was off, so I said, sure, you can continue.
Okay. Thank you. So, what is the first thing that when you hear the word Kashmir, what comes to your mind? I have lived in Europe, and wherever I have traveled, people talk about, whenever they hear Kashmir, they say, oh, that's a beautiful place. So the first impression about Kashmir is about its majestic beauty, its beautiful landscape, its springs, its water bodies, lakes, the Mughal era gardens, etc. And then there are some people who get interested. What is the conflict about? And they talk, where is this Kashmir? Is this near Pakistan, or is this near India? Where is it exactly on the map? So then there's a section of people who really have actually read a lot of literature on Kashmir, and they talk about the political problem, human rights issues of Kashmir, and then they get interested. So as far as Kashmiris are concerned, this is a colossal humanitarian crisis which they want to get resolved through dialogue, through negotiated settlement, through civilized behavior. And can you have a civilized behavior if there is a fascist mindset on the other side, which does not believe in dialogue, which believes in territorial control, which believes in the politics of power, which believes in politics of fair? Then you have a problem. And also you have to see that indeed our landscape is very beautiful, but our literature is bloody. If you read Kashmiri literature, there is a lot of literature written in the Kashmiri language, and then there was a time when a lot was written in Urdu language. But since the 90s, our first English American, Kashmiri American poet named Agha Shahid Ali, who taught in a university in America, and since his book, the poetry volume, A Country Without a Post Office, came out, then there was a trend beginning in the 90s, decade of 90s, that a lot of people actually got into writing. I'm saying this because I come from the writing background. I come from the journalistic background. So I want to talk about a little bit about this literature also, and how this trend changed from writings in Kashmiri and in Urdu language, and how it translated. Then people started, actually the new generations of Kashmir began writing and telling their story in a language that can actually connect them to the wider world, to the Europe, to other parts of the world, so that they become they are on the driver's seat, and they tell their own story with their own hands. So earlier, before 100 years ago, the trend was that any foreign visitor who would visit Kashmir and stay in the houseboats in the lap of beautiful mountains, and they would have their impressions. And that's why a lot of literature 100 years ago has been mostly written by foreign authors from Britain, from Australia, from United Kingdom, from the United Kingdom and other places. So what I'm saying is that the behavior from the ordinary Kashmiris has always been civilized. The behavior has always been democratic, and the behavior has always been pro-dialogue and pro-resolution. So if you now see the broader canvas, who are the people who are actually talking about the Kashmir problem and Kashmir resolution, you can broadly divide them into two categories. One category is which does not want a resolution within the ambit or within the framework of the Indian Constitution. And second, those who are also referred to as unionists, or also the mainstream by India, they call them mainstream, which Kashmiris object to because they think they do not represent the mainstream. So these two camps, one is that wants solution outside the Indian Constitution, and then another one who want a solution within the ambit of Indian Constitution. But by and large, both do not treat Kashmir as a finished article. They think that it is a dispute, it is an issue, it's a problem that needs a resolution according to the aspirations of the people. So that is where you have people like who want a merger with Pakistan, and there are others who want independence for both parts of Kashmir, which you know that Kashmir is actually being administered by both India and Pakistan in parts, while laying claim. There are resolutions in parliaments of both India and Pakistan which lay claim on the entire territory, but they administer it in parts since 1947. So then the other camp, which actually wants a solution within the Indian Constitution, they also think they want to go back to 1953, where they want to have autonomy, which according to them became the basic benchmark. And when they kind of defined their relationship with the Indian Union of India. And they say there were only 3 areas: communication, currency, and foreign affairs, where India had its kind of say, and the rest of the affairs would be managed by the local governance structure. So they are also saying that we want to go back to 1953 and we want this regional autonomy. That's why the national conference comes into picture. And then another regional party, which also talks about self-rule. The idea is that India and Pakistan, the 2 Kashmirs, can have a joint, India-Pakistan currency, and it can have a joint mechanism where India and Pakistan will only take care of the borders, but the rest of it would be governed by the people of Kashmir in both parts. And then there is another party which is also in that camp, and it talks about achievable nationhood. What is achievable in the given circumstances? So broadly, what I'm trying to say is that, be it those who want merger with Pakistan or independence, or those who want a solution within the Indian constitution, all of them want a resolution, and they're not treating Kashmir as a finished article. So be that as it may, Kashmir is the only place in the world where you will have associations of parents of disappeared persons. That nearly, according to the Association of Parents of Disappeared Persons, which is run by women and people whose loved ones have been lost while in custody or otherwise. And they have this association where they want their loved ones to return, and some have not returned for the last 30 years. And their number is said to be between 8,000 to 10,000, where the government actually contests that number and says their numbers are between 3,000 to 4,000. And the government also says that some of them have traveled to other side of the line of control, which is Pakistan administered Kashmir. So then we also have an association of pellet victims association, those who have been hit by the pellets, and their vision is partially or completely, they are blinded partially or completely. So that is another thing of worry. It's about the human cost that. Sorry.
Sum up, please. Can you sum up, please?
Yeah. I'm summing up. So at the present moment, many in Kashmir have actually reached a discomforting conclusion, and that is how to survive. And can they survive to tell the tale? Can they preserve the memory? Can they record the ordeal? And while many say that preserving the memory or recording the ordeal is a moral responsibility, but it also entails a huge cost, and it has consequences given the circumstances that we are living in. So by and large, what I'm trying to say and focus on, that I have not found any Kashmiri or any people in Jammu or in Kargil or in Ladakh region who are against resolution. All of them want a resolution, and they think because of this now new geopolitical churning that is happening, new blocks coming up, America withdrawing from Afghanistan, and this Russia, Pakistan, China thing together, Iran and other countries, and on the other side, the Quad, the Japanese, Australia, America and India. So in this, where does Kashmir figure? And is there this, they're actually questioning the international community's moral standards. And it's a question for international community's morality, that where do you, what about these millions of Kashmiris living on 2 sides of Kashmir, whose rights, political rights, human rights, and whose right to exist as a dignified human beings? What about that? And that is the question for the international community, whether they have the answers. Thank you very much for giving me this time. Thank you very much.
Thank you kindly for your very interesting and enlightening remarks. So our last speaker, Gauhar Gilani, told us about how political power aims at territorial control and even cultural control, but tries to avoid the elephant in the room and deny there's a problem to solve, and that third-party mediation, such as in the case of Ireland, Northern Ireland conflict, can be sought in here. And also that Kashmir is seen as an unfinished article, an unfinished issue by all the participants, and there are different parties and different solutions that come with them, like unification with either country, independence, or some sort of, let's say, augmented autonomy. And and everyone in the region seek a resolution to this problem. So this brings an end to our quite adventurous session in which we had participants who had health problems, we had connection issues, we had other issues, but at the end, I think we have heard very interesting and very good remarks on the whole issue. Thank you kindly for attending and listening to our session. Have a good day.
Thank you, Professor Karadeli, and thank you for moderating the session, and thank you all to all of the speakers. I'll move quickly and give the floor to the next moderator, Professor Sertif Demir. You have the floor.
Okay, thank you very much. So I would like to say hi to everybody. I am Professor Sertif Demir from Turkish Aeronautical Association University, located in Ankara. I just want to first say that I would like to mention my thankful to the Professor Mehmet Sebettin Erol for organizing this international conference. And also it is my honor to also moderate and to be participant of this conference. So coming to the issue, as I am not expertise on the Kashmir issue, but I can say that as a geostrategist, and I have my article about the Central Asian issues. It is almost, I think, the continues from 1947, and all parties, especially the three countries, China, India, and Pakistan, are also very powerful countries, and they have also nuclear powers. So this contentious issue, if it is to be higher than the current level of the problem, so I mean that the nuclear power countries is a part of this problem. So that's why I think that all parties are very careful to solve or make a peaceful, find a solution to this problem. So any kind of the hostile act in the region or in the Kashmir area might result in, I think, a very unexpected outcome. Because think about and also the Kashmir issue is another problem resolved, I think, they remain from the post-1945, post-Second World War. And if the parties continues to fight each other on the regions, they are going to lose their power. As you know that in the world, currently, there is a power transition in the world from the Western hegemony to the Eastern. We are in the part of this transition. So if you look at the history, when these powerful countries start to fight each other, they are going to lose their, I think, power in the years. Think about France and Germany. They fought each other with almost 3 big wars in 70 years, started from 1870 until the 1945, and they lose their power, and they are not no more as a big power. Only they are a big power under the European Union umbrella. So this is as we can see that, look at our sixth session, the Kashmir issue in the context of emerging Asia and regional actors, threats and opportunities. So generally speaking, we have some kind of the threats in the region because both parties are nuclear powers. There is a nationalistic rise in the region. In some countries, there is a populist politics. They want to exploit such kind of the international issues. And we have also that kind of the other regional problems. But if you look at the opportunities at the region, especially in the context of the Kashmir, both countries, China and India, are the member of 3 countries are members of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. So that means they are going to solve issues through this organization. And India and China also member of the BRIC countries. That means they are the emerging big powers in the world, and this is also helpful thing for them. And if this is, I think, some opportunities and threats in the region for regarding the issues. So before starting to give the floor to the speakers, I just would like kindly make a call. I know that Mr. Leonid Salvin is here, Omir Brekhanay is here, and Saryev Mars. I cannot see his name on the, the list. And Mohammed Ajinat, are you there? I cannot see also your name as a participant on the list.
Mr. Satif, everyone is present in the session.
Okay, thank you very much. So now I would like to start, introduce the first speaker, Leonard Salvin. He is the geopolitical analyst, chief editor of Geopolitics, also from 2008, and founder and chief editor of the Journal of Asian Affairs, and head of the administration of the International Eurasian Movement. And he also chief editor of the Catherine Saiten magazine. I understand he's very expert on the issue because he's very good background about especially international issue and also media. So, Mr. Leonard Salvin, the floor is yours. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Professor Demir, and I am agree with you about transition of power, world going from unipolarity to multipolarity, but also very important that issue of Kashmir is more complex than it seems at first glance. Not only the principle of self-determination and territorial sovereignty collide there, both contradictions are laid down in United Nations chapter. And not only because conflict outputs like violations of human rights and projection of Indian unilateral policy in Indian controlled part of Kashmir, but also different interpretation of sovereignty, as well as rights and freedoms, and also because of large geopolitical context. You see that nature of connectivity in Eurasia became more sensitive, and local conflicts can impact on broad regions and international stage. Besides the most known point like Syria, Iraq, and Afghanistan, we have critical zones in World Iceland. World Iceland is Eurasia and Africa by determination of founder of geopolitics, Halford Mackinder. So we see similar issues like Kashmir, Palestine, Western Sahara and Morocco crisis, and Kurdish issue shared between four countries, Libyan conflict, but also less mentioned like Transnistria between Moldova and Ukraine, and recent small war in Nagorno-Karabakh. And all of them impact on Eurasian stability and prosperity. And second, that we see that Western concept of nation building and concept of Westphalian sovereignty itself, which excluded religion from legal fields, not work anymore. At the same time, there is an organic sovereignty idea that is characteristic of the pre-Westphalian order. And in some countries, it's very visible for the moment. In particular, experts believe that now the states of organic sovereignty are Russia, China, and Turkey, for example, and which is proved by the behavior of these countries in the international arena. There are also elements of a double bottom in concept of sovereignty. I think that only some participants of this conference are familiar with the situation of Karakalpakistan in Uzbekistan. It's sovereign entity inside of the sovereign Republic of Uzbekistan, and sovereignty of Karakalpakistan protected by Republic Uzbekistan. but people of Pakistan have right for referendum to determine our political status. And now there are started tensions because government of Uzbekistan would like to impose Latin script in the country, and the people of Pakistan deny it. And India, for my opinion, run more aggressive schedule, and this example may be used by other states to suppress rights of ethnic or religious minorities. So if we speak about human rights, it's very important to see what India doing and to start a process of more transparency in the region. Anyway, we need to remember that Universal Declaration of Human Rights, affirming equal rights from birth, is a product of European Enlightenment. It's good in theory, but not in practice. And in many ways, the interpretation of these rights was used for geopolitical purpose by Western states. This has led to the institutionalizations of double standards, and the West has long ignored the genocide in Rwanda and is not concerned about the problems of Rohingya Muslim in Myanmar till last moment, and has turned a blind eye to what is happening in Kashmir. And I think that many states, and especially influenced by Western ideology, also going throughout double standards and balancing between two superpowers in the Cold War era, then during to the unilateral moment of the dominance, global dominance of United States, and some political powers in Asian and Western Asian regions also imposed double standards. And if speak about India, for my opinion, that this country continues to maintain the caste system that is manifestation of a kind of social apartheid in the society, appealing to its ancient traditions. At the same time, India does not shy away from using typical tools of Western European modernism, including justifying the legitimate right of state to use violence. And there is unilateral vision based on Hinduism doctrine and with its baselines for inequality. So the issue is very difficult, for my opinion, from this point of view. And the current geopolitical confrontation between China and the United States brings some more elements in regional political dynamics. It's clear that New Delhi follows Washington now on the idea to protect itself and from China and from some regional turbulence. And it's the reason why India is active in Quad and ready to be proxy of the Western powers and Southeast Asia, and not good idea that brings more instability. And our foreign minister, Mr. Lavrov, already told to Indian counterpart about this problem. And I hope that recent talks between Taliban and China also will give more chance to establish a transit in Afghanistan without any Western influence and any interference. And therefore, a more critical approach to the application of Western legal and theoretical tools is needed. And since they have not produced any visible results in more than 70 years. On the other hand, some practical aspects that may affect both parts of the Kashmir conflict in future do a pragmatic consideration should be imposed. So we need to develop a different approach and maybe several parallel strategies for Kashmir. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your very comprehensive analysis about the Euro-Asian issues. I have no counter item about your, I think, contributions. I just want to add some issue. As you know that coming to the other issue in the region, in the Euro-Asia issue, And I think every country must regard the current situation in the world. As you know that the West is leaving the Afghanistan and Central Asia. So because this is as you know that according to my view that America came to its maximum length of its empire starting from 1945. So they are losing their power in the Asia, and now there is a power gap in the region, and the countries in the region must, I think, collaborate with each other for further resolution in the area. Yes, I want to explain. So thank you very much for your presentation, Mr. Savin. And now coming to the Amir Bey Hanay, he's not available because his presentation problem. He prepared Turkish, and he doesn't know that the conference will be in English. So we are omitting him and we are passing him. I came to Saria Mars. Are you here, please?
Приветствую, здравствуйте, уважаемые коллеги. Я буду выступать на русском языке. Моя тема называется «Возможные варианты развития ситуации в Кашмире в связи с ситуацией, которая складывается в Афганистане». С моей точки зрения существует...
Sorry, again, are you not going to express in English?
Excuse me, I think I will translate this conversation, this speech. Okay.
Да.
Yep.
Да.
Okay, continue. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, so first of all, I would like to express my gratitude to be here. It's my pleasure. And I would like to deliver your speech related to the Kashmir issue in the context of the emerging Asia and regional powers.
Я представлюсь, Сариев Марс, являюсь экспертом клуба Далил Плюс, Бишкек, Кыргызстан. Как я уже сказал, с моей точки зрения, два сценария развития ситуации в Кашмире, в индийском Кашмире, в связи с ситуацией, которая складывается в Афганистане. Я вижу два сценария.
Being an expert of the Club Dalil plus Bishkek, as I told you, on my opinion, there are two scenarios of the development in Kashmir, in Indian Kashmir, related to the situation, and also the situation which is going on in Afghanistan.
В связи с тем, что с Афганистана выводятся американские войска, и сейчас тоже выводятся с Ирака, то, соответственно, это вызовет некий ренессанс в мусульманском мире, и я имею в виду пассионарность в мусульманском мире, и, соответственно, Кашмир тоже не останется в стороне. Также, я думаю, возможно, и Синьцзян-Уйгурский автономный район Китая.
In the regard with the withdrawal of troops, American troops from Afghanistan, and currently we see that the same happening in Iraq, it will create certain renaissance of Islamic Muslim world. And I mean the passionarism in Islamic world. And of course, Kashmir will not stay aside. It will also take an important role in this topic.
Я думаю, что американские глобальные проектировщики прекрасно понимают, что поспешный вывод американских войск с Афганистана и Ирака вызовет пассионарный взрыв в мусульманском мире, и, соответственно, в индийском Кашмире следует ожидать дестабилизации, как я уже сказал, так, возможно, и в Синьцзян-Уйгурском автономном районе Китая, хотя китайская сторона старается нейтрализовать этот момент, вот пригласив руководство Талибана на переговоры в Китай. Но во всяком случае сейчас следует большая вероятность дестабилизации в регионе.
I think that American global policymakers are understanding in very well way that the fast and prompt withdrawal of American troops from Afghanistan and Iraq can cause the passionary sudden explosion, trouble in Islamic world, and of course in Indian Kashmir. And we are expecting the destabilization in this area. As I told before, this can happen also in the autonomic region of China. And although the Chinese side is trying to neutralize this moment, trying to invite the management and leadership of Taliban to the negotiations in China, today, there is a huge probability of the destabilization in the region.
Я думаю, что эти глобальные процессы вызваны проектом Китая «Один пояс, один путь» по прокладке транспортных коридоров в Европу. И, соответственно, если этот проект реализуется, то, скажем, через несколько лет, скажем, к 2050 году Китай станет сверхдержавой, соответственно, обгонит Соединенные Штаты Америки. Поэтому те процессы, которые мы наблюдаем в регионе, они в первую очередь связаны с этим. Не позволить Китаю стать сверхдержавой, которая непременно к 50 году, если все проекты осуществятся, то обгонят Соединенные Штаты Америки.
I think that these global processes caused by China, and especially the project One Belt, One Road, related to the transportation corridors to the Europe. And accordingly, this project, if it is realized, then in several years, let's say in 2050, the China can become the superpower and can compete with the United States and win this competition. So these processes that we are seeing today in the region, first of all, are connected with the restrictions of China to be the superpower, which will definitely happen up to 2050. And all of these projects most probably will help to win their competition against the United States.
Чтобы моя позиция была ясна, я хочу как бы прояснить ясность, в какой мы должны самоопределиться, с какой точки зрения мы смотрим на процессы, которые происходят в регионе. Либо мы смотрим на эти процессы как естественные, которые идут естественным путем, либо эти процессы конструируются некими глобальными игроками.
To clarify my position, I would like to highlight some points that we have to self-determine our position from the point of view of what is exactly the way we analyze the processes which are happening in the region, or we are looking at these processes as a natural, which are happening in a certain freeway, or these processes are being constructed by the global players.
С моей точки зрения, западные проектировщики используют методологию, позицию под названием конструктивизм. Они моделируют и программируют ситуацию в мире в том направлении, в котором им нужно.
On my opinion, the Western policymakers use this situation, especially use methods and geoposition named the constructivism, and they are modeling and programming this situation. And yes, можете продолжать.
Я для примера приведу. Вы знаете, что лет 30 назад появился такой проект, который называется «Большой Ближний Восток». Значит, там в этом же проекте Великий Курдистан и так далее. Вы видите, чем это закончилось. Курды были использованы как триггер запуска процессов по дестабилизации Ближнего Востока.
Yeah, I would like to give an example. You know that 30 years ago there appeared the concept named the Big Middle East, where we see that there are projects of big or Great Kurdistan or Great the Kurdish people were used as a trigger for launching the process of destabilization in Middle East.
Сейчас мы наблюдаем здесь, в Центральной Азии, проект под названием «Большая Центральная Азия». Есть еще как бы подпроекты под названием «Великий Вазиристан». Поэтому эти процессы, можно сказать, что дестабилизации Ближнего Востока начинают двигаться в нашу сторону, в сторону Центральной Азии. И в этом ключе неким разведпризнаком может служить то, что исламское движение Восточного Туркестана, в котором представлены уйгуры, в основном с Китая, они выведены из состава террористических организаций. Точно такой же разведпризнак мы наблюдали перед началом дестабилизации Югославии, когда албанская националистическая партия Госдепартаментом была выведена из списка террористических. Именно косовские албанцы были триггером по развалу Югославии и созданию процессов в Восточной Европе.
Currently, we see that this kind of great, let's say, a great Central Asian project, or the project Great Waziristan, these processes were created for the destabilization of Middle East, and now they are moving to the Central Asian side. In this way, we see that the Islamic movement of Eastern Turkestan, which is represented by Uyghurs, mostly acting in China, was deleted from the list of terroristic organizations. And the same we see in other areas that create certain threats for us.
И вот сейчас мы наблюдаем ситуацию в Афганистане, когда, скажем, оставляются турецкие вооруженные силы, которые будут охранять Кабул. И таким образом турки, как мусульмане-сунниты, они должны заменить американцев и другие европейские войска. И таким образом Турция будет главным игроком в ситуации в Афганистане, и мы видим здесь борьбу геополитических игроков в Афганистане. Соответственно, как я уже сказал, что в этой ситуации теперь Турция, за которым будут стоять страны НАТО, она должна сыграть ту роль, которую играли американцы. Но американцы так как уходят, я думаю, что в Афганистане очень большая вероятность дестабилизации и появления квазигосударств в тюркской части Афганистана, скажем, таджики, которые представлены в Афганистане в количестве от 10 до 15 миллионов человек, больше, чем в постсоветском Таджикистане. Узбекистан, узбеки, около 5 миллионов, хазарийцы. И я не совсем уверен, что они согласятся сейчас в этих условиях на то, что пуштуны, которые доминируют в Талибан, они будут доминировать, и, скорее всего, возможен процесс распада Афганистана. А это очень сильно будет влиять, конечно, на ситуацию в Кашмире.
Currently, we see that the withdrawal of the American troops from Afghanistan changes the situation, and Turkey will replace it in Afghanistan by protecting Kabul. And we say that Turkish people, like Turkish forces, as the Muslim Sunnis, will be one of the major political players in Afghanistan. Together with that, as I told, Turkey is one of, behind the Turkey, there will be the countries of NATO, and it will play this role, the same role that Americans have been playing before. I think that there is a high probability of the destabilization of Afghanistan situation, and there might be quasi countries that can appear in this area. And especially in Turkish side of Afghanistan, let's say Tajiks, which are around from 10 to 15 million people, more than in post-Soviet Tajikistan, and around 5 million of Hazara people. And I'm not sure that they will agree with this situation. Now, in these conditions, Pashtuns, which are dominating in Taliban, will keep leading. And most probably we will face with the process of the dissolution or disintegration of Afghanistan. And of course, it will affect substantially on the situation of Kashmir. And this will affect a general situation.
Я считаю, что руководство Афганистана в лице Ашрафа Гани, да и спецпредставителя Соединенных Штатов Халилзада, они работают в этом ракурсе деструктивно, потому что можно было бы создать, как и планировалось, коалиционное правительство в Афганистане, но они затягивают этот процесс. Понятно, что Ашраф Гани в любом случае не останется в правительстве, но затягивание вот этого процесса приводит к тому, что в Афганистане начинает разворачиваться гражданская война, которая приведет к распаду. Я думаю, что это не случайно, и позиция Гани и Халилзада – это линия одной из стратегического проекта.
I think that the management of Afghanistan, represented by Ashraf Ghani, and the special representative of the United States, Khalilzada, they are working in the destructive route because another methods could be used, such as the creating of the coalition government in Afghanistan. But these two leaders, they are postponing or prolonging this process. It's obvious that Ashraf Ghani will not stay in the government, will not continue will not stay in power. But this prolongation of the process will cause certain civil war processes in Afghanistan that can cause its disintegration, dissolution. I think that this is not an accident, and the position of Ghani and Khalilzada, they are very strategic. They are implementing certain strategic projects of the West, which is currently implementing in Afghanistan.
Sorry, ma'am, can I say, can Mr. Sariev can make, I think, his final comment because of the time problem. Thank you.
У нас определенное ограничение во времени, если бы вы могли сделать заключительные ремарки.
Хорошо. Таким образом, с моей точки зрения, происходит проектирование ситуации в регионе, есть глобальные проектировщики, и в этом смысле я не думаю, что целенаправленно расшатывают Кашмир. Кашмир сам по себе в силу логики вещей должен быть дестабилизирован, потому что, как я уже сказал, быстрый вывод американских войск приведет к пассионарному взрыву мусульманского мира. Как бы Запад отступает. Таким образом, это, конечно, возбудит мусульман и Кашмира, и других, как я уже перечислял, стран. Поэтому не обязательно, понимаете, как инструментально воздействовать на ситуацию. Сам уход американских войск, причем быстрый уход с Ирака, с Афганистана, он спровоцирует дестабилизацию в Кашмире, тем более, что движение «Талибан» на заре своего возникновения, он был создан как проект, в первую очередь, по освобождению Кашмира. Другое дело, что потом уже, конечно, в афганскую ситуацию Талибан стал играть большую роль. И здесь еще надо учитывать то, что в руководстве пакистанских вооруженных сил, в частности авиации, очень большую роль играют так называемый народ или племя Кызылбаши, которые в свое время Надир-ханом были переселены с Азербайджана, это тюрки. И в Кашмире тоже есть Кызылбаши. Поэтому сама логика возрождения мусульманского мира, оно приведет к тому, что Кашмир будет дестабилизирован. Какой выход из этой ситуации? Я думаю, что страны региона, в первую очередь страны Индия, Афганистан, Пакистан, я думаю, Иран, Россия, Китай, может быть, в рамках ШОС они должны осмыслить эти процессы, что есть есть процесс проектирования. И в этом ключе я бы хотел привести слова Уинстона Черчилля, который сказал еще во время Второй мировой войны, что ситуацию надо использовать, не только надо использовать ситуацию или события, а надо еще уметь создавать эти события. Поэтому то, что сейчас мы видим, это процесс конструирования определенных процессов и осознание странами, скажем, входящих в ШОС, что есть некие проектировщики, и создание контрпроекта позволит стабилизировать ситуацию в регионе. Я имею в виду даже инициативу, скажем, Узбекистана, Мирзиёева. Недавно конференция в Ташкенте была, Центральная Азия, Южная Азия, транспортные коридоры. Именно развитие, экономическое развитие, создание транспортных коридоров, выход на южные моря позволит стабилизировать экономическую ситуацию. Соответственно, и политическая ситуация будет приведена к разрядке.
I'm sorry. Yep. So what we started. Just a second. Yes. Currently, on my opinion, there is the projection, the designing of the situation in region, and there are global powers that are projecting it. And I don't think that, and I think that this happening consciously, that the situation is trying to be destabilized in Kashmir in a very targeted way. Of course, it is quite logical. It must be destabilized because if American troops are withdrawn from the Afghanistan, it will cause the explosion in Islamic world. And West, and of course, can try to affect these issues through the Kashmir. And most probably Kashmiri Muslims also will not be satisfied from this situation. And it's not obligatory to use certain tools and methods to affect the situation, because logically the American withdrawal from Afghanistan in very rapid way will cause the destabilization in Afghanistan and in Kashmir and Taliban. As you remember, it was created as a project, first of all, on the liberation of Kashmir. Another way, like another topic is that after that, of course, the situation in Afghanistan was playing a very important role, and also the Pakistani military forces affected, especially aviation. It was playing a very important role. And there was one example, the tribe Kızılbaş, which also was one of the participants in this topic, and the logic, just a second, which was forcibly moved to Azerbaijan. And also there are Turks in Kashmir, and there is logic of the renaissance of Islamic world, and Kashmir will be destabilized. And what is the exit or key way to solve the issue in Kashmir? I think that first of all, countries like India, Afghanistan, Pakistan, Iran, Russia, China, in the framework of the Shanghai Organization, can think through these processes in deep way, and also take part in the process of the projecting, designing the situation. And also I would like to quote the Winston Churchill, which during the Second World War said that we should not only use the situation or events, but also we should have an ability to create these events to change the situation. That's why what we see today, the process of designing certain situation in Kashmir and understanding by the countries entering to being the members of Shanghai Organization are the designers, and they can create the counter project which will help to stabilize the situation in the region. I mean, I also see that the initiative of Uzbekistan and the president of Uzbekistan, Mirziyoyev, which took part in one conference in Tashkent, where the Central Asian and South Asian countries were presented. They are planning to make certain transportation corridors, and this kind of economic development initiatives and creating the transportation corridors, and also reaching and accessing the South Seas will help to stabilize the economic situation, and the political situation also can feel certain relief.
Спасибо большое. Okay, thank you very much, ma'am. I don't know, Mr. Sariev can explain his background, where he's working now, and his also, because he prepared, present a very comprehensive, very different, and very interesting, I think, presentation.
Вы могли бы детальнее рассказать о себе, поскольку ваша презентация была очень интересной, наполненной информацией?
Я являюсь независимым политологом, членом клуба «Далил Плюс». Знаете, это такой свободный, неформальный, негосударственный клуб. И у нас в Кыргызстане довольно-таки много свободных политологов. Сейчас я работал с определенными проектами и являюсь экспертом по Центральной Азии, свободный политолог, независимый.
I am the independent politologist, and I'm the member of the club Dalil. It's independent, informal, non-governmental club. And in Kyrgyzstan, we have a lot of this kind of independent clubs. And I have been working in different projects which were related to the Central Asia. I'm a Central Asian specialist and independent politologist.
Okay, thank you very much. I just would like to highlight two issues. Of course, I respect his ideas, but I cannot attend or I cannot agree with some of his ideas. For example, he expressed that Turkey is like a proxy of America. Turkey is going to use the American way in Afghanistan. Turkey will stay in Afghanistan just to protect the Kabul airport. This is the issue, and Turkey is there for protecting all Afghanistan, and Turkey never attended any kind of the fighting with Taliban, with other nationalistic or other ethnic groups. So this, I just want to Turkey and Afghanistan has different relations. We have historical good relations, and we help each other all the time. So I just want to make correction this issue.
Я бы хотела сделать небольшую ремарку по поводу вашего мнения касательно роли Турции в Афганистане. Я бы хотела сказать, что не совсем соглашусь с тем мнением, что сегодня Турция будет выполнять роль представителя стран НАТО в Афганистане, поскольку мы защищаем не только аэропорт Кабула, у нас достаточно много исторических связей между нашими странами, и мы поддерживаем Афганистан и хотим там стабильности, то есть мы не выполняем функцию спутника западных стран.
Спасибо, да, согласен, хорошо.
Thank you very much. Just Babak Razmani sent me a message. He wants to make explanation about the Kızılbaş. He sent me a message. Please go ahead.
Mr. Sertif, we cannot provide since we are very behind the schedule and our guests from other sessions are waiting. It's best for the conference that we continue with the next speaker since the time is already running out and we don't want the speakers of the other sessions waiting for long because there are speakers who are from Philippines and it's already almost midnight.
Okay, Babak, thank you. Sorry. I think the conference organizers don't want to speak. So now let's look at another Mohammed. Thank you very much for you, Mr. Sariev, again. Now we are going to ahead with Dr. Mohammed Aiznejad. He is a political geography, geopolitics from University of Tehran. He is from Iran, and I don't want to extend my topic. So, Dr. Mohammed, floor is yours, please. As you know, because of the time pressure, I will be happy to speak 10 minutes. We are not able to hear you, please, Dr. Mohammed.
Mr. Mohammed, your microphone is not working. Can you check, please? Because we can't hear you.
Perhaps there is no electricity in Tehran. There were some problems.
Mr. Mohammed, we can't hear you still. Could you see if your microphone settings are correct from the microphone options? No, we can't hear you still. Could you change your microphone settings from choose a different microphone maybe, or change the default microphone?
I think Mohammed is not ready. He can be ready for next 10 minutes. We can continue with the İstihak Malik. Then when his microphone can be fixed, he can continue. İstihak Malik, he is a former BBC and international relations specialist in national security and diplomacy. And he is from, I think, from the Institute for Strategic Studies in Islamabad. And please, Mr. Malik, floor is yours.
Mr. Sarsif, Mr. Malik is not present. He's having internet issues. He's not able to connect from his location. He has a weak internet connection. So let's see if Mr. Mohammed can solve the issue. If not, we'll move on with the next session and we'll try to give him a speaker time in the next session.
Okay, right, please.
Are you asking me?
Yeah, Mohammed, we are
good afternoon, good morning.
No, Mr. Javed. We are speaking about Mohammed Ahmadinejad, who's trying to solve the solution.
Please say that because yes, okay.
Mr. Mohammed Ahmadinejad, we can't hear you. No, we still can't hear you. There seems to be an issue with your microphone. So what we'll do is, Mr. Sertet, now we'll move on to the next session, which will be chaired by Mr. Eldor.
Let me express some concluding remarks. Then
sure.
You can...
And then if you could give the seat to Mr. Eldor after your comments are done, we'll continue with the next session then.
Okay. Thank you very much for your, I think, the conference organizations and to give me a chance to be a chair of this, moderating of this session. And also I want to thank you to all the speakers for their contribution to this conference. Okay, the floor is yours, please.
Hello, everyone. I hope you can hear me. Yes, all good? You can hear me?
Yes, Mr. Eldor.
Thank you. Dear ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum once again. Dear participants of the international conference. My name is Eldor Tulyakov. I am an executive director of a think tank based in Uzbekistan. In general, the scope of our activities is very diversified, and we would be pleased to exchange opinions if there is a need, interest from your side towards our institution. And due to time constraints, let me very briefly introduce our distinguished panelists. And I'll try to be brief. But if you, dear panelists, think I missed an important information about you, please feel free to add during your speech that important information. However, I should mention that we have only 10-minute limits for each speaker, and I hope you don't mind if I interrupt you when the time is up to respect the others also. So the first speaker, and I would like to apologize if I spell the names not properly, maybe. Naset Manabilang Adyong is the founder of CO, International Relations and Islamic Studies Research Cohort, and the Philippine International Studies Organization, and the Colonial Studies Research Network. He works on interdisciplinary research between Islam and international relations, particularly comparing Muslim governance with nation-state system, and explores Muslim polities in Southeast Asia. Our second speaker is Muhammad Athar Javed, fellow. He's a fellow at International Security Program of New America, general, and also director of General Nordic Institute of Stability Studies. He's also Director General of Pakistan House, an Islamabad-based think tank of international affairs. Then the next speaker of our distinguished panel is Daud Katak. Daud Katak is managing editor for Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty's Pashto language, Mashal Radio. And before joining Radio Free Europe, Katak worked for the News International and London's Sunday Times in Peshawar, Pakistan. He has also worked for Pajwok Afghan News in Kabul. And I guess we should mention that the views expressed here are his own and do not represent those of Radio Free Europe. The fourth speaker of our panel is Daurena Ben. He's an independent researcher based in Almaty, Kazakhstan. He previously worked at the Eurasian Research Institute under Ahmed Yasavi University, Nazarbayev University, and the Kazakhstan Institute for Strategic Studies under the President of the Republic of Kazakhstan. He's a graduate of the Middlebury Institute of International Studies at Monterey. Dauren also headed the Almaty office of the Institute's James Martin Center for Non-Proliferation Studies. Fifth speaker is Mikhail Kugelman. Mikhail Kugelman is Asia Program Deputy Director and Senior Associate for South Asia at the Wilson Center think tank in DC. He also writes foreign policy magazines weekly, South Asia Brief newsletter. At the Wilson Center, he manages research, events, and publication on South Asia with a particular focus on India, Pakistan, and Afghanistan. And our last speaker is Ariel Cohn. Ariel Cohn is a non-resident senior fellow at the Atlantic Council, Eurasia Center, and a member of the Council of Foreign Relations. He's a recognized authority on international security and energy policy and leading expert in Russia, Eurasia, and the Middle East. He's also senior fellow with the nonprofit International Tax and Investment Centers, where he directs the Energy Growth and Security Program. As you can see, the participants of the conference, our panel consists of very distinguished speakers.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Let me please pass to Naset Manabilang Adyong. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, everyone, and good day to Ankasam and to all the participants in today's international conference. Very, very glad of the invitation and very thankful for that. Now, I won't be delving on the history and other
Would you please speak a bit louder?
Can everyone hear me? Now, I won't be delving on the, let's say, history and other factors affecting the issue, but I will be talking and probably presenting a video that probably could be an inspiration for the Kashmiris, especially, for example, that we have had an experience in the Philippines that we had this Bangsamoro issue before, or what we call Bangsamoro problem, similar with Palestinian problem or all others problems that concerns with self-determination. So I'm going to share with you that could be of an inspiration and could be might provide a solution for the Kashmir problem. Can everyone hear me? Is it?
We don't hear you well, unfortunately. Could you speak up, please?
Just a second. How about this one? Can everyone hear me? I'm trying to volume up the. Let me.
It's okay.
Now we don't hear you at all.
So.
Yes, this is good. Please.
How
go
about
ahead.
this? Okay. Okay. So thanks everyone for the invitation again from Ankasam. I'll be very, very briefly. I'm going to show you a case on Bangsamoro problem, which is similar to all the problems that concerns with self-determination. And I think that would provide a kind of a solution for the Kashmiri problem because we've attained and achieved an autonomous governance that is primarily based on moral governance in coordination and in negotiation and also with compromise with the national state of the Republic of the Philippines. So I'm going to share you a video which let me check if we can see it now. So let me
1,
check.
2, 3.
People, whether
Can you
politicians,
hear
professionals, or ordinary people.
the audio? Can you hear the audio of the video?
Yes, we can. Yes,
Hello?
we can. Yes, we can hear the audio.
Okay, so I'm going to play it from the beginning. So this is how the problem in the Philippines that was able to resolve. It's a century-long problem. So for over more than 100 years that the Muslim minorities in the Philippines wanted to have an autonomous and had negotiated with the Republic of the Philippines. And just 3 years ago, 2019, there was a fruitful, successful negotiation that the Philippine Republic provided an autonomous power, an asymmetrical power with the Philippines, they call it intergovernmental power relations. So I think this is the mantra of the current leadership of the Muslim minorities in the Philippines, which is moral governance.
Governance has been an overused term. People, whether politicians, professionals, or ordinary people, use the word governance callously. Yet we cannot blame them, as the concept of governance itself has a plurality of meanings. Some refer to governance as institutions, some pertain to the concept as actions of leadership and governing, others view it extensively as the interaction between the public and private sectors. Despite these multiple meanings of the word governance, a uniting thread binds these definitions: that our understanding of governance is rooted from the Western historical experience of democratic governance, that to some extent is inapplicable to certain Asian contexts. Our study entitled The Principles of Moral Governance in the Bangsamoro intends to address this challenge about the incompatibility of our conventional notions and ideas of governance to the Bangsamoro region. Our research pursued a threefold objective. First, we explored what constitutes to the Western idea of governance based on the prescriptive criteria provided by multilateral organizations. Second, we explored the canons of Islamic philosophy to unearth themes that comprise the idea of Islamic governance. Lastly, upon comparing between the two, we located the presence of Islamic governance principles in the Bangsamoro Organic Law. In the circle of practitioners and policymakers, the idea of good governance is usually associated with a democratic framework promoted by multilateral organizations. This democratic framework is characterized by the following qualities: accountable, consensus-oriented, equitable, efficient and inclusive, participatory, responsiveness, transparent, and rule of law. These qualities are indeed noble and necessary for the achievement of a just, humane, and peaceful society. However, our understanding on how to achieve these qualities to fulfill the criteria of good governance is a little bit problematic. Why? Number 1. These good governance characteristics are assumed to become institutionalized by placing governmental structures to ensure that the persons inside the governance machinery shall comply and practice these values. Number 2. The view that these characteristics shall be achieved by placing institutions assumes a linear path of development. However, such is not the case because the idea of progression of good governance was lifted from the bastion of liberal democracy. In addition, these good governance characteristics are also automatically accepted as applicable to all situations, regardless of each political entity's historical background. Number 3, these ideas of good governance were cultivated in the Western democratic context, where secularism, or the separation of religion and politics in the public sphere, is widely accepted. Unfortunately, given these premises, realizing good governance based on these precepts is a challenge in the Bangsamoro region, a political entity with rich history of development, conflict and progress, as well as a situation with different social capital compared to the democratic West. In fact, one of the problems in the Bangsamoro region is the continued corruption, particularly in the practice of entrenched clientelism, which harbors and sustains nepotism. With the Bangsamoro Transition Authority in place, people are now optimistic to become a part of the hope to achieve a good life, being guided by social ethics and communal values of trust, justice, peace, and equality. However, the young, idealistic, and deserving aspiring public servants are being disregarded in favor of candidates with connections with political leaders because of nepotism. From this critique of our conventional ideas of good governance derived from the West and nepotism in the region, what is the solution to institute good governance in the Bangsamoro? Our study invites our audience to revisit the Islamic roots and identity of Bangsamoro. The teachings of Islam itself serves as a pillar from the achievement of what we call Islamic moral governance in Bangsamoro. What is the difference between the Western notion of good governance from Islamic moral governance? The difference lies on the view of emergence of good governance. For the Western view, good governance can be achieved by placing institutions that will influence the behavior of government leaders. We can call it as deductive, perhaps. On the other hand, Islamic moral governance is inductive. It starts from an individual's acceptance to the teachings of Islam up to its application to the macro level. If good governance has its own characteristics prescribed by multilateral organizations, Islamic moral governance has its own quality, which are axioms derived from Islamic philosophy. These axioms are grouped into 5 immutable principles of Islamic governance: faith, At the personal level, the virtue of faith refers to total submission to Islamic teachings, particularly with the divine lordship of Allah and the need for purification. At the governance level, leaders must accept that the human reality is not separate from divine reality. The principle of faith is particularly embedded in the preamble of Bangsamoro Organic Law. Freedom. In Islamic ethic philosophy, freedom at the individual level refers to the capacity to choose what is good and what is better. On the governance level, the principles of freedom refers to the liberty to make decisions without restrictions. In addition, freedom in making government decisions must be anchored in responsibility and accountability. In the BOL, the principle of freedom is found in Article 4, which is the general principles and policies, and Article 9, Section 5, which is religious freedom. Moral authority. At the individual level, the Islamic understanding of moral authority refers to two dimensions: belief in the oneness of God and emulation of Prophet Muhammad as the epitome of strong leadership. Consequently, subscriptions to these ideals must translate into implementation of policies anchored in equality and universal solidarity. This principle is presented in the BOL in Article 4, Section 3, 4, and 5, the democratic system of Bangsamoro, and Article 9, Section 11, the women's participation. Common good. Islam understands common good based on two terms: public welfare and public interest. These ideals convince a believer to generate a spirit of voluntarism. In terms of governance, common good refers to equality and capacity to induce reform and positive social change, virtues that enable man to become vice-regents. In the BOL, the principle of common good is placed in Article 5, Section 3, that discusses the powers of the Bangsamoro government to provide social welfare to its people. And lastly, social ethics. Islam views social ethics as the interrelationship between trust, community, justice, peace, and human equality. Individual and community compliance to these virtues is required. These ideals are contextualized in the Bangsamoro Organic Law in Article 4, Section 7 and 6, Article 9, Sections 6, 8, 10, 13, and 14, and the Article 13, Section 12. These provisions tackle the topics of promotion of social unity, social justice, minority rights, human rights, access to basic services, labor rights, youth and children's rights, and indigenous rights to natural resources. To end the discussion, our study presented the stark differences between the Western notion of good governance and Islamic moral governance. Good governance, being grounded in the Western experience, is rooted from liberal and secular democratic traditions and tends to impose its validity and superiority because of its universalistic assumptions. On the other hand, our exploration of Islamic moral governance aims to present that the establishment of democratic institutions need to account the local cultural context of the area. History proves that the arbitrary building of institutions and practices disregarding a locality's history and culture has been a usual case of failed political experiments. Therefore, we believe that institutionalizing the aforementioned Islamic values will contribute to address governance problems in the Bangsamoro region, including corruption and political clientelism, and to usher Barn to achieve its political maturity.
Thank you, everyone. I think the moderator had told me that my time is up. So I'll be, this is just a one solution that the Kashmir problem could be inspired of, since we rooted the problem, since we rooted the problem based on the cultural context and digressing from Western canons in knowledge production. So I think that that would be a possible solution for the Kashmir problem. A good, equitable political elite serving for the common good of its own people. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the information provided. Now, it's my honor to give the floor to Mr. Muhammad Athar Javed. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, first of all, to Professor Mehmet, the president of NCASAM, and the conference committee, and to all those who made possible for me to be here today. And also a very good friend of mine, Professor Mehmet's group, who's basically facilitated, of course, many of our friends here today. My topic is directly on Kashmir, of course. It's about Kashmir dispute, nuclear flashpoint, what needs to be done. That's how we look at in this part of the world. I think probably most of our people in this panel, all the panelists here, and most of our policymakers have been listening to, of course, entire their lives maybe, because this is almost 73 years, this problem, Kashmir's problem is here. And one more important thing before I just get into the discussion, it is not really about a territorial issue. It's a dispute. It's not a dispute which is unresolved, and it is lying on the top, the oldest agenda of the United Nations, the right to self-determination of Kashmiri people. Secondly, and which is very importantly, it's about the people of Kashmir. The idea that it is like between Pakistan and India, of course, it caused all these 4 wars and all those, which we call it between Pakistan and India, a lack of a friendly relationship. It is about Kashmir. That's why in every discussion, in every agenda of the both governments, it starts with the core issue of Jammu and Kashmir. As we call it in this part of the world, and of course, that it's declared as an illegal occupation of the territory by India. This is, of course, again, going back to the United Nations resolutions, and also the countless reports on how people are being treated of Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, well-documented remote depositions of how Indian military and forces brutally treated the Kashmiri people there. These are basically fundamental issues on the basis of which this conflict has continued. Why I'm saying that it can be a nuclear flashpoint is because of the size of India and the way India has acquired and has been acquiring a remarkable amount of weaponry from an entire world, actually. According to 3 years old, I think, report of SIPRI, Stockholm-based, India has been one of the topmost weapons seeker country. And that involves, of course, recently bought Rafale from France, looking for, of course, towards Israel also, towards the United States, from wherever they can get, and Russia. Mentioning about these points related directly to how India perceives itself in the region. Most of the policymakers would agree that if the Kashmir issue is resolved on the basis of people's right to self-determination, according to the United Nations, things will be resolved. But what we are missing here, actually, basically, is India has been flouting international law for the past all these years, since 1947. India has never allowed, basically, independent delegates from the United States or from European Union. Whoever went there were definitely not very independent, because we have not seen the reports. Journalists are not allowed. There are countless, I would say, episodes of human rights violations occurring since many, many years. Pakistan, on the other hand, has offered India to come back to the table, talks, negotiation, initiate again. In the present government, I mean, at least a dozen times, Pakistan has offered. And of course, India, on the other hand, has this, we call it deceptive diplomacy and diplomatic posturing, which includes only, as India, according to Indian own version, that it is their part of territory. So if we look around our regions, Middle East, for example, the countless conflicts, the 4 countries conflict has actually even broken the financial structures of major powers. Imagine any other conflict coming out in South Asia at this time, I'm not talking about the COVID-19 time and the contemporary while Afghanistan is boiling for peace. What needs to be done? That is the second part of exactly the title of your conference, that time is up for Kashmir. It means actually it is time up for India. Time is up for India. India should come forward as the so-called largest democracy, must come forward and first of all, demilitarize this occupied territory, give people their rights, stop displacing and missing thousands of young men, stop demographic changes, which India is making at the moment, and stop treating Kashmiris or dehumanizing Kashmiris. Well, world is already known what happened prior to Second World War, when Jews were dehumanized by Nazis in Germany, and what they have done actually after all. So one must absolutely relate this to Kashmir issue. I'm not exaggerating. Just look at the reports and look at the inactivity of the international community. When I say inactivity, I'm not saying that behind the door, there is no activity diplomatically, and there are no efforts being made to bring and convince India to obey international law, or at least start respecting people living in that territory. Because at the moment, as we see, I'm going to conclude it. I think maybe my time is up. Point number one, the world should not be oblivious of Indian brutality in Indian occupied Kashmir. This is very important. And just look at the international law. If other countries start violating international law, the organs of the United Nations and other big organizations will not have any say and credibility, and the chaos will follow. Number two, remember, any conflict which continues brewed at this level definitely had its contours, spillover effect. The region is already volatile, Pakistan and India's region. China is there. India has war with China, and India has conflict with China. India has conflict with Nepal. India has with almost all other countries. India has a problem. So we need to recognize, and there is a role to play by international actors. And these international actors are very clearly defined and identified. The European Union, United States, all NATO member states, Britain, and the powerful countries, especially United Kingdom. They must realize that this kind of flouting of international law by India, and we also understand that India is the biggest market for the world. We also understand that there is an appetite to sell more weapons. We understand that there is an appetite to contain China. But on the other hand, look at the people, millions of Kashmiris have been suffering. And it's not rhetoric. It's not, and being neutral against, continuous violation of human rights is absolutely not a human approach to resolve the conflict. And these are my submission. Just one line in the end, that there is a greater chance of stability if India comes forward, as Pakistan is offering, negotiate on the table, involve international actors. This is no more bilateral issues. India must be convinced by international community to come back to negotiation. I thank you very much to the organizer, to the president, and all friends who made this possible for me to speak today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Javad, for detailed information. Now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Dawood Kata. Is he here?
Hello. Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, please. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you, and hello to my fellow panelists. It's my pleasure to be here among you, and I would prefer to directly come to the topic. As in the previous 6 sessions, the honorable researchers and parliamentarians and activists mentioned all other aspects in full details, I guess. Pakistan and India have been fighting over Kashmir over the past 70 years, with one state calling the territory its Sherag or jugular vein, and the other state as its atut ang or integral part. Unfortunately, the claims of Sherag and Atut Ang have been forced the Kashmiris, who are the real owners of the land, in the background. All hopes of a peaceful settlement of this long-standing dispute have been diminished by the international standings of the two states occupying the Kashmiris and their land. Pakistan wants a plebiscite citing the 1948, 1951, and 1957 United Nations Security Council resolutions, while India wants the issue to be resolved under the 19... I'm hearing some noise here.
Yes, we solved it, Mr. Dawood. You can continue.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, so while India wants the issue to be resolved under the 1972 Simla Agreement, which was signed after Pakistan's defeat in the 1971 war, and which, according to India, recognizes the erstwhile ceasefire line between India and Pakistan as the line of control, which means a permanent boundary. International actors so far helped end the wars, such as 1965 and 1971, and prevented the two nuclear armed countries from launching new wars, such as in 1999, 2001, and 2008. They, however, failed to stop the proxy wars between the two countries, to stop extremism and terrorism and jihadism in the region, to put an end to the ongoing arms race, and to stop the nuclearization of South Asia. All those factors have its roots, leading one way or another to the dispute between India and Pakistan, which is both directly and indirectly contributing to the widespread poverty, backwardness, and illiteracy, among many other ills, both in India and Pakistan. Since both countries are not coming to terms on the UN resolutions and international mediation as proposed by Pakistan, and the Simla Agreement is supported by India, the only viable way out is an out-of-the-box solution, be that possible by involving back-channel diplomacy or international backers of the two countries. As I said, the international actors played little role and showed very little interest in finding a solution to the dispute in the past 70 years. It is less expected they would do so at a time when the international powers are faced with fresh issues such as the trade and commerce wars. The unfolding situation in Afghanistan, however, provides room both for hope and hopelessness. As the regional and international powers such as Iran, Russia, Saudi Arabia, China, and the United States are entrenching themselves in new goalposts and finding new and informal alliances in the region, there is every reason to believe that the situation in the region will go from bad to worse. The Taliban advances will encourage and strengthen militant outfits in the region, which will provide more proxies to be recruited by the regional states, the two rivals, India and Pakistan in particular, and that will promote militarism, extremism, jihadism, terrorism in the region, which is not taking Pakistan and India to a solution of their long-standing disputes with Kashmir at the center stage. However, the hope out of all the hopelessness is the world's concern about the prospects of war between the nuclear-armed South Asian rivals, where one has closer ties with China, all-weather friendship, while the other has entered into a strategic partnership with the United States. The US is more interested in stopping another 9/11 on its soil, and China wants its Belt-and Road to shine. That is not possible with a war going on in Afghanistan and producing new proxies and nurturing extremism and terrorism, and the two nuclear states at loggerheads with spending billions on arms and ammunition and recruiting proxies to fight for their causes. Again, Kashmir at the center stage. Since the UN resolutions are no more acceptable to India, and India's Shimla agreement choice is not acceptable to Pakistan, the international actors may help with Pervez Musharraf's out-of-the-box solution or formula by assuring freedom of movement for Kashmiris across the line of control, self-governance for Kashmiris, withdrawal of troops, and a joint India-Pakistan mechanism to implement this. We should not forget that jihadist adventurists, proxies, and militants have succeeded more than once to trigger full-fledged wars between the two nuclear-armed neighbors. 1999, Kargil misadventure, December 2000, Red Fort attack, November 2008, Mumbai attacks, and more recently, February 2009 attack in Pulwama. In all the four cases, full-fledged wars were averted with the involvement of international diplomacy, which is a success. But that success is incomplete unless they, I mean the international actors, nudge and push the two countries for a permanent solution. In Pakistan, where the military is always the key player and decision maker when it comes to sensitive issues such as Kashmir, a recent statement from the country's army chief focusing on geoeconomics, then geostrategic, is encouraging an array of hope. Neighbors, regional and international powers encourage the two countries on this front to step forward. At a time when major changes are happening in the region and the world is focused on how to avert a catastrophic situation in Afghanistan, this occasion may prove a blessing in disguise by pushing, nudging, and even forcing India and Pakistan by their other international friends and backers such as Iran, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Turkey, to put an end to their proxy wars and come to terms by cooling down the temperature. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, we would like to give the floor to Dr. Daura Naben. Please, the floor is yours.
Dear conference participants, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
First of all, I would like to thank the leadership and organizing committee of the Ankara Center for Crisis and Policy Studies for holding such an important and timely event. As I represent Kazakhstan, let me first outline the official position of my country. Kazakhstan believes that the only effective and acceptable way out of the Kashmir dispute is an open and constructive political and diplomatic dialogue between Pakistan and India. Therefore, Kazakhstan has always called on both parties to maximize restraint and comply with international law to prevent further escalation of the situation. Proceeding first of all from the fundamental interests of regional and global security. And from the first days of its independence, Kazakhstan attempted to contribute to the peaceful resolution of the conflict. For instance, in June 2002, the Almaty summit of the Conference on Interaction and Confidence Building Measures in Asia played a certain role in mitigating the belligerent rhetoric between the two states and reducing the tensions that could lead to war. In my brief remarks today, I would like to highlight the nuclear dimension of the conflict. There is an inherent linkage between Kashmir and nuclear issues. It was the Kashmir dispute that was one of the major factors, in my opinion, that led to the development of nuclear weapons by India and Pakistan. Paradoxically or not, after the successful nuclear weapons tests by India and Pakistan in 1998, the threat of a conventional full-scale war between the two countries has somewhat decreased, minimizing the space for India to use its conventional superiority against Pakistan. But at the same time, new challenges to the national security of both countries emerged, including the rise of hybrid threats. And from time to time, the region, South Asia, balances on the brink of a conventional war that could potentially escalate into a nuclear conflict. There is a long-standing antagonism and deep mutual mistrust, as we know, between India and Pakistan, aggravated by domestic vested interests. India is reportedly relying on its cold start strategy to deter Pakistan, while Islamabad in its turn is reportedly deploying tactical or low-yield nuclear weapons to deter India's conventional weapons. India, on the other hand, has threatened to use its strategic weapons in response to Pakistan's possible use of short-range nuclear weapons. So as we see, the situation is quite tense, but at the same time, the two countries adopted quite a number of bilateral confidence building measures and nuclear risk reduction measures, which include military and non-military initiatives aimed at reducing tensions and enhancing mutual confidence. Although there have been numerous issues with their operationalization, as they have not been fully maintained and implemented on a sustainable basis. As New Delhi and Islamabad continue to expand their nuclear capabilities, there are rising concerns about the safety and security of their nuclear arsenals, given the risks of unintended or accidental use of nuclear weapons, or the possibility that nuclear material may fall into the hands of non-state actors, including terrorist organizations. Therefore, I think it is high time to relaunch a bilateral dialogue on nuclear risks and identify relevant prevention and mitigation measures. To increase the Pakistan-India engagement on nuclear issues, it is vital to reinitiate and strengthen confidence building measures in the nuclear field, especially taking into account that the countries have a long history of application of various military CBMs, including nuclear related. So, for example, they could launch a dedicated hotline for information and communication, for information exchange and communication, for example, between the nuclear command and control centers. This would help reduce the risks of a nuclear exchange prompted by an accident or misinterpretation of each other's actions. There could be, in this regard, they could reestablish advanced mutual notifications of ballistic missile test flights or prompt notification of any accidental, unauthorized, or unexplained incident regarding nuclear weapons. Also, transparency measures are also important. The two sides should agree to exchange information on their nuclear postures and security concepts. Ideally, of course, such information should include data on numbers of nuclear warheads and ballistic missiles, as well as their deployment information. But of course, this may prove quite problematic, since this would not be in the security interest of the two countries. It is also essential to adopt a formal, unambiguous, clearly stated no first use policy. And it would be also important to restate a firm commitment not to target nuclear facilities and population centers of each other. Probably it is high time to start first track negotiations on targeted arms control measures. The second issue I would like to touch upon is the issue of civil nuclear cooperation. Probably the time has come for the international community to end pursuing the perceived double standard approach towards civil nuclear cooperation with India and Pakistan. As we know, both countries have never joined the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, but India is treated in a more favorable way. And to date, the United States has been the primary defender and promoter of this approach, arguing that India is a democratic country and a fast-growing economy, that India has played by the rules of nuclear non-proliferation in recent decades, which is disputed by many. And not less importantly, India now has friendly strategic relations with the United States. So at the time, the India-US nuclear deal and the exemption of New Delhi from the Nuclear Suppliers Group guidelines have de facto made India a legitimate nuclear power by endorsing its nuclear weapon status. And it is clear, of course, that at the time, the Bush administration regarded India as a counterweight against rising China and wanted to boost New Delhi's economic and military capabilities in order to counterbalance Beijing. On the opposite, despite its not less important strategic significance for the United States, Pakistan was treated differently. It was described as a country with a poor non-proliferation track record, a weak democracy, a fragile economy, and one that allegedly supports terrorist entities. As a result, Pakistan still remains in relative isolation in terms of access to civil nuclear technology, except for a nuclear deal with China. And such an unfair situation does not contribute, in my opinion, to creating favorable conditions for peace between India and Pakistan and to the resolution of the Kashmir dispute. So currently, as we know, Pakistan seeks international support and cooperation in the field of peaceful uses of nuclear energy to meet its growing energy demands. Therefore, as I said, the time has probably come to consider offering Pakistan, if not a similar deal, but something that would allow Islamabad non-discriminatory equal access to the international market of nuclear technology for its civilian nuclear program along with China. Of course, it is important that at the same time, both countries take strong non-proliferation commitments and demonstrate responsible nuclear behavior. And in my opinion, nuclear deals with both countries should provide for certain constraints on their nuclear weapons programs, which I believe to be the world's most rapidly expanding ones. Both countries have reportedly accelerated production of fissile material for weapons purposes, which is a worrisome development. And my final point to make, the indefinite maintenance of the status quo is unacceptable for both sides, of course, and for the international community. But the resolution of the Kashmir dispute, which is now more than 70 years old, will take considerable time, of course, due to its dynamics and complexity. It is clear that there is no military solution to the dispute, but an attempt to resolve the conflict by force will lead to catastrophic consequences due to the risk posed by the use of nuclear weapons. So we should also remember that there is no such thing as a limited nuclear war. Any use of nuclear weapons, be it tactical or low yield, will escalate into a full-fledged nuclear war. Therefore, I believe external players such as the United States, China, Turkey, Russia should join forces in helping to resolve the dispute peacefully. But this also implies mutual concessions from New Delhi and Islamabad. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Aban, for your thoughts. Next, our next speaker is Mikhail Kugelman. Is he here?
Yes.
Please, sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I hope that everyone can hear me well. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for including me in this conference. And I commend the organizers for putting together such a well-conceived event that looks at the Kashmir dispute from a variety of angles and draws on a variety of voices, which is so important when looking at an issue as complex and difficult as this one. So I've been asked to describe US policy toward Kashmir. And it's actually fairly simple. US policy has remained fairly consistent over time. It takes a largely hands-off role and it does not seek to intervene. It acknowledges and has long acknowledged that Kashmir is a dispute, but it treats Kashmir as a bilateral matter to be addressed by India and Pakistan while taking into account the views of Kashmiris. That's basically been the US position. And the US in earlier years and previous decades used to speak very explicitly about supporting a resolution of the dispute in the spirit of the Simla Agreement, which of course calls for India and Pakistan to work out their disputes bilaterally. But in more recent years, and especially over the last 2 decades, US governments have said much less about Kashmir on the whole, with the exception of human rights issues there, which I'll get into in a moment. To clarify, the US has played a mediating role during crises as well as during a few conflicts sparked by tensions over Kashmir. And perhaps most famously in 1999, during the Kargil crisis, the Clinton administration intervened diplomatically, contributing to bringing the conflict to a close. And the US has also worked the phone, so to speak, during some of the most recent crises, including the Balakot crisis in 2019. So in effect, the US policy has been quite reactive. It responds with mediation, diplomatic intervention to reduce India-Pakistan tensions during crises and conflicts over Kashmir, but it does not try to act preemptively to address the Kashmir dispute more broadly. And this US position of non-interference has certainly hardened in more recent years, and especially as its relationship with India has strengthened. The US does not have a policy of non-interference only because that's the position that New Delhi wants the US to take, but the US clearly has a strong interest in ramping up partnership with India, and it views India as a strategic partner that can help the US counter China and as a country that plays a critical role in global markets and the global economy. So in effect, the US does not want to risk antagonizing India by inserting itself into a dispute that New Delhi would much prefer it stay out of. And this is, I think, a big reason why so many countries, including many countries in the Muslim world, have stayed pretty quiet about Kashmir. And I also think it's why so many countries, including many, if not most countries in the Muslim world, have stayed relatively quiet about the plight of Uyghur Muslims in China. They see China as an important geopolitical player and especially a critical trade partner. Now, some commentators wrongly believed, in my view, that the US position on Kashmir showed some signs of a change during the Trump administration. After India's Article 370 revocation in 2019, President Trump very famously offered to mediate the dispute, several times, in fact. But what many forget is that he said he would be happy to mediate if both sides asked him to. And what he said is very much in line with previous US policy. And in fact, the very phraseology that he used was used by US officials going back to the early 1990s. And President Trump was essentially, I would argue, appeasing both sides, India and Pakistan. His offer to mediate was, I think, received well in Pakistan because he had seemingly offered to mediate. But his caveat that he would mediate only if asked by both sides was, I think, received well in India because it was clear that by saying that he would only mediate if Pakistan and India want him to, then it's not really an offer to mediate because India would never ask for mediation. One notable change from the US on Kashmir post Article 370 revocation is a heightened focus and more public criticism about the human rights situation in Kashmir. The Trump administration quite frequently signaled concern not with the Article 370 repeal itself, but with the actions that followed, the arbitrary detentions of political leaders, business people, civil society, and of course the communications bans, the internet bans there. There was a strikingly significant amount of anger expressed on Capitol Hill, much of it from progressive Democrats, but not only, about these human rights violations. But I underscore that this criticism focused on human rights concerns that followed the Article 370 repeal. This criticism focused on human rights concerns that came after the Article 370 repeal. The criticism and the concern did not focus on the Article 370 repeal itself. There has not been any official US criticism of that move, and some efforts to get resolutions passed in Congress against the Article 370 revocation really did not go anywhere. They hardly attracted any interest, didn't get any signatures at all. So they did not move forward. Yes, I mean, there had been some messaging from Joe Biden and Kamala Harris when they were still on the campaign trail as potential candidates, messaging that was indeed critical of the Article 370 repeal. But frankly, I would regard that as part of a broader effort to capture votes of American Muslims. And it was not an indication of a potential policy change if they were to be in the White House. And indeed, the Biden administration has stuck to the same message and position on Kashmir. It has said on a number of occasions that it is a bilateral issue to be worked out by the Indians and Pakistanis. It has focused on the human rights dimension. The State Department released its latest annual report on human rights this past March, and it highlighted a number of rights abuses in Kashmir, including enforced disappearances. The administration also has signaled its support for India's decision to finally remove the long internet ban in Kashmir, which I think can be seen as a backhanded expression of disapproval for the ban itself. And that makes sense. The Biden administration takes a very strong interest in the authoritarian use of technology. So if India were to impose fresh and extensive internet bans in Kashmir, we can expect that this is something that the administration will mention publicly. So what are the impacts for US policy of this position of non-interference, with its role limited to highlighting rights concerns and encouraging India and Pakistan to address the dispute on their own? The main implication is that it helps advance US-India partnership. So taking a hands-off role does help the US achieve its interest of a deeper relationship with New Delhi. The other implications, I think, are potentially more disadvantageous for US interests. The chief US interest in South Asia is stability, but if the US stands by as India maintains its repressive policies in Kashmir, prolonging or deepening the alienation of Kashmiri Muslims and encouraging radicalization and militancy, coupled with cycles of crackdowns, militancy, more crackdowns, then you're looking at potential for heavy levels of destabilization. And of course, this would deepen India-Pakistan tensions and ensure the possibility, at least, of another conflict between two nuclear states. And that clearly doesn't bode well for stability in the region. Another potential risk of the US staying out of the dispute is that India will get bogged down in Kashmir, focused on maintaining its security presence there, consuming ample policy space and military resources, and this could make it more difficult to focus its security capacities where the US would prefer them to be deployed, such as along India's northern border with China, where it could focus more on countering Beijing, or in the waters of the Indian Ocean region, for that matter. And I think one question worth asking here, and I'll start to wrap up, is if there is anything that could change the equation. Is there any factor or development that could prompt the US to take a less hands-off position on Kashmir, something that goes beyond expressing concerns about human rights and encouraging the two sides to work out the dispute on their own? One scenario I could envision that would be a game changer for US policy, if India were to act militarily to alter the current borders of Kashmir, this would elicit a very strong US reaction. So specifically, if India were to try to make some sort of move on Pakistan-administered Kashmir, this is something that I assume the US would oppose and reject in a big way. And I think that this would signal to the US that India seeks to be a revisionist power, not a status quo power, and that could have pretty deleterious implications for US-India relations. So Indian governments in the past have often threatened to, quote, take back Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, unquote, but we've seen such threats made with more frequency with the current Indian government, which of course has already showed its willingness to take provocative steps in Kashmir that previous governments have hinted at taking but never took. I think it's quite unlikely, in fact, very unlikely, that India would try to make a play for AJK, but if we want to talk about game changer scenarios for US policy in Kashmir, then I think this would be it. So to conclude, what is the best outcome for the US with Kashmir? Clearly, whatever outcome leads to the most stability, because that's the chief US interest in South Asia, that outcome might entail both Islamabad and New Delhi essentially accepting the status quo, formally recognizing the LOC. But oftentimes the best outcomes, or the best case outcomes, are not the most likely ones. And I think that may be the case here. So I'll end there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kugelman. Thank you for your contribution. Now, the next speaker is Mr. Ariel Cohen. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here.
Oh, you are unmuted, sir. Yes?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, now it's good.
Very good. Thank you very much. Salam alaikum. I am looking at Kashmir from the outside. In my 30 years of career, never wrote about it, never traveled. I tend not to write about places I haven't visited. So I'm looking at the constellation of great powers around the subcontinent and the Indian-Pakistani ongoing conflict, and of course Kashmir is the heart of it. Having returned from Tashkent 2 weeks ago, having been in the Central and South Asia conference initiated by President Mirziyoyev, I think it is important to look at the Central Asia, South Asia axis, north-south, and to understand why the conflict in Kashmir is a detriment for further integration between the Soviet or post-Soviet Central Asia and South Asia, specifically Pakistan and India. In the post-Afghanistan withdrawal situation, you will have a rebalancing of great powers. You will have Afghanistan as a country in which Pakistan and Pakistani intelligence will have more influence than before. And behind Pakistan, looking from an American perspective, we'll see China having more influence than before with the US withdrawal. Does that mean that China will be a regional quasi-hegemon, that China will be successful in building the north-south corridors, the China-Pakistan corridors? Can China keep the Taliban from interfering in building these corridors? And if that is successful, the next step will be, for example, a railroad from Uzbekistan to Kabul, to Peshawar, and then further to Pakistan. And then the big question mark, if there is an improvement in the India-Pakistan relations, can then you extend the railroad and the highway into India? So from Afghanistan to Pakistan to India. Kashmir will play a central role in that. I sympathize with those colleagues who made a plight for the, who made an appeal for the plight of the people of Kashmir. At the same time, when you look at what's happening in Chinese-controlled Xinjiang and the plight of the Uyghurs, some experts argue that their plight is worse than the plight of the population of Kashmir. If India is focusing on Kashmir situation, it keeps in mind the emergence in the US strategic thinking, the emergence of the Indo-Pac, Indo-Pacific strategic space. And it recognizes its own importance in the strategic thinking, as well as the support that Dr. Kugelman mentioned of the United States vis-a-vis New Delhi, but also, let's not forget, Japan, Korea, the Philippines, and others, Vietnam, all the Indo-Pac players that will have a broader strategic framework to look at as the events develop. So in this particular geopolitical game, I would say that there are three winners around Afghanistan, and there are implications for the Kashmir issue. One, it's the Taliban, clearly. Two, it's Pakistan. Three, it's China. India will take note, but will India distance itself from the United States and the United States policy vis-a-vis China? Or India will double down and try to work closer with the United States, and then for the United States, the Kashmir issue will become, as colleagues already said, a bilateral issue, maybe a human rights issue, but not a central issue. Another thing that was very prominent is the weakness of the EU as a player and of the European parties, European powers in the Tashkent conference. And if Central Asia, which has direct East-West dimension that affects Europe, is of less importance, no foreign ministers of France or Germany or Italy were present in Tashkent, whereas Lavrov, his Chinese counterpart, the Prime Minister of Pakistan, Mr. Imran Khan, was there, the Saudi foreign minister, the Kuwaiti foreign minister. The Europeans were prominent in their absence. So I would not count on the EU as an actor or a traditional European powers, by the way, including Great Britain. Great Britain, which is no longer a part of the EU, also was not in Tashkent, whereas we saw the new aircraft carrier Queen Elizabeth is in the South China Sea. Interestingly, while Mr. Lavrov was there, he was not happy that Uzbekistan and other Central Asian countries are now coming in their own and trying to build a strategic dimension that Russia didn't approve, that Russia is not a part of, and that is the corridor from Central Asia to Afghanistan, Pakistan, and possibly to the Indian Ocean and eventually to India. So Russia, with its strategic deep relationship with India, is unlikely to play a role pushing or imposing a type of a solution that the colleagues are discussing here without taking into account the Indian position. And another big question mark, Iran. Iran has a good relationship with India. I wrote a paper a long time ago with the Heritage Foundation colleague at the time, Lisa Curtis, who then continued to the Trump administration, was a senior director for Central and South Asia, where we argued that the gas pipeline from Iran to India is not in American interest, and it's not. Then the question is, would a different pipeline, the TAPI, Tajikistan, Afghanistan, Pakistan, India pipeline, not just TAP, Tajikistan, Afghanistan, Pakistan pipeline, is that going to be a viable solution? And again, you see almost like a bottleneck politically and geographically of Kashmir interfering with the TAPI project. And my answer is, for now, I do not foresee a good, positive future for this project. In terms of the bilateral relations, again, I'm not an expert, but I looked up the bilateral trade figures. After the disconnect, after stopping of trade relations, the Indian imports from Pakistan went 97% down, and the imports by Pakistan from India is significant, 816 million a year, but it's still not that important for India. To wrap it up, I think that we need to monitor whether the violence in Kashmir is going to go up. Is violence between India and Pakistan outside of Kashmir is going to escalate or not? I think a strong argument can be made that an escalation in bilateral relations between Pakistan and India is not in the interest of either side, also because of the escalation ladder that may go nuclear, but also because with COVID and with other problems, the infrastructure problems in Pakistan and others, economically, more confrontation is not in the interest of the people and in the interest of the elites, maybe with the exception of the military elites. But somebody mentioned the statement by the chief of staff of the Pakistani armed forces. So maybe they have some serious thinking about rethinking going on there. And finally, while Pakistan expresses a very friendly and warm position vis-a-vis China, looking 5-10 years down the road, one may ask a question: a nuclear country, a proud country like Pakistan, will it feel so comfortable being, I don't want to use the word satellite, but being as strongly in the Chinese sphere of influence as it may appear, projecting into the future from today? And I will leave the colleagues with all these questions. Thank you again for inviting me, and I'm looking forward to your comments.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for sharing your thoughts, and I really hope you enjoyed your visit to Tashkent.
Yes, I did.
The conference. Thank you. Thank you. Dear participants of the conference, we are done with the speakers of this session. That's why I wanted to thank them again for their contribution and for being just on time. I think we had a good time management. Now I would like to give the floor to Dr. Muhammad Isanejad. He's from the previous session. He has fixed up his microphone. We believe, and I should mention that he has a PhD in political geography from Tehran University. For years, he has been studying and researching geopolitics on Middle East, especially Iran. He likes studying peace and conflict resolution. His greatest wish is peace in the MENA and, of course, the whole world. As a geopolitical expert, his aspiration draws him more and more to philosophy, especially political philosophy and the philosophy of the social science. I would like to give the floor to him and then to the next session's moderator. Thank you very much. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let me briefly introduce myself. My name is Mohammad Isanejad, and I am delighted to be here today to talk to you about the reasons for neglecting the Kashmir conflict. In fact, what I am going to talk about today is the reasons for ignoring this conflict in the foreign policy of the Islamic Republic of Iran from 1979 until now. The purpose of this presentation can be summarized in one sentence. Understanding the reasons for the deliberate negligence of the diplomatic apparatus, the shadow government, and paramilitary actors, NGOs, and even the Iranian public opinion towards the most important conflict in the east of the Islamic world. To achieve this goal, we need to compare the two countries briefly. Predictably, your subconscious mind and I will be comparing this conflict with the Palestinian conflict with Israel as the most important conflict in the Islamic world for Iran. Therefore, you may be guessing correctly that my presentation will be divided into two parts. First, I'll start with the comparison of the two countries' features as well as the history of their mutual relations. And in other part of my speech, I will examine the differences and similarities between the Kashmir conflict and the Palestinian crisis in the Islamic world perspective, and of course, from the present perception of Iran. After that, I will explain the reasons for ignoring the Kashmir crisis in Iran. I suppose that by taking these steps, we can reach or close to solutions to create the grounds for Iran's participation in resolving this conflict. I'd like to give you some background information. As you probably know, Iran and Pakistan are among the few countries in the world whose official name begins with the term Islamic Republic. In fact, the phrase was coined by the founding fathers of Pakistan, but you will probably be surprised to learn that there is only one unfamiliar word to Iranians in the Pakistani national anthem. You should also note that the Constitution of Pakistan also has a Persian title, Ain Pakistan or Dastur. Persian poetries of Muhammad Iqbal Lahori are popular in Iran, and he has always been a respected and inspired figure among Iranian intellectuals and literature. Also, Muhammad Ali Jinnah is the only politician and founder of a foreign government that has a street named after him in Iran. I must emphasize that one of the most important highways in the capital. In addition, there is a street Tehran called Pakistan. Certainly, Benazir Bhutto is considered one of Pakistan's most important politicians and PMs. Her mother had Iranian ancestors. In addition to all these spiritual commonalities, it should not be overlooked that Iran and Pakistan have a long border and a common problem called the Baluch minority. Interestingly, this border was drawn by the judgment of a Turkish general named Fakhreddin Altay. But the sad thing is that despite this vast border, about 959 kilometers, there are only 3 border crossings between the 2 countries. Also, smuggling and illegal crossing at this border are very common. The economies of Iran and Pakistan could complement each other, and by establishing energy transmission lines, both countries could benefit greatly. And Pakistani scientists also played a special role in Iran's acquisition of nuclear technology. Anyway, I can talk for hours about the commonalities and the real need for Tehran and Islamabad to interact. But the big question is, what are the reasons for the inefficiency of all these subscriptions and the need for interaction? In the second part, this issue is addressed. I'd now like to move on the next part, which is more important than the previous one. The reasons for this unexpected neglect can be listed as follows. These causes can be divided into 3 general categories. Causes that are fruits of bad bilateral relations, the reasons that are the result of Iran's specific attitude toward international issues, and finally, causes resulting from real politics. In the following, each category is presented separately. First, causes that are fruits of bad bilateral relations. Disagreement over how to deal with the Baloch ethnic on both sides of the border, the situation of Shiites in Pakistan and how the 2 countries deal with this important minority in Pakistan. Conflict of interest and competition of Pakistan Gwadar port with Iran's the only ocean port, Chabahar. The inflexibility of the neighbors in bilateral relations, for example, claiming the presence of Iranian opposition groups in Quetta and shooting down an Iranian drone in the border areas of the 2 countries. And causes that are the result of Iran's specific attitude to international issues. The divisions of the world based on the arrogant, US and its allies, and the oppressed, US oppositions, and the position of Pakistan on the front against Iran due to Islamabad's relations with Washington. Trying not to confront India and China because of confrontation with the United States and its allies. Gradual move from the Islamic Ummah-based attitude to Shiism. And causes resulting from real politics can be Iran's focus on the Middle East and its most important conflict, Arab-Israel conflict, attempts to define the ancient civilization of Asia as the East and the alternative to the Western civilization, conflict of interest and competition in Afghanistan, obvious compete for cooperation with China and its investment ventures for the idea of a new Silk Road. The failure of the peace pipeline project due to US pressure and sanctions against Iran. Nor should the specific nature of this conflict be overlooked. For third countries, the arguments of the 2 sides of this crisis are considered too confusing and led them to pursue a neutrality policy. It is clear that the Arab-Jewish conflict in Palestine lacks these historical political entanglements. The Kashmir crisis also coincided with the independence of India and Pakistan. But the Palestinian crisis occurred at a time when Muslims in Palestine and the Eastern Mediterranean had achieved a considerable political self-awareness. It is worth noting that in both crises, the UK played a destructive role. In conclusion, I must acknowledge that the 2 countries are very similar, but unfortunately, they have not been able to use this similarity to strengthen bilateral relations. Rather, they have turned it into a factor of mutual negligence. It is clear that if there is a serious will to change the mentality in the two countries, this trend can be changed, especially since the economics of the two countries are complementary. Beyond the weakness of politicians, it is necessary to point out that shortcomings and inefficiency of the academics of the two countries, and I hope that this change will begin in the universities first. For our nation, in which life is intertwined with music and poetry, we cannot talk about Kashmir, Pakistan, and India, but not mention the great poets there. The end of my speech will be the two verses regarding Kashmir from Iqbal Lahori. هند را این ذوق آزادی چه داد؟ صید را سودای صیادی چه داد؟ اصلشان از خاک دامنگیر ماست، مطلع این اختران کشمیر ماست. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Doctor. I think we're ready to start now with our next panel. I'm Rich Outson, and I wanted to start by thanking the Ankara Center for Crisis and Policy Research, ANKASAM, and especially ANKASAM President Mehmet Seyfettin Erol for organizing this timely conference on a matter of great import for global security and stability. Now, a quick word on the Kashmir problem from the perspective of a US foreign policy practitioner and an analyst with a general but far from expert familiarity with the Kashmir complex of problems. Washington admits a general deficit of nuanced information on Kashmir, but it nonetheless recognizes the serious gravity of the dispute, given the fact that nuclear-armed protagonists are on each side of the line. We have a history, now distant but positive, of working with Pakistan during the Cold War and during the anti-Soviet struggle in Afghanistan, with increasing friction after the Soviet withdrawal and especially after 9/11. The US has a large Pakistani expat community, but no real Pakistani political voice in Washington. On the other hand, we have a similarly large expat Indian community in the US and share at the moment a very real interest with India in constraining Chinese power in South and Central Asia. Most Americans will not remember that India was generally closer to the Soviet Union than to the West during the Cold War, nor will they remember that Pakistan provided great support to the US and the West during the Cold War. Some will remember that Osama bin Laden was killed by American forces in a Pakistani garrison town, Abbottabad, and therefore harbor a suspicion that Pakistan supports terrorism against the US, and by extension will believe that Pakistani support for Kashmir is related to an interest in the use of proxy terrorism against India. These are the prejudices of common opinion, yet state policy is more nuanced. In any case, in a multipolar world, the US needs to develop a more nuanced understanding, both at the popular and elite levels. However, that's not required for progress on more effective management of this conflict. The theme of this panel, which is new solutions and a new roadmap, almost certainly will not depend upon the genius of American foreign policy, and that's a good thing. It will depend upon pragmatic identification of the few and narrow opportunities which this panel, I hope, will address. Some quick introductions, and then we'll seek the ideas of the experts joining us, which include Dr. Marvin Weinbaum, Director of Afghanistan and Pakistan Studies at the Middle East Institute. Dr. Weinbaum is a distinguished scholar of South Asia with deep experience in the US foreign policy establishment and institutions of higher learning. Dr. Irfan Nuruddin, Director of the South Asia Center at Atlantic Council. Dr. Nuruddin teaches at the Walsh School of Foreign Service at Georgetown University and has published several important works on politics and international relations. Professor Asylbek Isbayarov, Director of the Institute for Geopolitical Research. Dr. Isbayarov has authored over 100 articles and chapters in Kazakhstan, Russia, Turkey, the UK, Kyrgyzstan, and is an expert on the history of Islam, Islamic movements, and the history of Central and South Asia. We have also Dr. Khairbek Aristanbekov, Director of the Institute for Economic Policy, a respected expert on the politics and economy of Kazakhstan, Central Asia, and the regions around. Ghulam Nabi Fai, Secretary General of the World Kashmir Awareness Forum. Dr. Ghulam Nabi Fai is the Secretary General. As I said, he believes in the peaceful settlement of the Kashmir conflict through tripartite negotiations between the governments of India and Pakistan and the accredited leadership of the people of the state of Jammu and Kashmir. We have Professor Evgeny Kablukov, acting professor at the Kyrgyz National University, envoy extraordinary and plenipotentiary in the Kyrgyz Republic. Also, Dr. Mahmoud Al-Hassan Khan, member of the Board of Experts at the Center at Global and Strategic Studies. And finally, Dr. Yadola Kave Karimipur, professor of political geography and geopolitics at Kharazmi University. Each of our speakers will have 10 minutes, and I will give you each a 1-minute warning towards the end so that you'll be able to conclude your remarks in the most effective manner. I would ask that each speaker keep their microphones muted, except during their own 10-minute period of remarks, and that we do the best that we can to maintain that 10-minute limit. Dr. Weinbaum, if you're on, would invite you to start the panel.
Thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to be here for this conference. I've entitled my remarks An Alternative Pathway to Resolving the Kashmir Dispute. Seems to me that the case for bringing justice for the people of Kashmir remains as strong today as it's ever been. But at the risk of being thought of as the skunk at the party, I have to ask whether, after almost 3/4 of a century, are we any closer to a resolution of the Kashmir issue? In making the case for Kashmir, much of what is being argued today is virtually unchanged from what has been said for the last 20, 30, 40 years. If anything has changed, it is a result of the severe setback suffered with the revocation of Article 370. The primary strategy for bringing pressure on India to negotiate seriously on the Kashmir status has been the mobilization of the international community. Conferences like this one are part of that effort to win recognition of the righteousness and legitimacy of the Kashmir cause. But let's be honest, there's really very little to show over time for these efforts. When having to choose, the nations have readily put their perceived economic interests ahead of their supposed principles, the greatest disappointment being among that of the Arab states. The resort to armed resistance to Indian rule has fared little better as a strategy. It has added to the misery of the now former state by turning it into a heavily occupied military zone. Violence, even when understandable, has played into India's hands, offering it a powerful propaganda tool as the international community has come to conflate the fight for freedom with global terrorism. For all these years, it has been a matter of faith that not until the Kashmir dispute is resolved can any progress be made toward improving India-Pakistan's relations, and with it, peace and prosperity in the subcontinent. The trouble with this thinking is that it runs counter to historical experience with dealing with intractable issues dividing countries and peoples. Most of the hard issues are resolved, if at all, not by taking them on directly, but through their being transcended, as happens when intruding larger issues take precedence and the antagonists find not to bury their much more to lose by not burying their long-held differences. At other times, issues evolve more incrementally and ways that make them more amenable to solution. What I'm getting at is that it may be wise for now to take Kashmir off the front burner while allowing it to still remain warm. I submit that only through underlying changes in the India-Pakistan relationship can Kashmir hope to achieve a peaceful resolution and the subcontinent realize its aspirations. This can only happen with the two countries facing together the issue challenges and capitalizing on their joint opportunities. Making progress includes the such often discussed areas of cooperation as trade, tourism, free movement of people. But it goes much further with the possibility of dealing with climate change, disease spread, energy investments, drug trafficking, and global terrorism. The opportunity costs of the India-Pakistan rivalry have, in large part over Kashmir, have been enormous, foregoing development and social progress. The defense budgetary implications of their adversarial relationship are only the most obvious version of this. Pakistan has the 6th highest military expenditure as a share of overall government spending. India, the world's 3rd highest spender on its military. For India, it's increased its military budget 34% between 2011 and 2020. Although most of it is China-directed, large amounts of public finances are required to maintain the military occupation of Jammu and Kashmir. The importance of resetting relations is hardly a new idea. Just as there have been so many failed back-channel negotiations on a solution for Kashmir, the several initiatives to put relations on new footing have failed. Pervez Musharraf made the boldest attempt with his open border proposal. It ran into spoilers on both sides. The Bajwa doctrine seemed to herald some new thinking on Kashmir, but it seems to have been overtaken by other developments. Imran Khan initially talked of resetting relations, but it died when he made it contingent upon first settling Kashmir. Do we have reason to be optimistic about putting relations between India and Pakistan on better footing? Probably not. Distrust runs deeply, and the chauvinist nationalist Modi regime has made agreement on Kashmir only more remote and created other barriers to lowering tensions between the countries. Nevertheless, there remains areas for possible confidence building. Progress could come in assuring equity in water resource sharing, in settling, finally, the Siachen Glacier dispute, in retaining ceasefire along the LOC, and by agreeing to various connectivity projects for South Asia, in what is the globe's economically least integrated region. Finally, is all this a betrayal of the people of Kashmir, a forgetting of their plight? Not if it contributes toward relieving much of the suffering and oppression they now face, and at the same time creates a pathway toward a time when it may hardly matter what side of the border you live on, when it becomes a less caustic issue as well between India and Pakistan, and more of what's good for Kashmiris. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Weinbaum, for those insightful comments. Next, I'd like to call on Dr. Irfan Nuruddin. Dr. Nuruddin, if you're there, your turn.
Thank you. And to follow Dr. Weinbaum, I would probably start by just saying I second most everything that he said, and we'll start by also thanking the organizers for this invitation, for keeping the focus on this critical issue that, as Dr. Weinbaum so eloquently said, is unfortunately ignored in so many parts of the world. Because this is a topic that has been so heavily discussed for so many years without any real sense of progress, it is easy to lose hope that there is any real prospect. And in that sense, I'm not going to really say anything that's going to suggest a great deal of optimism, but I will take the invitation of the panel title to think about where pathways and solutions might come from. Let me just start by echoing a lot of what has already been said, and that is that I think of this problem as fundamentally requiring two different lenses for analysis. The first is a state-centric analysis, thinking about the major players who need, at the end of the day, to come to the table in order for there to be any resolution at an international politics kind of dimension. The second is to think of it from a people-centric perspective, which is to understand the Kashmiri problem fundamentally as a problem of human rights, of a problem of representation and accountability. Let me start with the first. If we think of this as a state-centric issue, and of course it is, if you think of it from a state-centric lens, I would argue that there is very little reason for optimism or even really a path to success. The changing dynamics within South Asia that result from the American withdrawal in Afghanistan will have profound implications for Kashmir as well. Pakistan's increasing irrelevance to American foreign policy in the region as a result of its withdrawal from Afghanistan only exacerbated. It's going to mean that Pakistan's leverage over the US foreign policy establishment to exert any pressure on India on Kashmir will go from pretty negligible to non-existent. And at the same time, India has grown increasingly important in the way America conceives its 21st century foreign policy, whether emphasis on China as the major strategic challenge for American foreign policy or the Quad. Secretary Blinken's recently concluded visit to New Delhi echoed this. The only things talked about really were the Quad, where China was the subtext, if not the entire text, and what India can contribute to Afghanistan. Kashmir didn't come up, and neither did any number of other issues concerning India's authoritarian slide, its degrading treatment of its religious minorities, and its suppression of the press, etc. Put very bluntly, in a game of realpolitik, the United States has made a clear decision that India is a critical part of its strategic policies going forward. That leaves very little room for nuance. It leaves very little room for difficult conversations around Kashmir. And the muted response, both of the Trump administration after the abrogation of Article 370 and the removal of Kashmiri statehood, but is only mirrored by the continued silence of multiple administrations, regardless Democratic and Republican, on the incredible militarization of Kashmir, the suspension of civil liberties, of habeas corpus, of basic any semblance of democratic norms in the region. But the simple truth of the matter is that neither side, India nor Pakistan, have any real credibility or legitimacy in this perspective. Kashmir, if one might be so bold to say, is stuck in the middle of two non-friends. They're neither friends to each other, nor are they friends to the Kashmiri people. The Kashmiri people, therefore, have very little voice in these questions that are fundamentally and ostensibly about them. A few years ago at Georgetown, we had the honor of hosting the ex-chief minister of the state of Jammu and Kashmir, Omar Abdullah, as part of a larger conference on Kashmir. One of the speakers at that conference was Shujat Bukhari, who was the editor of Rising Kashmir, later assassinated in front of his office by terrorists in Kashmir. Mr. Bukhari pointed out, and this was echoed by Mr. Abdullah, that every time conferences that are about Kashmir happen, it's almost incredible certainty and predictability. Within a few sessions, Kashmir is no longer talked about, and Kashmiris are very little talked about. And instead, we start talking about India, we talk about Pakistan, we talk about the United States, we might talk about China, we might talk about other countries, but we no longer talk about the Kashmiris. So what about the Kashmiris? And then, therefore, that takes me to the larger point, which is, I think if there is a path, the question is, how do we get to a legitimate voice for the Kashmiri people that can speak on behalf of all Kashmiri people? And I think this is an under-tackled and under-theorized challenge that we have. It is easy, I think, to pay lip service to the notion of Kashmiriyat, to the notion of Kashmiri nationalism. The speaker at the end of the last session talked about the need for a tripartite conversation in which a legitimate voice of the Kashmiri people sits alongside as an equal partner of India and Pakistan. But what would that voice be? How would we recognize it? What are the processes by which such a voice could be established, could seek accreditation, if it were? It is not the government, it is not the political parties that purport to compete for power. To be a political party on the Indian side of the border requires first and foremost to accept the credibility and the legitimacy of the Indian Union. To be a political presence on the Kashmiri side of the border equally requires a commitment to the notion that Pakistan has a claim to Kashmir. But the notion that there can be a legitimate political voice that speaks simply on behalf of Kashmiris and on the behalf of Kashmiri nationalism. That is a much harder challenge to have in the context of democratic politics and in the shadow of two very large nuclear states. So I think what we have to come to be very, very candid, is give up the ghost of the notion that there will be an independent Kashmiri state. That is not there. And so what the real question then is, can this de facto border be recognized as the de jure border? And of course, neither side has any interest in doing that. So the de facto border is the border. And I think what we have to now come to terms with is the idea that on both sides of the border, there is a status quo that is likely to be the status quo for many, many decades to come, until there can be such a voice coming from the Kashmiri people that speaks on behalf of them. But I don't know that that is possible. I don't know that we even have a pathway to that. The most realistic pathway on the Indian side of the border is the reinstation at some point of Kashmiri statehood that allows for legitimate Kashmiri parties committed to peace to compete and be accountable to their citizens for economic development and for peace. Whether an equivalent process can be undertaken on the Pakistani side of the border remains to be seen. So in conclusion, I'm taking really seriously the notion that a conference like this is as much about raising the questions that need to be asked as much as providing any sort of answers and roadmaps to finding those answers. The questions I would pose is, how do we make sure that Kashmiri voices are centered in conversations about the future of Kashmir, and that realpolitik and great power politics involving India and Pakistan, the United States and China, Russia, and any other player that seems to have an interest in this, be in fact put in perspective as being critical allies for peace, critical actors for peace, but not the key voices at the table. Thank you very much. I look forward to the other perspectives to be shared.
Thank you, Dr. Nuruddin, for those sobering and thought-provoking insights. I'd like to call now Professor Asylbek Isbayarov, sir. If you are on the line, you are next.
Здравствуйте, участники столь важной конференции. Извините, что я буду делать доклад на русском языке, поскольку я только вчера был оповещен, что буду участвовать в этой конференции, не успел полностью подготовиться на английском языке. И по ходу я понял, у меня будет переводчик, да?
Да, я буду переводить.
Мне нужно будет останавливаться, да? По ходу текста.
Да, если вы сможете сделать паузу, чтобы я могла...
Да, конечно. Все. Ну, во-первых, эволюция ислама в Северной Индии именно проходила всегда под началом суфизма, именно суфийских традиций. Это столь важный и отличительный момент именно индийского особенностей ислама, да? То, что она проходила под флагом суфизма. Такие личности, как Шах Вали Аллах, Абдул-Азиз, Мухаммад Исмаил, Саид Ахмад Барлеви, Ахмад Сирхинди — это четкий показатель того, что эволюция ислама в Северной Индии всегда проходила под знаком суфизма.
Hello everyone, the participants of so important conference. I'm sorry that I will make my speech in Russian language because I was informed about today's speech yesterday and I had no time to prepare my speech in English. First of all, I would like to speak about the evolution of Islam in northern India because it was initiated by the start of Sufism, especially Sufi traditions. And this is a very specific moment of Indian Islam because it was passing under the flag of Sufism, and this kind of personalities as the Shah Waliullah, Abdul-Aziz, Muhammad Ismail, Said Ahmad Barlevi, they are the indicators. They are the indicators of the evolution of Islam in northern India.
Например, Сейд Ахмед Барлеви на основе синтеза Кадария, Чиштия, Нахшбендия создал или четвертый элемент, четвертый элемент, как пишет Тремингейм, эзотерическую дисциплину Тарика Мухаммадия, путь сунна пророка. Это путь, где максимально совмещена суфийская практика и нефундаменталистская догматика, получившая наиболее распространение в Бенгалии и Северной Индии. Но для меня очень важно именно, все это я описал в своей книге «Классический ислам», но для меня сейчас очень важно именно в плане разрешения конфликта, именно в чем видится конфликт в целом в Индии на основе ислама и каково его путь разрешения. И я сейчас хотел подробно на этом остановиться.
Okay. For example, Ahmed Marli, on the basis of the synthesis of Qadariya, the part of Andri, created 4 elements of fundamental Islam, which gained the maximum development of Bengal, northern India. And for me, it's very important because I also highlighted all of these topics in my book, where I discussed it in details. And generally in India, there are different ways of explaining, well, we can say, and the resolution of the conflicts based on this topic. And what are the ways of the resolving this problem? I will discuss this right now.
С начиная 16 века Центральная Азия была полностью изолирована, во-первых, с севера наступлением Российской империи, с юга созданием нового государства, сефитское государство. И после этого в Центральной Азии оставался единственный выход, именно общение с мусульманским миром, это был путь через Северную Индию. И вот эта традиция, она была взаимопродолжена, и после того, как Бабур ушел в Северную Индию и увез с собой определенное количество таких мощных улемов, мы уже, как единственный путь, который оставался, мы уже с начала 18-17 веков уже видим постепенный переход эволюционированной формы суфизма в Центральную Азию. В форме Нахшбандия, Мужлададия.
Starting since 18th century, the Central Asia was isolated, first of all, by the attacks from the side of the Russian Empire and the creating of the new septic states. And after that, the Central Asia was the only possible key way out from this situation. And especially the communication, negotiation with Islamic world. And this way was coming across through the northern India, and this tradition was mutually continued after Babur left and moved to the northern India and took with himself a delegation of very strong ulems. And this was that tradition since 18th century, and after that we could see the gradual transition.
Традиция Нахшбандия, Муждададия была продолжена при мангытской династии, при шиванитской традиции в Центральной Азии, и оно нашло широкое распространение в Центральной Азии. И на основе эволюции вот этой традиции в Центральной Азии, его положительных тенденций, я хочу показать именно эволюцию, форму возможности разрешения конфликта, то есть выхода из ситуации. То есть долгое время мы находились, так скажем, под таким капканом, так называемым капканом истории, когда мы заблуждались, что противоставляя благодаря ориенталистам, во-первых, суфизм с неформальной такой хадисной традиции, то есть противоставление суфизма с хадисной традицией. А когда мы говорим о школе мухаддиса, то здесь как раз таки именно правильное понимание, да, вот основ суфизма как раз таки лежало в том, что она была единым ключа она развивалась. А благодаря некоторым трудам ориенталистов мы рассматривали и оба направления как взаимоотталкивающие, как противостоящие друг другу.
Okay, so continue Нахиван. Я прошу прощения, как именно называлась традиция? Нахивансийская, да, правильно?
Нахшбандия, Муждададия.
Okay, so continuing the Nahivandiya tradition,
Naqshbandiya
tradition,
Mujadadiya
that was spread in the Central Asia, we could analyze the evolution of the development of the religion in that region. And based on this tradition, I would like to analyze the evolution or possible tools of the conflict resolution or possible way out from the current situation. So we should have a very clear understanding of the traditions of Sufism and that it was developing in the same key, and due to the works and writings of Orientalists, we can consider both of their direction mutually compensating each other and at the same time contradicting each other. And yes, можете продолжать.
Все, да? Как раз таки вот противоставление мухаддисной традиции и суфизма, в этом была заложена корень всех будущих конфликтов, то есть на конфликтов, которые имеют место сегодня в та же Центральной Азии. И в этом отношении именно Нахшбандия, Муждададия, она стала широко распространяться в Центральной Азии. И как раз-таки колонизаторы как раз-таки задумались, как остановить эту традицию. И в ответ традиции Муждададия, да, которая была построена, его отличительный момент был это отход от политизации. Это всегда выступление перед правителем с справедливым словом насиха. И сосредоточение внимания на таскиятуль ан-нафс. И тогда Российская империя противовес той же традиции Муждададия именно в форме образования, там была больше называлась как кадемия, была противопоставлена джададистская школа, да, джададистское учение в форме именно прямой политизации ислама. Алло.
Yes. We will start with analyzing two traditions, Nahyabandiya and Sufism. They were the roots of all of the future conflicts in Asian region. And today, the same tendencies we can see in the Central Asia as well. And we can say that it was widespread in Central Asia, and the colonizers of that area, of this geography, were thinking how to stop this tradition. And answering this tradition, the certain challenge was the moment that can make the situation different, and actually the process of depolitization of religion in this region. Also there were several terms. Мне было несколько терминов, которые вы указали касательно жадидии. Просто я не хочу сделать...
Джададия.
Yes. And the tradition of
Jadadiyya.
Yes.
Jadid от слова новый.
Yeah, it had a special approach to analyzing the religious structure of that area.
И я хочу сказать, что как раз таки форма разрешения вот этих конфликтов на основе ислама лежит именно в успешном соединении суфийской традиции с хадисной традицией. То есть, когда там идет полный отход от политизации, того, что предлагала колонизаторы, да, то есть колонизация она способствовала политизации ислама, а здесь был прямой отход от политизации. И второй момент, самый важный, она была построена главное на реформации, то есть постоянном реформе ислама на очищение, то есть таскиятуль нафс, самое одно из первых моментов, на что обращала внимание традиция Муджададия. Эта традиция Муджададия была начата Ахмадом Серхинди.
I would like to say that the form of the resolution of this conflict was based especially in the very successful uniting of Sufi tradition with the tradition of Hadith. So when we see that the complete depolitization of all of the processes and because of that colonization processes, depolitization was one of the most and key factor to solve the problem. And the second very important moment was the reformation, constant reformation of Islam and certain clearance, which was one of the fundamental points of the conflict resolution in that area.
Yeah, please ask the professor to make concluding remarks at this time.
Сделать завершительные ремарки вашего.
Я последняя ремарка, последняя. Этим я хочу сказать, что как раз таки разрешение конфликта она состоит в том, что мы должны возрождать именно ту традицию, которая была до, то есть, например, в Центральной Азии это до революционного, до 17-го года. То есть именно и как раз таки возрождение вот этих до 17-го года именно успешное, где шло соединение мухаддисной школы и Муджададия, есть ключ разрешения конфликтов. Спасибо. Thank you very much.
I would like to say that the key point of the conflict resolution is renaissance of the tradition, which was in the harmony of the Mujdadadiya and Muhafiz tradition that dated at 18th, yes, that before the revolution, and we should come back to that pre-revolution period, while these methods could be very effective in Central Asia. And this can be used as the key of the conflict resolution. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you for your excellent insights, Professor, on this important cultural and religious dimension to the conflict's resolution. At this time, I'd like to call on Dr. Khairbek Aristanbekov to speak.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. First of all, I want to, if you words about Ankasam organizers, and special thanks for your invitations, and a special thanks for moderator Richard Auzan for you. Thank you. Special thanks for Mehmet Seyfettin Erol, the head of the organization, this Ankasam company. As you know, the fire and burning forests of Turkey nowadays, especially in tourism territory of country. That's why we are support the Turkish nation and Turkish people. We hope the people and government of Turkey overcome difficult situation, aim to overcome the fire and burning forests. Thank you very much. First of all, my article, my speech devoted to depths and levels of the Kashmir conflict in the medium term. To tell the truth, into account the time, deficit times, I try to concentrate the main problems, issues within the framework of our platform. As you know, one of the most pressing problems of the modern world is the Kashmir conflict. The long-standing problem of Indian-Pakistani relations about the statehood of Kashmir is the reason of the mutual hostility and tension. In shortly, my article, the purpose of my article is to identify the specifics of the Kashmir conflict, to consider the main nodes of contradictions between its participants. Achieving this goal involves solving a number of tasks. The first, to study the prerequisites and causes of the conflict in Kashmir, to identify the participants involved in the conflict and analyze the degree of their influence on the situation in Kashmir. The third, to analyze the process of conflict settlement and formulate a number of medium-term forecasts. As you know, I try to concentrate in next conclusion of my article. To my thinking, the Kashmir conflict is one of the highly complex and multifaceted conflict with a characteristic cyclic rhythm of development. The complexity of its character is evidenced by the facts this conflict proceeds at several levels, having at its core a significant conflict generating confessional potential. The second, depending on the level, it's a conflict both internal and interstate within the framework of the Indo-Pakistani confrontations. In addition, is drawn in such countries of the region as Afghanistan and China. The third, with the strengthening of the civilizational factor in international relations, the conflict acquired the features of the global confrontations. Especially, I want to emphasize about Muslim and non-Muslim sides. The confrontation in Kashmir poses a particular dangers given the possessions of the nuclear weapons by India and Pakistan, which are not a reliable means of deterring both sides from military clashes. From the point of the view of the midterm forecast, the settlement process might drag on for many more years, with the preservation of the initial positions of Delhi and Islamabad on Kashmir, which are so different from each other. There is a high probability that this conflict will not regulate it in principle. Thank you very much. In addition, I want to emphasize about economic aspects of the conflict. As you know, the GDP in per and in absolute GDP in Kashmir is not high. One of the ways to decide this problem, I am sure this obligation and achievement a big higher economic growth. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. I appreciate your excellent insights and especially raising the economic dimensions of this. Ghulam Nabi Fai, I see that you're on the screen. The turn is to you now, sir.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Dr. Richard Orzan, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, it is really my honor and pleasure to thank Professor Muhammad Saifuddin Arul for organizing this webinar and inviting me to speak on Kashmir and possible solutions. The topic is very important indeed, ladies and gentlemen, not only because it concerns 23 million people of Kashmir, but because it touches the lives and the future of more than 1.5 billion people of South Asia, which is 1/5 of total human race. I would like to take a leaf from Iftikhar Gilani, who told us that the time has come, we must go beyond blame game. Ladies and gentlemen, Kashmir dispute is one of the oldest unresolved international conflicts in the world. When Kashmir dispute got erupted in 1948 at the United Nations, the world powers took the stand that the future status of Kashmir must be ascertained in accordance with the wish and the will of the people. Not only United States of America, but even the United Kingdom. They were the principal sponsors of the resolution number 47, which was adopted on April 21st, 1948. Ladies and gentlemen, there was much in these deliberations at the United Nations that was controversial between India and Pakistan. But one thing was never controversial, and that was to have a referendum, to have a plebiscite in Kashmir. That is very clear from the statement, which was made by Sir Gulpaswamy Iyengar, who was then the Indian delegate to the United Nations. He said, whether Kashmir remains part of India or accedes to Pakistan or becomes independent and seeks the membership in the United Nations, it must be decided by the people of Kashmir. But friends, it was then. What is the situation today? Today, India claims that Kashmir is the integral part of India. Today, Pakistani claim is that Kashmir is the jugular vein of Pakistan. Today, the people of Kashmir demand the right to self-determination. That means a deadlock. And unfortunately, this deadlock has proved very catastrophic, not only for the people of Kashmir, but it has proved catastrophic for both India and Pakistan. Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General of United Nations, he said, I urge both India and Pakistan to initiate negotiations to resolve the issue of Kashmir. And poor Antonio Guterres also knows that there have been more than 76 bilateral talks between India and Pakistan for the last 73 years. All those talks failed. The talks between the founding Prime Minister of India, Jawaharlal Nehru, and the first Prime Minister of Kashmir, Sheikh Mohammad Abdullah in 1952. Then the agreement between Indira Gandhi, who was then the Prime Minister of India, and again the same Sheikh Abdullah in 1975, they failed. You know why? Because there was no Pakistan. And likewise, the Tashkent Declaration of 1966, the similar agreement of 1972, the Lahore Declaration of 1998 between India and Pakistan, they failed because there was no Kashmir. So time has come, ladies and gentlemen, when talks over the issue of Kashmir take place, it must be tripartite. And let me tell you, the people of Kashmir believe that India and Pakistan, they are the most important parties to the dispute. But what can I say? What can I do? They are never the primary party. They are the secondary party to the dispute. The principal and the primary party, they are the people of Kashmir. So ladies and gentlemen, under these circumstances, what needs to be done to find a resolve, to resolve the issue of Kashmir? Let me tell you just a few things. Number one, we must understand that Kashmir issue can never be resolved through military means. It is a political issue and it has to be resolved through the political means. There must be the third party mediation. You call it facilitation, you call it understanding, you call it engagement. There has to be the third party engagement. And it does not need to be United States. It does not need to be United Nations. It can be a person of international standing like Mary Robinson, the former president of Ireland and the former United Nations High Commissioner on Human Rights. Let me also tell you, ladies and gentlemen, the people of Kashmir understand that we do not really need to invoke the principles, because principles sometimes will not let you launch the peace process, because principles can easily be twisted and they can lend you to varied interpretations. But there are two principles which are involved in the Kashmir dispute. Number one, it is the inherent right of the people of the state of Jammu and Kashmir to find the future of Kashmir. Number two, it is almost impossible to find the solution of Kashmir except in an atmosphere which is free from coercion, intimidation, and the external compulsion. I suggest, ladies and gentlemen, that the resolution of Kashmir is possible, provided all the parties to the dispute, not only Kashmiris, all the parties, India, Pakistan, and Kashmir, they show some flexibility. They make some compromise. They make some sacrifice so that the common ground can be found. You tell me, ladies and gentlemen, it is almost impossible to find the solution of Kashmir problem that respects all the sensitivities of India, that values all the sentiments of Pakistan, that keeps the whole state of Jammu and Kashmir intact. Does it mean that we cannot find the imaginative solution? Yes, we can. But that imaginative solution needs some flexibility. It needs some compromise. It needs some sacrifice, not only from the people of Kashmir, but from both India and Pakistan. And lastly, ladies and gentlemen, because it was mentioned almost in every session, Chatham House, London-based think tank had a survey in Kashmir. It was reported by BBC on July 27, 2010. According to that survey, 85 to 95% of the state of the Jammu and Kashmir, people of state of Jammu and Kashmir, they are against the status quo. So the people of Kashmir have given you a very clear and loud message. The line of control into international border is a fallacy because the people of Kashmir believe line of control is a line of conflict. And finally, Dr. Orzan, the people of Kashmir really would like you to know, you mean that everybody, that their land is not a real state, ladies and gentlemen, which can be parceled out, which can be divided into two disputants. We have a history more compact and coherent than India. We have a history more larger than Pakistan. So you must understand the people of Kashmir have the right to self-determination. You know who endorsed that? The final comment. Swaminathan Iyer, an Indian intellectual. He wrote in Times of India. He said, we have promised the people of Kashmir to have a referendum. Please listen carefully. This is not a person from Pakistan or Kashmir. He is an Indian. He is a Hindu. Nothing wrong to a Muslim. He is a Hindu. He wrote in Times of India, which is the New York Times of India. He said, we have promised the people of Kashmir to have a referendum. Let us have one. Give the people of Kashmir three choices: India, Pakistan, and independence. Then he said, let the people of Kashmir decide, ladies and gentlemen, not the armies of India or Pakistan. With that, thank you very much. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam. Thank you, sir, for that impassioned and creative voice giving to the people of Kashmir. It's easy to overlook them as we look at this from the heights of the policy analysis. Thank you very much. I'd like to call now on Professor Evgeny Kablukov. I believe you're muted, sir.
Now you hear me, yeah? Thank you very much. And I will not want to take much of our time. And then my presentation will focus on three possible solutions of the conflict, Kashmir conflict, which is now discussed, some widely, some not. And first of all, I would like to begin with some background and say that 20th century of the world history contains a considerable number of international problems and interstate conflicts, some of which make itself felt to this day. But not many of them can be compared in the duration and ferocity that led to 3 wars and the potential danger with the Kashmir problem. The presence of nuclear weapons on both sides of the conflict brings the Kashmir issue to the world level. Yeah, Kashmir, as we hear today, that Kashmir conflict is still a very complicated problem, not only in South Asia region, but also in global politics. It has deep historical roots and complicated dynamics. And what concerns Kashmiri problem, so it is still in a deadlock situation. As far as I see in this, the conflict can't be settled based on previous approaches, historical, political, international, etc. Solution to any conflict is to find compromise to satisfy all parties on conflict, and also search of exchanges, territorial, political, etc. To find compromise and reach agreement on exchanges are the most difficult and challenging process. That is why some conflicts, including the Kashmir problem, are still in a deadlock. Well, at the moment, there are, I see, three main options for the settlement of Kashmir problem. First, formation of independent Kashmir. Second, transfer of the territory of former principality under the jurisdiction of one of the states, India or Pakistan. And third, recognition of the line of control as an international border.
Sir, are you there? I believe we've lost you. Dr. Kablikov? Okay, let's give just a few seconds to see if Dr. Kablikov comes back on. Okay, I think at this point we have enough time to bring Dr. Kablikov back on after our next two speakers, but given his loss of communications, let's move on to our next speaker. Dr. Mahmoud Ul Hassan Khan, are you there, sir? And if so, please take the floor.
Thank you very much inviting me again to express my expertise on the given topic, which is very important, very relevant, and very urgent to be resolved as soon as possible. So Kashmir, the paradise on earth, has been changed due to hell since 5th August 1920. The abrogation of Article 370 and 35A has given Kashmir conflict a different and strange dimension. It has not only changed the autonomous status of Jammu and Kashmir, but also compromised the safeguard of the demographic status of Jammu and Kashmir as a Muslim majority state in India. Let us talk about the different socio-economic, geopolitical, and geostrategic scenarios directly or indirectly related to the status of or unresolved status of Jammu and Kashmir. It has multiplied socio-economic implication, water terrorism, CPEC, BRI, geopolitical dimension, domestic politics of both the countries, Gilgit-Baltistan, etc., having security hangover orientations, and geostrategic power compulsions, I mean to say, greater regional connectivity between South Asia and Central Asia, and US-China containment policy. It fears that after the US withdrawal from Afghanistan, Kashmir may become a new flashpoint and center for regional proxies. Thus, it is the high time that resolution of Kashmir is in the best interest of both the nuclear state of South Asia. Throughout the last 75 years, several efforts are made and multiple dialogues, negotiation, track to diplomacies took place. But unfortunately, Kashmir conflict could not be resolved mainly due to India's rigid approach and policies towards Kashmir and continuous trust deficit between Pakistan and India. However, India and Pakistan need to commit to peaceful and sustainable conflict resolution. It is therefore needed that India and Pakistan should opt for sustainable efforts and a systematic mechanism to resolve the territorial disputes and save the Kashmiris from greater psychological and human losses. Prime Minister of Pakistan, Imran Khan, has said, once the Kashmir issue is resolved, there will be no need of any nuclear arsenals between India and Pakistan. However, interestingly, while addressing a election rally or procession in the most recently held election in Azad Kashmir, Prime Minister Imran Khan has given a new dimension by saying Pakistan, that Pakistan may hold referendum to allow Kashmiris divided between India and Pakistan to decide on whether they want to join Pakistan or completely become an independent state. My dear panelists, time will not heal the Kashmir problem. Time has made things more complex, complicated, and worsen. If a strategy for resolution of this conflict had begun in 1980s or early 90s, things would have been different and many crises averted that rose later in that decade. It seems that Indian and Pakistani strategists, especially politicians, are somehow locked in unending competition over tactical advantages and scoring diplomatic points, due to which prospects of conflict resolution has been diminished. No one is ready and looking beyond the immediate events and short-term calculation of pain and gain. To win the race of madness, the fifth generation hybrid war has been schemed and staged, during which chances of Kashmir conflict resolution have been further alienated. Disinformation, virtual real factories, and globalized franchises of terror have actually burned the real soul of Kashmir, due to which humanity is now badly suffering for peaceful existence. On the contrary, General Pervez Musharraf, the former president of Pakistan, floated 4-point formula to put an end to frozen conflict of Kashmir, which was treated as giving up maximum list position. It included demilitarization, self-governance, there should be self-governance or autonomy, but not independence. Unfortunately, complex and open reasons of geopolitics and geostrategic compulsion, it was dashed to ground in Agra, India. Notwithstanding no extended back channel contacts, which our National Security Advisor, Dr. Maid Yusuf, has labeled as direct contact from India to Pakistan, a revival of the LOC ceasefire, an exchange of messages between the Prime Minister of India and Pakistan, of COVID-19 relief assistance to India, and possible negotiation on all outstanding issues, including Jammu and Kashmir, should be benchmark for a possible conflict resolution of Kashmir. Let us briefly talk about the previous conflict resolution model which have been applied or replicated in different parts of the world. So frankly speaking, there is no such management strategy or supercomputer model or artificial intelligence model of simulation or established model of conflict resolution that could resolve the issue of Kashmir. Nevertheless, there is an urgent need to follow holistic model of conflict resolution by scrapping respective political and wargaming and paradigm shift from geopolitics to geoeconomy by inserting inbuilt aims of hegemony. On its part, Pakistan should pursue and propose a solution of Kashmir problem resembling the Irish peace accord, which is the most viable for solution of Kashmir conflict. The Good Friday Agreement, which resolved the Northern Ireland conflict. It was plugged actively by the USA, which put pressure especially on UK in order to resolve the Northern Ireland conflict. Pakistan may also put forward model of East Timor independence based on the concept of self-determination. Pakistan should also pursue the United Nations Security Council resolution on Kashmir and
One minute, please,
their
sir.
links.
1 minute. Just 1 minute, please, sir, to finish.
Okay, thank you. No problem.
No, you take another minute, please.
Thank you, thank you. So these are the possible or any chance of conflict resolution between the two nuclear state of South Asia. But I chose the holistic approach of Nabi Faisab, which has been sending and sharing his article for so many years with me in Pakistan. So the flexibility, accommodation, sacrifices, and sense of conflict resolution is the way forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for that comprehensive and very insightful look. Before we go to our last speaker, Dr. Kablakov, are you back on the line? Can we ask you to take 5 minutes to finish? Dr. Kablakov, I see you on the screen, but I do not hear you. Are you muted? Okay. It appears we do not have Dr. Kablakov, so again, we'll have an opportunity after the last speaker's remarks if he does come back on. But I'd like to invite Professor Yadullah Kaveh Karimipur to finish the panel for us.
Hello, everyone. My name is Kosar. I am presenting on behalf of Dr. Karimipur. I hope that you can see my screen. Can you?
We can see you.
Yes. Yeah. So I'm sharing the screen, the slides. So the title of my presentation is The Kashmir Problem, an Introduction to the Roots and the Solutions. I would like to start by thanking the organizer and the moderator. Just a minute. I am sharing the slides of this presentation. I hope everyone can see it. This is going to take around like 12-13 minutes. The conventional geopolitical analysis of Kashmir has been plagued with two curses for decades. The reason for using this tense, the present perfect, is because the analytical blocks continue in the present. Firstly, Most studies and analysis have an overwhelmingly nationalist orientation. As a result, the roots of the Kashmir problem, its formation and expansion, have not been thoroughly considered or otherwise have been covered with a nationalist geopolitical perspective. Secondly, more important than the first, the Kashmir origin is mostly described and explained in monographic analysis, that is, independence of its surrounding space. By avoiding these two analytical blocks or curses and relying on descriptive analysis of the space, in these 15 minutes granted to me, I'm going to present my perspective on the origins and expansions of the Kashmir problem, as well as my idea for a solution. First, let's clear out some of the misunderstandings about Kashmir. Contrary to popular belief and some journalistic representation, Kashmir is not divided into two parts, Pakistani and Indian. Rather, it has 6 parts governed by 3 different administrations. The Kashmir Valley, Jammu and Ladakh, with different natural, social, and religious environment, are ruled by India. Azad Kashmir and Gilgit-Baltistan are ruled by Pakistan. And a large area known as Aksai Chin is ruled by China. Moreover, the Pakistani, Indian, and Chinese administration and non-governmental actors don't share a geopolitical view to understand and manage the region. It should be noted that the main rivers of India and Pakistan have their sources in Kashmir in such a way that any changes in the water rights and water path will affect the livelihood of millions of people in both countries. Moreover, contrary to some estimates, the people of Kashmir are not religiously homogeneous. For example, the population of Hindus in Kashmir and Ladakh is at least 65 and 50% respectively. Also, around 6 to 7% of population in these two parts are Buddhist. But all in all, the majority of all 14 million population of Kashmir are Muslim. So far, and on a large scale, 4 approaches have been proposed on the route and the solution to the conflict in Kashmir. The first one, a pro-Pakistani approach, is focused on the fact that at the time of Pakistan's partition from India, due to its Muslim majority population, Kashmir should have become part of Pakistan. This approach also accuses India of ignoring a UN resolution that accession of Kashmir to India or Pakistan should be decided through the democratic method of a free and impartial referendum. Moreover, while the partition of Kashmir is understood to be a joint ploy of India and Britain, this approach considers India's continued presence in the state to be in contradiction to Gandhi's humanistic and democratic views. The second one, a pro-Indian approach, emphasizes India's historical and legal right to Kashmir and considers the region a vital, strategic, and inseparable part of India. According to this approach, because in 1947, following the end of British rule and partition of the subcontinent, the Hindu princely state of Jammu and Kashmir officially joined India, it should stay a part of India. Much to the disbelief of many Kashmiris and international observers, on Monday, 5th, 2019, the government of India revoked Article 37 of the Constitution and Article 35A under it, which had guaranteed Kashmir's extensive autonomy. This move was even opposed by opposition parties such as BJP and the Indian National Congress, and they accused the Prime Minister of violating the Constitution and creating tension. The third approach is pro-independence and argues for a free and transparent referendum under the supervision of the United Nations and international observers. The proponent of this approach provide historical evidence and refer to the people's demand to demonstrate the necessity of establishing independent nation states of Kashmir. And finally, the fourth approach calls for a joint and coordinated territorial sovereignty of India and Pakistan over the region, offering an extensive autonomy to Jammu, Kashmir, and Ladakh. I argue that the conflict in Kashmir is not restricted to the subcontinent and Asia, and it's firmly connected to the world's peace. I believe that Kashmir problem, along with the issues of US-China connection, Eastern Europe, and the future of Palestine, is one of the four main global geostrategic issues. Considering the history and current situation, I even think that the region is the likeliest place from which a nuclear war may emerge. The three reasons for this claim are explained below. Since Pakistan's partition from India in 1947, there has been three wars between the two countries, two of which directly linked to Kashmir. The 1947 to 1949, the 1965 and the 1965 wars were fought for the issue of Kashmir. And in the 1971 Bangladesh Liberation War, Kashmir was also a major issue. The second point is that contrary to the issue of Palestine, where the conflict is between a powerful nuclear weapon state and an unarmed people, the three main actors in the periphery of Kashmir are among the 9 nuclear weapon states and have engaged in conflict several times. Take the India-China and India-Pakistan war, for example. From a geostrategic point of view, the difference between this region and other similar spaces is lack of a strategic rationality and the possibility of emotional reaction in using the weapons. In the event of a full nuclear war, a vast region from Balkans to Bangladesh to Nur Sultan, Astana, and Addis Ababa will be severely affected. And third, in addition to the aforementioned war, the two countries have border conflict on a monthly or even at times weekly basis. More than 1,700 border conflicts and terrorist attacks from the beginning. So I argue that for the following reason, India, Pakistan, and China are not willing to give up Kashmir in a nationalist agreement. The importance of fresh water sources in Kashmir for both countries, India and Pakistan, the geostrategic significance of high altitude areas in Kashmir for both countries, the strategic location of Kashmir bridging East, South, and Central Asia and Afghanistan to the subcontinent, and the nationalist sentiments and motivation regarding the issue in both countries. All these show that the Kashmir challenge has become a threat to the world peace, and the world should be concerned about the fate of this region. So the question is, what is the root of this 74-year crisis? Explained briefly but clearly, the foundation of this crisis is the disintegration of an integrated geography, a national geography, an ancient civilization. Without fully appreciating the significance of this root, and without fully appreciating the significance of this root, this crisis cannot be overcome. India, a longest-standing and unified nation and region, disintegrated on the day after the independence. From this partition until today, the following countries have emerged: the Republic of India, the Islamic Republic of Pakistan, and the People's Republic of Bangladesh. The partition, provided by Indian Independence Act of 1947, seemingly took place because of religious differences, led to the fall of British Raj, displaced more than 12.5 million people, and killed about 1 million. Such a violent and bloody partition and the events that took place later led to perpetual hostilities and inherent distrust in the relation between India and Pakistan. It is important to know this, that following the partition, the role of Muslim in Indian political decision-making has diminished. The total number of Muslims in Bangladesh and Pakistan and India is estimated to be 600 to 680 million. However, without partition, India would have become the largest Muslim country, and the role of Muslim in governing the country would have been equal to that of Hindus. In any case, I believe that one of the biggest mistakes in the contemporary history of Muslims was to get trapped in a British game of divide and rule. So
1 minute to conclude, please.
Yeah. So it would be impossible to resolve the Indo-Pakistani conflict as long as the following conditions remain: geopolitical consideration as the primary basis for the resolution of the conflict, the lack of an organic policy and an appropriate strategy for the gradual establishment of an economic confederation, and the continuous presence and influence of extremist, sectarian, and nationalist groups, parties, and leaders. On this basis, I suggest that the three nation states of India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh in their long-term, and China in their long-term policies should seek to establish a tripartite peace economic confederation over a period of 25 years. The indicated confederation should resolve all sources of tension, including the Kashmir conflict, while guaranteeing the fundamental rights of the people of Kashmir, water rights, and other issues. The starting path for the formation of such confederation is a hydropolitical and geoeconomic orientation while focusing on the democratic rights of Kashmiris. That's all I had to say. Thank you for listening. Again, I'm presenting on behalf of Dr. Karim.
Thank you much for that excellent presentation and a very effective laydown of some creative solutions.
Yo.
Okay, if we can stop sharing the screen.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, got it. Okay, thank you very much. Before we end the panel, I'd just like to ask one more time if Dr. Kablukov is back with us. I know he was shorted a couple of minutes from his presentation. Evgeny, Dr. Evgeny, are you there? Okay, it appears that he is not. And with that, I see Dr. Kablukov. Please, sir, I know you were interrupted. Please take 5 minutes to complete your presentation.
Sometimes I was interrupted this in my internet connection, unfortunately. But may finish with a brief explanation of these three options. And as first I said that implementation, the first option will not satisfy neither India nor Pakistan or China to the same extent. And independent Kashmir may become not only a game changer in South Asia, but a new geopolitical headache for the global politics. China is also not interested with the formation of one more Muslim state near its volatile Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region, where Muslim extremists have strong positions. After independence and the subsequent years, both the Indian state of Jammu and Kashmir and Pakistani Azad Kashmir have been integrated into economic and social political structures of India and Pakistan respectively, to a greater or less extent. Severing existing ties can lead to significant economic and political difficulties. In addition to all of the above, creation of independent South Kashmir will set a dangerous precedent in India, and the people of Assam, Nagaland, and other territories of the northeastern region of India, which is another volatile territory of the country, will strive with even greater zeal to express the drive for independence. The second option, to make it possible, first, some external forces are needed that can move the problem from the dead point. Such a force could potentially be UN, but it has shown its helplessness in this matter. India refuses movement of the UN in the matter. The parties of the conflict ignore multiple UN Security Council resolutions. It is also unlikely that any of the world powers will take up the solution to this problem. There is still a theoretical possibility of holding a plebiscite throughout Kashmir, but it will entail a lot of questions and difficulties. For example, how to ensure the objectivity of voting in the territory administered by 3 states, India, Pakistan, China. Second, even in the case of such an event, where guarantees that India or Pakistan will make such a decision and without a fight will give up the land for which a lot of blood was spilled. Third, it must be taken into account that China is also an interested party. It seeks to expand its own territory at the expense of lands, some of which it already controls, and also wants to maintain a Xinjiang own. But today it's quite difficult. It is quite difficult to imagine the confluence of circumstances that would allow India or Pakistan to get Jammu and Kashmir as their territory. The third option What concerns the third option, it seems to be more reliable if both parties will expose their political will. More than 50 years back, famous researcher of India, Spade, wrote in one of his books, no matter how difficult and imperfect are such decisions about establishing geographical units, the only possible way out is the partition. Now, how it happened with British India itself in 1947. His words seem to remain relevant today, and his option was particularly agreed between Indira Gandhi and Zulfikar Ali Bhutto during talks on Simla Agreement in 1972. One of the participants, Bakshi, in his article, It's a Boy, the Making of the Simla Agreement, writes about the meeting of Indira Gandhi and Bhutto before signing of the agreement in the late afternoon of the 2nd July 1972. Indira Gandhi focused on Jammu and Kashmir. She told that the only solution to Kashmir problem was the existing line of control becoming the international border between India and Pakistan. Zulfikar Ali Bhutto agreed on this, but said that he is not ready to accept this proposal. He should return to his country and prepare the public opinion in Pakistan. But by this day, it has not happened.
Last minute, please.
Yeah, and finishing. And as it is clear that Pakistani public opinion is not ready yet for this type of decision, the same situation is in India. And also neither civil administration nor the military establishment in Pakistan. What concerns prospects for resolving differences around Kashmir, the success of this settlement largely depends on the positive measures of the India and the Pakistani side. As long as relations between the countries are not settled and they range from open armed confrontation to hidden confrontation, a solution to the Kashmir issue or the removal of tension in this territory is hardly possible in the visible future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kabakov, both for your insightful remarks and for your patience given the interruption in the communications. I'll yield the time back to Professor Errol, and thank you, sir, for allowing us to put together this panel, and for the distinguished panelists. Thank you for a thought-provoking and truly expert deep dive into some approaches to solving this problem set.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Otto, for moderating the session, and we thank all the speakers of the day for their valuable insights, for their great remarks for the past 6+ hours. This brings us to the closing ceremony of the session, the last 50 minutes or so, I assume. We'll begin the closing ceremony by the remarks of Dr. Batigul Kalembekova, who is ambassador from the Kyrgyz Republic. Mrs. Kalembekova, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, hello.
Yes.
Sesim geliyor mu?
Geliyor sesiniz Batigul Hanım.
The Kashmir issue, which is one of the main problem areas of the international system established after the Second World War, has not been resolved until today. In this context, it stands as a potential crisis area in terms of both the parties to the issue, the regional subsystem, and international system. It is obvious that both regional and international dynamics have an impact on the fact that the issue has not been finalized in any way, and the projections that will bring all the parties to a common point have not been implemented. On the other hand, in the context of the issue in question, those who suffer the most and are negatively affected by the process are the states that are directly involved in the issue, as well as the countries of the region and the peoples. In other words, this ongoing potential crisis situation and the existence of the unresolved issue are not limited to South Asian geopolitics as of today. The issue has now become, sorry? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
The issue has now become serious in terms of the entire international system, especially the sub-regional systems. As it is known, on the one hand, the rising Asian reality is in question. On the other hand, the new Asian-centered crisis and conflict phenomena have begun to occupy the agenda of international politics. In the context of this risk, the Kashmir issue seems to be a problem in the center of the entire region. This is a situation that has adverse effect in terms of the security and welfare of the region as a whole. It should be stated clearly that Kashmir is a serious issue that is not limited to its own region in the context of security and well-being, and indirectly affects Central Asia as well. There are two main factors underlying the situation. Firstly, there is a risk that Kashmir may become a logistic base for international terrorism or radical elements that threaten both Asia and the international system at a global level, as in the case of Afghanistan. The second issue is well-being that is important for the region. It should be emphasized that if the problem is resolved, the region will become more stable and evolve in the geopolitics, maybe in geoeconomics, where railway and pipeline projects, road transport, and economic cooperation are maximized. In addition, it is an inevitable reality to contribute to regional welfare by using the underground and surface economic resources and human capital of neighboring species more efficiently, such as South Asia and Central Asia. Therefore, a peaceful settlement of the Kashmir issue is essential for a better Central Asia, a better South Asia, and a better Old World land. At the final stage, I would like to state that there is no tangible reason for eliminating this situation, whether it is a crisis, a problem, or an issue, and not establishing an environment of peace and stability in the region. Of course, at the center of the peaceful settlement of the Kashmir issue should be the human as an intrinsic value, namely his rights, aspirations, and dreams. Particular attention should be paid to the most vulnerable segments of the population, namely women, children, and the post-1990s generation. There is also a need to refer to the experience of all the people, eyewitnesses of past events, as keepers of not only sad impressions, but also lessons and constructive suggestions. We must not forget about the unique significance of Kashmir as a meeting place for several civilizations, the point of contact and the mutual influence of different cultures. Kashmir could become a place for constructive dialogue between people of various cultures, religions, and identities. As known, any conflict contains not only objective and subjective contradictions, but also ways to mitigate them. Seemingly, the key is for the peace process to be inclusive. It should also be stated that Kyrgyzstan, one of the states of Central Asia, which always tries to contribute to regional and global peace, will always be willing to operate the regional and international peace process. While finalize my views on the issue, I would like to express that the contribution of this international conference, organized by Ankara Center for Crisis and Policy Studies, ANKASAM, one of Turkey's leading think tanks, to both the international relations literature and the negotiation extent of the issues, is laudable. In the Kashmir issue, time is up, qualified theses and suggestions put forward by each speaker at the conference offer a serious academic perspective on the solution of the issue. As it is known, as can be seen from the example of the evolution of the problem between Germany and France, into the European Union process, the impact of international dialogue on peace and cooperation processes is of considerable importance. The Kashmir issue should also be evaluated in the context of turning the crisis into an opportunity and implementing a regional cooperation model. And it is necessary to focus on solutions and cooperation rather than problems or conflicts. At this point, it is satisfactory that folks and studies supporting this thesis offer an academic richness and depth at the conference. In my last words, I would like to express my gratitude to Ankasam, who brought together important experts in their fields from the leading universities, think tanks, and media organizations of the region and the world, and the sides of Kashmir, which is an issue of about 75 years, and to the excellent speakers, panelists, moderators, and listeners, each more valuable than the other. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mrs. Kalemekova, for your speech. And now we'll continue with Dr. Mehmet Perinçek, who's a visiting professor at the Institute of Asian and African Countries at the Moscow State University. Mr. Perinçek, you have the floor.
Distinguished Chairman, dear colleagues, Britain was forced to withdraw from India in 1947, released the Kashmir region like a bomb between India and Pakistan, and left the region. Kashmir issue would cause content instability in the region, which would set the stage for non-regional actors to intervene in the internal affairs of India and Pakistan, using this problem as a pretext. Today, we see a similar scenario being played out in Afghanistan. The main strategy of the United States for world hegemony was to control Central Asia energy resources and transport routes connected to them. In order for the United States to succeed in this strategy, it also needed to surround Russia and China, and Afghanistan or all other regional problems and chaos played a big role for Washington in this respect. However, the United States suffered a major defeat in Afghanistan, just like British imperialism in India. The Time magazine appeared with the cover last days of the Taliban on December 27, 2001, when the US armies entered Afghanistan. However, after 20 years, we are talking about the last days of the USA, not last days of the Taliban. The Taliban took control of most of the country, and Washington's policy of exporting democracy has literally failed, just like British colonialism brings civilization to India. The USA is not only withdrawing from Afghanistan, it is leaving the region completely. Neither Pakistan nor other Central Asian countries like Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan have agreed to give bases to US troops leaving Afghanistan. As the US withdraws from Afghanistan, it aims to inflict maximum damage on its strategic rivals. That is to turn Afghanistan into a region of chaos, to leave countries such as China, Russia, and Iran all alone with instability. The US plan is to drag Afghanistan into civil war and set the region on fire, like on Kashmir issue. Then the countries of the region must unite to ensure stability in Afghanistan, or on Kashmir issue. Turkey, Iran, Russia, China, Pakistan, Central Asian republics can play an important role, and it's all in their interest to disrupt American chaos plan. Lessons must be learned from the Soviet-era Afghan war and the last American invasion. Despite the Afghan people, military intervention is not the solution. As a result, Afghanistan must be governed from Afghanistan, surely. Turkey, on the other hand, should be in Afghanistan in order to mediate between the parties in cooperation with the countries of the region for lasting peace, to contribute to a safe transition, and to take an active role in possible regional cooperation. And the Kashmir problem is an important opportunity for Turkey to evaluate the possibilities of cooperation with China through Pakistan. Since the relations of Turkey with USA is gradually worsened, Turkey tries to increase its economic ties with China and seek Chinese support in Cyprus and East Mediterranean problems. China, on the other hand, is following a policy of improving relations with Pakistan in order to reduce the influence of India in the region and to realize the Belt and Road project. China also assumes that it can soften the reaction of Islamic world on the Uyghur issue by supporting Pakistan and cooperation with Turkey. That's why cooperation on Kashmir issue can be good opportunity for those countries. In addition, the countries of the region should develop a holistic strategy against the US plans, not only in Afghanistan or on Kashmir issue, but also in the entire Eurasian geography, from the Middle East to the South Caucasia, from the Black Sea to the Eastern Mediterranean. We can give an example for it: Turkey, Pakistan, and Azerbaijan. These three countries all have their own priority issues, such as Turkey's Cyprus, Pakistan's Kashmir, and Azerbaijan's Karabakh. Here, the foundation of joint holistic strategy should be laid. Kashmir problem is not only problem of Pakistan, or Cyprus issue is not only problem of Turkey. The same for the Karabakh problem. We have to solve all these problems together, and Pakistan must feel the Cyprus problem like own, or Turkey must feel Kashmir like Ankara's. The last war of independence of Azerbaijan is an important example of this. Ankara and Islamabad regarded the territorial integrity of Azerbaijan as a common problem and solidly supported Baku's struggle, and this brave attitude played a serious role in achieving quick results. In short, these issues, which are of vital importance for these three countries, can only be resolved when all three parties cooperate, draw a line in the sand, and take bold steps. After victory in Karabakh, the Cyprus issue remains of great importance. Turkey is not only defending its interests and the security of the Eastern Mediterranean when it comes to Cyprus issue. Turkey is fighting on behalf of all Eurasia, especially Azerbaijan, Pakistan, China, or Russia. That is what I mean when I was talking about holistic strategy. Turkey will help Pakistan to solve Kashmir issue. Pakistan will help Turkey to solve Cyprus issue, or Turkey will help to Russia to Crimea issue, and Russia will help to Turkey on Cyprus issue. That's why the Astana process is a very good example for the solution of regional questions. The Astana model proved itself in Syria. Countries in the region have shown that there is no problem that they cannot solve if they take the initiative by preventing the intervention of imperialist countries. We also see this in ensuring the territorial integrity of Azerbaijan and resolving the Karabakh conflict. A similar process should be applied to Kashmir problem or Afghanistan issue. Turkey, Russia, Iran, China, Pakistan are important states in our region. Cooperation between these countries has always achieved great success on behalf of the oppressed nations. The union between these countries is also for Kashmir issue or Afghanistan and for all humanity. Cooperation not competition should be essential in any regional issue between Ankara, Moscow, Beijing, Baku, Tehran, etc. This solidarity will disrupt the plans of the United States. Finally, I would like to make a warning. The United States is losing its world dominance in military, political, and economic terms. The resistance of the Eurasian states and peoples is stopping American aggression. American plans are failing everywhere and will fail. There is a multipolar world now, and even this multipolarity has been reflected in the USA. The United States also faces significant problems within itself. In this respect, taking hostile action against the countries of the region by relying on Washington will harm those countries and their governments the most. Eventually, America will leave our region and we will be left alone. And we all know the use and throw policy of the United States. The West use states, governments, or peoples for its imperialist interests. As a result, it brings war, destruction, and conflict to the region. And when it's done or lost, it throws away the powers it uses. The United States is the most unreliable partner, both because it is imperialist and because it is now losing power. Regional initiatives, on the other hand, offer prosperity, peace, and stability to the region on the basis of the equal relations. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Pericek, for your comments and for your closing remarks. We'll now move to Javid Veliev, who's member of Center of Analysis of International Relations in Azerbaijan. Mr. Javid, you have the floor.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can.
Okay, thank you. First of all, good evening, everybody from Baku. I would like to convey my get well soon message to our Turkish brothers. I wish them to be successful against these fires as soon as possible, because Turkey is passing a very difficult days period because of burning of the forest in Turkey. So I think this meeting is very timely meeting because 2 days ago the Baku Declaration was signed between Azerbaijan, Turkey, and Pakistan in Baku. Of course, the statement, Baku statement, many issues between the three strategic allies include the Baku statement. However, I think the vision about the Eurasian geography in this Baku Declaration draws my attention. The view of these three countries on the three countries' vision about Eurasian geography can be summarized as follows: stability, security, and prosperity. I think these three basic concepts will play an important role in solving the problems of the Eurasian geography. Cooperation is needed, as many speakers mentioned. Cooperation, first of all, is needed in order to reach an agreement of these three issues in the region. I think that there have been important conditions for this cooperation in recent years in our region. The first of this is the increase of the importance of regional organization as a result of transition to a multipolar world order. Because on the one hand, we need each other in this geography. On the other hand, regional problems affect us much more. Secondly, I think that there are opportunities for regional cooperation in recent years in our Eurasian geography, which will contribute to the peaceful solution of the regional conflicts. We can increase our cooperation by using opportunities such as trade, transportation, and tourism, especially at a time when world states are preparing for the post-COVID era, that trade that will increase between East and the West. This is actually an opportunity for us. It's up to us to transform it into our will. But I think there are some threats still in this direction in our region. The most important of these can be listed as follows: the extremism, geopolitical rivalry in our region. In fact, I think geopolitical competition rather than cooperation between powers increases armament, national and religious extremism in our region. The way to avoid this is not to allow our region to become geopolitical battlefield. And as Azerbaijan, we have taken these issues into consideration in the solution of the Nagorno-Karabakh problem. The multidimensional cooperation we have established in the region, the trade and transportation relations we have developed together with our neighboring countries have provided opportunities not only for us, but also for the surrounding regions. Those who once opposed to the projects we developed together with our strategic ally Turkey are now making an effort to be a part of these projects. In order to solve the problems of our region, we must establish a modern state, technologically advanced state in our region. If we set the goal of a modern and technological advanced state, our societies will move towards in that direction. In fact, I think our states can take an example in this region. So we can take many experienced states in our region as an example. Education is also very important. Development of education both leads us to the modern developed society and helps us to solve our problems. Development of democracy and freedom provides us environment for free and creative discussion to find the truth. So if we want problems to be solved peacefully as societies and states and develop through mutual cooperation, the experience of the past years has shown us that while those who are open to cooperation have won, those who are against cooperation have lost a lot. So in short, we should attach importance to cooperation, modernization, and economic development to the solution of the chronic problems in our region, including the Kashmir issue. So this is my brief views about our region and solution of the Kashmir issues. Once more, I would like to thank Ankasan and Professor Mehmet Seyfettin Raul for inviting me to this conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Veliyev. And now our next speaker is retired Colonel Rich Hodson. Mr. Hodson, you have the floor.
Great, thank you. And again, it's a great pleasure to be here with you. And Dr. Erol and to Ankasam, I appreciate your continued commitment to intellectual interchange on these important issues. And with full admiration and due regard for previous speakers' vigorous attempt to put the United States at the center of the debate on Jammu and Kashmir, or to center a discussion of Jammu and Kashmir and Afghanistan, I have to say that's an unfortunate and fanciful bit of polemics that's marked by some peculiar assessments and dated thinking. Let's focus on Jammu and Kashmir. This is an area of Eurasia that brooks no hegemons. The United States is not an aspiring hegemon, nor are there really any capable hegemons for this reason, and that's part of the problem. The US role in this area has been marked by lack of investment, not overly ambitious scheming. In fact, imputing a central logic or a pervasive strategic approach to the United States in Central Asia or South Asia is a common error for those who know little of how US policy and strategy are actually made. While it can be attractive to pose the US as a would-be hegemon in Eurasia, the analysis badly misreads the past several decades of global strategic development. In Kashmir, as in many other regions of Eurasia, the problem is not US power, but US disinterest. We should start by recognizing the wasted opportunity of the 1990s, when the US made little effort to preserve the positive aspects of the Cold War anti-Soviet relationship with Pakistan, but drifted into a gradually more punitive and coercive relationship that complicates the desire for an even-handed approach. It's not that Pakistan has no responsibility for deteriorating ties, especially regarding support to Afghan insurgents and for hosting Osama bin Laden. But that said, the US drawdown in Afghanistan may represent an opportunity to rebalance ties, and Jammu and Kashmir remains an area for possible progress to rebuild some degree of trust. Now, US policy seeks to prevent conflict between India and Pakistan from escalating. And the US Congress supports the US-India strategic partnership that has been underway since 2005, but is also maintaining attention on the increasing concerns over issues of human rights and religious freedom. So there actually is a room there in terms of Washington's attitudes towards both to be critical in equal measure of both key external parties to this conflict. Under President Biden, the US has recently reaffirmed its view of Kashmir as a disputed territory against the backdrop of a general push for closer strategic cooperation with India and greater skepticism over Pakistan's ties with the Taliban and China. There was some concern in February over a State Department tweet calling for India to restore 4G mobile internet access to Jammu and Kashmir that omitted the phrase disputed territory, but that was later clarified by Ned Price, the State Department spokesman. So we have not changed what we attempt to portray as an even-handed policy. Now, New Delhi's repealing Article 370 of the Indian Constitution and Section 35A of its annex, which provided the state special autonomous status, and by bifurcating the state into two successor union territories with more limited indigenous administrative powers, also raised serious constitutional questions. And given the heavy-handed security measures in Jammu and Kashmir, which have been focused on in previous panels, elicited more intense criticisms of India on human rights grounds, even in Washington. There is concern that Hindu majoritarian policies applied to Jammu and Kashmir may exacerbate the sectarian nature of the conflict, making compromise solutions more difficult. Now, following India's August 2019 actions, numerous members of Congress went on record in support of Kashmiri human rights. House Resolution 745, introduced in December with 40 co-sponsors currently, urges the Indian government to end the restrictions on communications and the mass detentions in Jammu and Kashmir that continue to date. An October hearing on human rights in South Asia, held by the House Subcommittee on Asia, the Pacific, and Non-Proliferation, included extensive discussion of developments in Jammu and Kashmir. And in November, the Tom Lantos Human Rights Commission held an event entitled Jammu and Kashmir in Context. So while the Trump administration's response was muted, concern is real and is growing, especially in Congress. So I think there's probably better prospects now than there have been any time in the last decade for the US to take a more active and engaged role. Now, key questions for the US include, to what extent have New Delhi's actions undermined stability in the region? And what leverage does the US have to address this? 2, is there a diplomatic role to be played by the US in renewing good faith negotiations over Jammu Kashmir or between Pakistan and India more generally? Are we still seen as an honest broker? 3, how will increased tensions impact our attempts to stabilize Afghanistan even after the drawdown of most of our troops, which I would differ with Dr. Perenjek in terms of that being a total withdrawal from the region, because we're not, or being a defeat. It is a conscious strategic choice to decrease profile. And finally, given our deepening ties to India, how serious are our concerns over Indian democracy, secularism, and human rights? So there has been a view and a concern in Washington that renewed US engagement on Kashmir especially if it's led by, say, a high-profile envoy, is likely to be counterproductive or a setback for U.S. foreign policy and for the India-Pakistan peace process, and perhaps even for Kashmir itself. This stems from the belief that both countries understand that they are in a mutually hurting stalemate and that they were best positioned to take direct steps on their own. I think this was prevailing wisdom perhaps before the 2019 events initiated by India. And as Michael Kugelman said in an earlier panel, what could change this is that the US might be impelled to take a more active role if either side moves towards unilateral changes of the status quo. The obstacles to a constructive role for the US are that neither side has requested it. Both view the US as favoring the other. India thinks we favor Pakistan on Kashmir. Pakistan thinks we favor India. And neither domestic public would be positively inclined to trust the US lead in an effort at resolution. So low-key efforts to encourage or incentivize both sides to take unilateral confidence-building measures remains a wise and viable path. In summary, I expect the US policy will remain more or less where it is, a position of relatively inactive neutrality on Jammu and Kashmir. I would like to see, but have only very little hope for, a more creative and low-key approach that does not interpose the US between these two South Asian giants, but works to encourage each to take conciliatory steps. And to finish, I'll say that there's a growing realization in the United States of multipolarity, especially in Eurasia. There will be no single hegemon in Eurasia, not the Russian Federation, not China, not India. And the best thing the United States can do is to work with allies and partners.
Mr. Watson, can you hear us? Sadly, Mr. Watson, I guess he has a connection issue. Mr. Watson, can you hear us now?
I can hear you now. I had just about finished. The last thing I was saying in conclusion is, given the reality of multipolarity in the region, we can't afford to favor one side or the other. We need to work with both Pakistan and India and with other allies with interests in the region, including Turkey and many of our Central Asian friends, to help a step-by-step process towards resolution.
Thank you, sir, for your comments. And now, finally, we move on with the last closing remarks by our president of our institution, Professor Mehmet Seyfettin. You have the floor. Professor, your mic is muted. Could you turn it on, please?
Oh, sorry. Thanks, Sami. We have come to the end of a very busy and rich program. As Ankasam, first of all, I would like to thank once again all our valuable colleagues and their friends who participated and supported this conference. I should state that broadly and gladly that 52 valuable colleagues, experts from 16 countries, participated to this international conference today. So a very critical issue for the region and the world has been tried to be presented here in a multidimensional way with an impartial, equal, restrained, and constructive approach with your valuable contributions and sensitivities. I think that seeing a new search for a solution towards a chronic problem and the emergence of a dialogue platform in this context is the greatest achievement for all of us. I think this is the right thing, isn't it? Because in this chaotic environment, the biggest problem of human beings is being able to come together and discuss issues. For this reason, I would like to express my gratitude to all the participants once again. Dear participants and colleagues, today in this conference, an attempt was made to give an answer to the question of how far the Kashmir problem will continue mainly on an academic and analytical level. In this context, with this conference, a comprehensive civil initiative involving all parties for the solution of the Kashmir issue was presented. And an important call was made that includes a constructive roadmap for the solution of the issue. I hope that the valuable constructive views, determinations, and solution-oriented suggestions presented here will pave the way for a regional Taj Mahal peace-building process with Pakistan, India-based, and Kashmir will become an island of peace. Because geography wants peace, not war, and humanity extremely needs it. For this, we need to remember and activate the cause of peace and brotherhood in our historical roots. We tried to address these roots in this conference. The final declaration to be prepared in this context will take this final form with your contribution and approval and will be announced to the whole world as soon as possible. ANCASAM, as a non-governmental organization, think tank, it will continue its activities aimed at contributing to formation of a constructive, peaceful, common intellectual structure, strategic mind at the point of solving problems and crises on a regional global basis, especially in Asia. In this context, we would like to be together with you again in our future activities. Therefore, we see today's conference as a start towards a new common future. I would like to express my graduate respect and love to all of you and see you at the next event.
Thank you, Professor Erol, and thank you to all the speakers from around the world for participating in our event today, in our conference. A big thanks to all those participants who sent their documents, who woke up early in the morning, stayed late till night so they could participate, because we had participants from 5 different continents. So based on where you are, we wish you a good morning, a good afternoon, or a good evening. And we hope to see you in another conference. But before we close, also I would like to mention thanks to those who work behind the scene day and night to make this conference a reality. They too deserve a round of applause. So thank to them too also. And see you in another conference. Goodbye.
Yes, thank you very much for the.
Thank you, Mr. Iftikhar Jilani.
Thank you. Let us